Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And oh my gosh, I'm exhausted. I was just taking a little nap. Sorry for the lateness of the announcement and the link and all that stuff, but you know how it goes. It's been a lot of really long days. and 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 this is the night. And this is the night. You missed Joe's jail story about him getting arrested. Why did he get arrested? Seems like a bad plan. Seems like a bad plan. Yeah, so someone thought I wasn't streaming tonight, but here I am. Well, no, I was planning on streaming the whole time. I planned on setting up a link, but after dinner I crashed out. Put the Pope hat back on. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. So here's the deal, guys. This is going to be kind of a weird show. I don't have much of an agenda. Johnny Depp won. So we're going to, maybe do a little salt mining, a little discussionery around the topic. Look at people who are commenting about this thing. And just have a laugh. Have a laugh about it. It's good stuff. The amount of people that's coming the amount of vengeance that is coming from the media on this is delightful. So that's great. I don't know what else to say other than that. That is great. Wait, Joe driving with a suspended license? Okay, now I know you're lying. Joe wasn't driving with a suspended license. But yeah, so we'll check out, statements, good and bad. Laugh at some stuff, and it's so great. I don't know if you guys have any idea what is happening. I have the honor. I have the honor of being an apartment building. I identify as an ornate building. And that ornate building is a rent-free palace for a bunch of people. And today, really over the past like 48 hours, they were reminded that they live that I live. Wait, am I? No, I'm not the apartment building. Damn it. I screwed up this analogy by being tired. I am the vagrant wanderer stopping in and living rent-free in the homeless shelters of these people's minds. That is who I am. And there are many people who over the past 48 hours have were reminded that I exist and how much they just absolutely hate me. And it's so much fun every time they crop up. Every time they crop up, it's hilarious because it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing with these people. Nick doesn't know what he's talking about. He gets everything wrong. His legal analysis is bad, and he's so mean because he called me fat. And of course, it's that last one. That's the only true thing that they have to hold on to. It happens all the time, and it's literally the same small group of people. I have made fans of them, and, so it's great when they crop up, and it's extra great when they crop up, right at the time when I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't I've been looking at my own legal analysis throughout this trial, and I have not found it to be wrong or problematic. I mean, there are obviously things you do and don't know, and there's things you can and can't know. But on balance, they think did an okay job. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Please wipe the right side of my beard before you go insane. What, this side? What do you want me to wipe away? It's my face. Mm. Um, so yeah, so there's some of that that we'll look at. It's always a joy when these people speak into my life. But that's part of being on social media at the end of the day. But that's not all we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about we're going to be talking about people's reactions to this thing and the media response to it, articles that have been written and stuff like that. And I'm also going to be inviting people onto the show. I don't know who's going to show up. A smorgasbord of invitees. So if you get annoyed by like having a bunch of different people on the show, it's not going to be just limited to lawyers. If you get annoyed by that, you may want to leave. Because again, I have no idea who's going to accept invitations, but I'm going to send invites out to more people than is reasonable. And I'll invite those people to pop on and pop off and all of that stuff. So we'll go from there. Today is not the day that I will be interviewing. What's his name? The TMZ guy. What? Hold on, my brain is still firing up. TMZ guy. Um, Morgan Tremaine. There we go. I will not be interviewing Morgan Tremaine tonight. I have to, first of all, I think he was interviewed by DUI guy and James from court, but hopefully we'll be setting that up soon. But no, just going to invite some friends from the law sphere, from the non-law sphere on YouTube. So lots of people who have been watching this trial, covering this trial, either way, and just people who may want to pop in and say some words, and then, hopefully they'll leave after a while too. I mean that's the thing that we're hoping, and there may be a guest or two that you don't like too. I don't know. I don't know. So if any of that rankles, not runkles, that's Runkle of the Bailey. If any of that rankles you or ruffles your feathers or whatever, cool. that's the nature of shows. This is just a happy walk through some of this stuff. So if you'll indulge me for just a minute, I'm going to start sending out some links to some people, and then we'll see how it goes. We'll see who shows up. I have no idea if anybody will or everybody will. I don't know if there's going to be, a full chat or an empty chat. It doesn't matter. I'll be here. I'll be here. Let me do this. Where is this one? Where is the group chat that I'm looking for? There it is. Okay, and we'll see. We'll see what's up. I've sent out some. I've sent out some stuff. I don't know if anybody's going to show up. Don't really, like I said, don't care either way. Happy to share some time with friends, but mostly I'm here to spend time with you, the chat, the wonderful, beautiful chat. Almost set. I'm sorry, guys, that I have not been, or that I'm not fully ready for this. Oh my gosh. Did Rumble break the cool little bookmark thing that I had for Rumble chats? Yep, they did. Okay. Well, Stephen Crater, Rumble changed something. And so the little bookmarklet that you created is no longer fully functional. But if you're out there, buddy, what you had made was great. And if you can remake it, it would be wonderful. I don't know if that's up to you. But over on Rumble, Joe Schmo 1 of 3 says the salt must flow. Yes, it must. Yes, it must. Speaking of non-salt, no sodium detected. Welcome to my good friend, Uncivil Law.
What's up?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
It's going great.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel good.
Did something happen today?
There was some news, I think. Yeah. It was apparently Narcissism Awareness Day.
Wait, isn't that every day? Like for the narcissist anyway. It's always Narcissism Awareness Day.
Well, now I'm aware.
Well, I'm always aware because, well, narcissism. But yeah, so I assume you've watched the trial.
I did. I watched very much of it. Yes. Yes.
What do you think about the results, man?
Well, I think there's some issues for Johnny Depp for appeal. And I can go into it in some detail depending on your desire. But I'm not sure it's sustainable for the verdict that Amber Heard won. Amber Heard might have some possibilities on the second, third statement. I just really don't see any path forward on the first statement for Amber Heard. And so I think, yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting. The jury, right now we have a net at 8.35 million towards Johnny Depp. And that sounds pretty good to me. She's only worth about 2 million. So, OnlyFans, maybe. I don't know.
The comedy and memes can only dream that OnlyFans.
Also, I found this bourbon recently, Alamo. It's from San Antonio. Yeah. It's actually surprisingly good.
Oh, the Alamo guy watches the show.
Excellent.
Well, he said, I think he said he's going to send a bottle. So,
well, I was surprisingly enjoyed it. I was at Total Wine and they had it available, and it was only like $22 or something like that for the bottle, and it was surprisingly good.
Very cool.
Alamo
I'm looking
guy,
forward to it.
Alamo guy, if you'd like to sponsor my channel, I am available.
Well, we'll see. And like I said, I'm looking forward to trying it out. It's not around here at any store by my house. Doesn't mean it's not in Minnesota, but the stores by my house, it does not exist. So I'm looking forward to checking it out. I'm glad to hear a decent review of it. That's promising.
It was good for the money. I'm not going to oversell it, but I thought it was very good for the money.
So I don't know if we want to. We'll see. We could talk about getting into the appeal stuff, but just on balance, I mean, I think there are potential issues for appeal, but I think the odds of an actual appeal decision overturning anything are really low. That's just my initial read of it. You have jury verdicts here. They seem to be considered. I think I don't. Maybe were you over on Bites' stream for the
vast majority of it? Yes.
Okay. Over on our stream, we came to kind of the conclusion as a group that it seems like the decision for Amber on the statement was maybe a compromise decision. that it came across, especially with the weirdness around the award amount and stuff like that, that maybe they wanted to give Amber Heard something, and so they were just like this one, and threw it off. Um, but but I don't necessarily think that the judgment is incompatible, mutually exclusive, right? That Amber and Johnny could not possibly win exclusive to each other, if you know what I mean. I think you could find the way that the jury found reasonably. I may disagree, but I think it
Yeah,
could be done.
I
And
think
if
it can be done.
yeah, and if it can be done, I think that means that it's going to be hard for an appeals court to touch it. And I didn't see many evidentiary issues, so I'm kind of curious if you saw any of those.
The best I've got is I think the attack for Walterman as an agent is a viable grounds of appeal. My
Yeah,
best
I think so too.
my best read of the relevant law in Virginia seems to strongly tell me that attorneys are not agents, because in order to be agents, you have to be an employee, and the case law seems to strongly support that they're independent contractors, not employees. Now, what the judge seemed to be trying to do in the trial course, as best as I can determine what she was going for, is that because this wasn't just a one-time gig for this particular lawyer, because he worked for Johnny Depp for a number of years over a number of issues, this somehow transforms him from some sort of independent contractor status into employee status. But I don't
Right.
think that analysis really quite works. So for that reason, I think there's grounds for appeal on that legal basis.
Yeah, and the way I see this working, I don't think independent of Amber's appeal that Johnny would bother. But if she appeals, I think a cross appeal is warranted.
Yeah.
And so that makes some sense that he would attack that. I do think there wasn't sufficient factual basis in the record to establish that he was an agent, um, and certainly no just de facto agency.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Because
and
the
if
scope of the
I'll,
agency is also completely undefined because you can't get it from him. So
right,
everything, so there's, the line between inference and speculation, but I tend to agree with you that you're over the line.
yeah, and so yeah, without being able to, or without having definition of what the agency is, because I can have you be my agent to purchase a piece of art,
Hmm.
right? But
Hmm.
you would not be authorized to issue statements on behalf of me in some other matter.
Hmm.
And while Waldman may have been Johnny Depp's attorney, even may have been Johnny Depp's attorney in the in the matter of dealing with Amber Heard in whatever capacity, that doesn't mean he was authorized to give public statements to the media on behalf of Johnny Depp.
Sure.
And since that testimony wasn't elicited, I think there's definitely an issue there. But again, yeah, independent of Amber, I don't think he would appeal that. It would, I would be unmotivated to appeal in his shoes.
I would tend to agree.
Um, but if she's going to appeal
I mean,
anyway,
she already
might
said
as
she's
well.
going to appeal.
Yeah, yeah, and it seems like she would. Maybe someone will talk her out of it.
Yeah, right.
because because it's a terrible plan to just keep dragging this on.
I don't
But
really see how you. I don't see how you attack that first statement. I, you've got republication. It's hard to imagine a more republication than today I published. In terms of adding, endorsement and to a new audience, it's hard to imagine much more. So, what are you going to appeal on?
well, and not only that, that is, I will agree, that is enough. That is sufficient evidence of republication. The statute also contemplates the addition of more information, and her follow-up statement to me, like which the attorneys kind of glossed over what she actually said in that tweet. But I mean, she flat out says what the title of the tweet is about. Hold on. Where is that? Let me find that. Amber Heard tweet about uh WSJ op-ed. Not WSJ. WAPO op-ed. Here we go. So she says, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. about the women who are channeling their rage about violence and inequality into. Whoa.
It's my laptop.
Oh yeah, your mic got weird, but it's fixed now. Um, about the women who are channeling their rage about violence and inequality into political strength, despite the price of coming forward from college campuses to Congress. We're balancing the scales. So I mean, there is all sorts of additional stuff there. There is, and the other part of the statue was it intended to reach a new audience, right, or expand the
Which
audience?
seems like a gimme.
It yeah, it seems like a gimme. One, because she's publishing it on her thing rather than in the Washington Post, but also just adding that bit here. Come read this thing. Here's the thing that I did. Come read it for these reasons.
Yep.
That tells me that the republication is a sufficient addition to whatever was published before. So, I mean, I I think she's got troubles on that republication thing.
Yeah. So I can't really find any grounds on the sort of the law there. And then all you're left with after that point is some sort of combination of clear error or abuse of discretion, which even if you can find it, and good luck with that, you still have to show that it mattered, which
Yeah.
no. But
Who
I
the
think I think with Waldman's statements you have issues because I don't think there's enough difference between the statement and the pleaded truth for it to be material. I don't think that while knowledge of the principle can flow to the agent, I don't think it goes the other way around. So I'm not
right.
sure how you prove actual malice by Johnny Depp. And Waldman certainly didn't have it based on his level of research. And also, as I mentioned, the agency issues, scope of agency, and also the fact that he can't be an agent. So yeah, there's 4 grounds of appeal I see right there. So I can start working on the brief anytime. I'm still admitted in Virginia. Hire me.
Who the shit is Stephanie?
Don't worry. She wasn't. She didn't mean you. She
Oh,
confused me.
okay. Okay, because I saw something on our thing, and then I saw something in the
Yeah.
chat about a Stephanie, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. So
No,
okay,
no.
if I'm supposed to ignore it, then it is consider it ignored.
You're good.
My brain is half fried on this thing.
No, we're all
Well,
fried a little bit. It's 7 weeks in.
so one of the things that I've found great today is that I managed to I don't know how. I shit on the ACLU the other day, which there are not enough beds
No.
awaiting a squatting Amber Heard to
Yeah.
capture enough shit that needs to be slung at the ACLU.
People were trying to get me to sign the petition to get her removed as the ambassador. I want to find the other petition the other way around. I want her to stay as ambassador forever.
You want her? Yeah, exactly.
Where's the counter petition? I'll sign that.
She should absolutely represent domestic violence. That would be great. But yeah, so I have angered some old friends. They are very mad that I would dare talk about the ACLU, and they are having a little bit of a meltdown over this case. It's very funny. Because they just don't seem to think that you can defame someone. They believe that you cannot do it. It's amazing to me.
What?
Kurt. Well, you know who I'm talking about, right? Like the people around the Vic case.
Yeah.
The law Twitter people. They are not happy that this verdict exists.
They don't believe in the concept of defamation?
No. And I don't ever know like how immersed people got into the Vic stuff, but these people had made statements that it was actually impossible to sustain an action for defamation as a public figure in the modern era, just due to how how hard it is to prove actual malice, which it is hard to show actual malice. That is a difficult thing. But they went so far as to suggest that it was not a possibility. And so the fact that it got before a jury and then they found actual malice is baffling to them that this could possibly happen. And
actual malice for this is actually gimme, which makes it funny because normally actual malice is borderline impossible. But for Amber Heard, it's actually the easiest element to find because the abuse either did or didn't happen to her. She would have necessarily been there or not. So she would have to know or not. So it's a gimme element. It's like I'm well beyond clear and convincing. It's a mathematical certainty.
Well, and see, that's the this was an argument that a very similar argument that I raised during the Vic stuff was that if it's a he said, she said, and some of the statements at issue in the Vic case are he said, she said.
Mm-hmm.
If it is, then actual malice is manifestly apparent if you find falsity, because
Right.
the alleged victim, the other party, the two participants to the instance must necessarily know what happened.
Which is an
And so,
aspect of the Vic case that I got wrong in my initial analysis, which I'm not afraid to admit because I like learning things. Right?
yeah,
I got it wrong. So yeah, but I still think the overall problem is whether the Second Amendment is operative or not, which I
right.
guess we'll never find out the answer to. But okay.
Yeah, the Court of Appeals is never going to do it. No, I think that's yeah, I think some of those technical aspects are there, but that's not where certain other people are hanging their hat. But so anyway, just because of things like that, they're out in force, and because I trounced on the ACLU, I don't remember what's happened over the past couple of days. Did I discuss the ACLU thing with you at all?
No.
Okay. Can you give me your take on it? Because here's my take.
Okay.
I did a glimpse through Westlaw,
Mm-hmm.
and I found only one case on point as to the reasonableness of fees in either of these statutes.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, there seems to be an indication that the producer's burden of review is borne by the producer. So while, yes, defrayment of costs is in the statute, review of the documents being produced, that is a cost borne by the producer of the document, not by the requesting party. And it seems to be a large chunk of the Johnny Depp costs, or the costs to the ACLU, are review, either privilege review or just general document review. That's according to their billing statement.
Yeah, because actual production is going to be like 10 cents a page.
Right. And I mean, there could be time for someone to collate stuff, to put it together, to put it onto media that's findable. You know, sure, there's hours. I think the two assistants or whatever, or the litigation analyst and someone else, their fees probably reasonable. They're not doing a legal review of the documents. They're literally gathering, putting them together, and putting them into media.
Mm-hmm.
So that time probably counts. The time of the copious amount of times at the exceedingly high rates of all of the review and privilege review, to me, that seems excessive. And so that was my take, is that Johnny Depp has a colorable argument that he's not liable for all of the fees, for sure, and actually a significant haircut on the fees proposed by the ACLU. But there seem to be people out there who think that is an incorrect legal position. I didn't know if you had any insight on that, because I trust you.
I don't have enough knowledge to have an opinion on it, and so I'll defer on that one.
Well, okay. Then I seem to be the most knowledgeable chap on the entire planet about it. It's not true. That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke to YouTube. But I'll see if I can grab that case and send it to you and have you take a peek at it. But
I mean, I'd just be interested in what the statute actually says. If it actually says that, I'm sold. You know.
Well, the statute doesn't say much of anything. I mean, the statutes are really basic. They say.
So you have one case from the 1800s.
It's not from the 1800s.
When is it from?
2019.
Okay, that works for me.
Yeah.
Is it from the Court of Appeals?
Yeah. It's from Court of Appeals, Westlaw. Here, let me find of New York.
Which Court of Appeals?
Are
we suing under New York law?
Yeah, this action's brought in New York by the ACLU against Johnny Depp had to compel under New York law.
When you say a Court of Appeals, do you mean the highest court in New York? Or do you mean the? Yeah.
Let me see. I think I just mean the appellate level, not the Supreme Court level.
Division. New York names their stuff weird. So this is
Let me find it real quick. Here we go. This is under Rule 3122.
Okay.
And
share on screen.
What?
Share it on screen.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Getting there. Here we go. So this is the joys of Westlaw, ladies and gentlemen. This is what $650 a month gets you. For the low price of $650 a month. The same price is, like a $60,000 automobile. You too can have access to America's premier.
I'm about to lose my
Legal.
Westlaw. Can I have your username and password?
I want them to give us a freaking subscription.
I know.
Sponsor us.
We should. LawTube should definitely get sponsored by Westlaw or Lexus. One, two. I mean, this is bullshit.
Let me see if this is. Okay, here we go. This is it. So this is in a trial. Here's this. I haven't pulled up the full case, but here it is. So this is matter of Kagan. Well, I guess let's pull it up. This is the only case on point. It's a trust case. So
Surrogate's Court of Queen County. That's nothing.
Oh, so that's it though. I mean, this is it. So let's see what their authority is. How about that?
That's a weak ass trial court. That's not even a real trial court.
So the surrogates court held that reasonable legal fees incurred by a non-party in complying with a subpoena may be defrayed by the demanding party. Yes, this is in the statute. The statute says that they shall defray the costs. That's the actual wording. But defray does not mean pay all of. By definition, defray just means pay part of or all of. And objectors were responsible for defraying $40,000 of real estate consultants' attorney's fees. So here we go. So this will be fun. We'll notice something similar. So non-party witness, non-parties Warren Cole and Second Avenue owner LLC moved pursuant to the same rule that the ACLU is moving under, 3122D, to compel respondent Emmy Gabby and Joseph Elganian to defray the reasonable production expenses, including $92,076.04. So a similar figure, Johnny Depp's $86,000 and change, for legal fees incurred in responding to subpoenas Ducis Tecum, and in this and a related proceeding. By decision and order dated April 24th, the motion was denied without prejudice to renewal under proper papers, which would include unredacted invoices setting forth a description of the legal services rendered, blah, 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 with itemization. The non-parties now moved to renew. So they submitted their thing, but they didn't have itemized calculations laid out. The ultimate thing is this is what they requested. They got $40,000. So let me see where we got to this. Okay. In support of the motion, movements have included as exhibit invoices from an electronic discovery vendor that was hired to facilitate the collection, hosting, and production of the records totaling $5,500. Also submitted our copies of invoice for attorney's fees in amounts of $92,076, together with time records annexed. Okay. There's no specific reference to attorney's fees in the statute. Practice commentaries to the rule, while noting the omission of a specific reference to attorney's fees, suggests that the court would be empowered to direct the payment of attorney's fees, particularly where any substantial right of the non-party witnesses involved and representation by an attorney is needed, referring the reader to the commercial division rules and an opinion predating the statute here as authority. While there is a dearth of surrogate court opinions on this issue, other courts, though few in number, have had occasion to opine regarding the ability of non-parties to collect legal fees in such circumstances. In support of their position, move and cite for Nisi Prius decisions, I don't even know what that means, indicating that the production-related expenses of a non-party may include attorney's fees.
Which sounds kind of promising for the ACLU, to be honest.
Well, yeah, could be. But that's what they cited for their support. But the court rules a little bit different here. So, so this has Finkelman. So court in Finkelman, while indicating that reasonable production costs may include legal fees, also stated that, quote, the responding party does bear the costs associated with withholding documents from production due to relevancy or privilege. The responding party, which would be the ACLU in this matter. Are you with me, Kurt?
I'm not sure that 100% squares with the preceding sentence.
What? Why is that? No, so it says they may include attorney's fees, right? It's not shall. And it said that the responding party does not bear the cost. So the ACLU, the ACLU does bear the costs associated with withholding documents from production due to relevancy or privilege. So if they do a document review for relevancy or privilege, that's on them. That's the court in Finkelman. Parklex incidentally comments on the issue in a footnote, citing Finkelman as authority for awarding full compensation to a non-party, including attorney's fees. In Peters, the non-party requested $13,000 for attorney's fees incurred in partially responding to the subpoena and $29,475 in anticipated cost to fully comply. The court awarded $1,480 in attorney's fees, declining to award attorney's fees with respect to time spent conferring with defendant's counsel or determining which documents to withhold on the basis of privilege or relevancy. So,
I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding these, but it seems like half of these are contradicting the other half. It seems like half of them are saying the exact opposite thing. The attorney's fees are authorized, but not, and
they're authorized, but not when the attorney's fees are associated with withholding documents for privilege or relevancy. And this makes sense, right? If you think about it this way, my request is Johnny Depp asking the ACLU, give me every document related to your communications with Amber Heard, right? That's Johnny Depp's production request, hypothetically.
Sure.
And they say, okay, well, we're going to review your broad request of every document and determine if it's relevant or if it's protected by privilege. Johnny Depp doesn't care if it's relevant or protected by privilege. Johnny Depp cares if if you produce the documents requested. So you go through a stack of, in this case, 7,500 documents and narrow it down to 2,000 that you think are relevant and non-privileged, and you produce those. Johnny Depp doesn't care that you reviewed 5,500 additional documents. That was your issue. That's not his issue. He just cares that you gathered the 2,000. I love your confused face.
I am confused. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just not 100% sure I agree that that's what the collection of cases seem to be saying. It seems to be more conflict, but maybe it's late and I'm tired.
I think so, because it pretty clearly says in the only case that it doesn't say this is let's see, Parklex, because they awarded the full attorney's fees. They did that there. But in both of these others, they limit and say you cannot collect for privilege or relevancy review. You don't get to do it.
It strikes me as a slightly odd conclusion, because if I have, let's say there are 80,000 total documents and I produce half of them, I still had to review all of them to know which half to produce. So I can charge you for production of the 40,000. I can charge you for the attorney's fees in reviewing the 40,000. But I can't charge you for any fees relating to the other ones. It seems like an odd conclusion.
I mean, but that's what the case, right? Like, you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because it clearly says that. Declining to award attorney's fees with respect to time spent conferring with defendant's counsel or determining which documents to withhold on the basis of privilege or relevancy.
Are these all surrogacy cases? Because I think they might be, because they mentioned something above about like the dearth of cases in surrogacy courts.
No, I think this, well, let's see what Finkelman is real quick. This is unreported disposition, Supreme Court of Nassau County, New York, on this one.
Okay.
So there we go. I don't know, man. I think the ACLU is due for a big haircut on those fees. Because if you look at their production thing, I don't know if I still have it. Do I still have it pulled up somewhere? No, of course I don't. Wait, maybe I do. One second. One second. Sorry, chat. This is legal research time.
Yeah, this is legal research time.
This is how annoying
and
this
Uncivil
was.
brings everything down by actually trying to consider the proposition.
No, I mean, this is why I'm asking you, though, is because I think it's really important to get this right. And this is what people are saying I'm wrong on. Now, to be fair to the people saying I'm wrong online, which hurts me deeply, they actually haven't checked out my analysis at all. They just say that I'm wrong because I said that the ACLU is garbage. And there's no analysis in that tweet at all.
That's just a straight opinion.
Right.
Yeah,
But
you can't really be wrong, strictly speaking.
it's also objectively correct that the ACLU is garbage. Fucking hell. News search. Hold on. I'll pull this thing up. Barnes was on Megyn Kelly earlier. Oh, good job, Barnes. Is he in the chat? I haven't seen him.
I think Emily D. Baker was on Sky News at one point.
Yes. Yes. I'm just waiting to get invited onto MSNBC so I
think
can
she had
read.
something like 500,000
unbreaded.
live viewers at one point.
Did she get that high? She got, I know she got really high. I can check. We have the technology, Kurt. Did you know you can check this? I know I saw Law and Crime at 3 million, which was nuts. Most live viewers. Yeah, today. Law and Crime had 3.5 million. Emily Baker topped out at 358,000, which is huge.
That's a lot.
Huge. Popcorn Planet had 141,000. So, man,
I think Legal Bites was either at 70 or 80. So she was doing very well today.
Yep, she did great. Party name. On Depp.
Well, my subs have slowed down.
Oh, fucking hell. I don't have the freaking thing. This pisses me off. I'm trying to think where this would be. Somebody had some of the documents on this thing, but I don't know. I don't know if I can find them quickly. But yeah, my point is simply, and people can disagree if they want, but the majority of the reported time was specifically on document review. That was the whole purpose.
Which is logical.
Right. And so if that's the case, I mean, you can expect a massive haircut if the court follows the opinions that we're reading here. Now, the court may not follow those opinions, right? They
Are
don't
we
seem
under
to be,
New York law at all? Because okay.
Yeah, this is so his motion to compel that they're responding to is in New York because the ACLU is in New York.
Okay.
And so their entire analysis is under this 3122D and 3111.
Okay.
As the other one. People keep saying bring on Barnes. Is he here in the chat? I'm going to send him I'll send him a link.
I'd love to have Barnes on. We can move on to less serious topics. Whiskey and women or something. Let's just talk red pill all day long and how these women are finally getting it.
Okay, he is. Look, guys, there's 11,000 people in the chat. I can't see every single message. So
the 11,000 of you would go over to my channel and subscribe. It would be heavily appreciated.
Actually, guys,
Uncivil law.
Uncivil, you're closing in on 100K, aren't you?
I know. It's getting close.
So I got to put you in the chat or in the description.
Just click the link, click the subscribe button, put me over the top. I gave my boss notice today, so that was fun.
Oh, when's the magic moment? When's it all done?
July the 2nd. I gave him a month.
That was generous. You're a generous man, Kurt. Well, let me here we go. In honor of you giving notice, let me pour a little whiskey and may I propose a toast to my friend Kurt. To my friend Kurt. Here we go. To my friend Kurt, Uncivil Law, a man who I met over disagreement, but with a reasoned and reasonable approach, we were able to find all sorts of common ground, which burgeoned into friendship. May that friendship last long into the future. And may you always be a man of integrity.
Thank you, sir. It's appreciated.
Oh, and also for getting the hell out of your job. Cheers.
Yeah. It was long past time.
Hey Barnes, if you hear this, I did send you a link in the Twitters. Feel free to pop on and school us on this New York law.
Got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. If you're having
Okay,
girl
so
problems, I feel bad for you, son. 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. Hit me.
That's from your new rap album.
Mm.
All right, here we go. So a little bit more legal nerdery, and then we're going to get into the salt mining, or I am. You can participate. You can grab a pickaxe if you want. Okay, so upon the court's reading of the statute, case law, commentaries, and various court rules for the commercial parts, and considering the rationale underlying the rule, it says rational. It should have an E on it. Even in published decisions, y'all, the court is of the opinion that legal fees incurred by a non-party conducting e-discovery in complying with a subpoena are potentially reimbursable in surrogates court proceedings. Such legal expenses, however, must be reasonable. Furthermore, in the absence of a prior agreement between the demanding party and the non-party, such fees are subject to the exercise of the court's power to limit or deny them to prevent unreasonable expense or other prejudice on any person as circumstances may present. And here we have the man, Robert Barnes.
Robert Barnes.
How's it going, man?
About to go on vacation. So this is my last night before vacation. So I figured I was just in the chat having a little fun. The Ricada chat is still probably the best live chat alive.
It is. You say probably. I say absolutely.
I did see you were stealing my Pope hat earlier.
Yeah. Someone made this for me back when I was making fun of Ken White. The papal mitre is here.
That's an impressive hat. That is an impressive. That is, yeah. I give you back the Pope the title. You have the hat. I don't have the hat.
It's okay. I've been waiting 2 years for the appropriate time to wear that thing because Ken blocked me so long ago, and I'm like,
Ken,
Ken,
a total prick. He's an arrogant, condescending, overrated lawyer.
He absolutely sucks. I used to really jive on his stuff too, and then I think Trump broke him.
Yeah,
completely.
Yeah.
But
I almost sued him over the Covington kids, by the way, because he said a bunch of shit about the kids.
I have no doubt about that in my mind. Barnes, can you help us out on this ACLU fee request? And am I on the? I don't know how much you've heard, but am I on the right track in thinking ACLU? Yeah. Their request for $86,000 seems to be a bit excessive, and they're probably going to take a pretty big haircut on it.
Yeah, as long as the court isn't nuts and isn't just politically in the pocket of them. I mean, I've dealt with some crazy courts out of New York, but that should be like an $8,000 request, not an $86,000 request.
So you don't think that Johnny Depp should have to pay $799.50 an hour for someone to do a privilege review of documents for their non-party client?
Exactly.
Or for their non-client, I mean.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So where are you going on vacation? That's the real question.
Yeah, where are you headed?
New Orleans.
Excellent.
Ooh.
I thought about going to Europe, but the problem is you can't get back into the States right now without doing testing and crap. And I also didn't want to get stuck in Europe and then change their rules while I'm over there or something.
Yeah, I'm hesitant about leaving the country for anything right now. I have 2 out-of-country trips that I bought, one before COVID and one at the end of COVID. And I'm they're just sitting there waiting for me to go on them. And it's like, well, I don't know if I want to leave yet.
Yeah, exactly.
But
when's the last time you took a vacation, domestically?
An actual vacation? I mean, I'll go a couple days here and there to something with the missus, but a lot of those involve work anyway. But I consider going to a convention or whatever vacation, but I also work. I live stream or I do business networking and stuff there too. Full on vacation. It's been a minute, but this weekend we're going to we're taking the kids to Great Wolf Lodge, which is one of those indoor water parks.
Oh, yeah.
We're staying for several days, and I get to spend a lot of time with the kids just having fun because it's been 7 weeks now of me barely seeing them. So that's going to be a blast.
True. That's true. I assume you got to be looking forward to something more normal.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the engagement and the views and everything that come with the big trials, but just like an attorney at trial, you get real tired after a while, and it's like it's time for this thing to be done. I can only imagine what Depp's team, the people who have been on through both litigations in the UK and here in the States. I mean, when it finished today, they've got some wrap up work to do, but it must have been just such a huge relief to sit down even after closing arguments and just go,
like at least I have to take off at least half the time I was in trial because I'm just exhausted. There's no energy at all because it's just 24/7 nonstop. And this one might not have been as bad in the sense they had a lot of time to prepare and the rest, but a lot was on the line. For Camille, I mean, this was her make or break case. You know what I mean?
She made it. She made it huge.
She did. Credit to her. Really, she's the legal star out of this whole case.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Depp got his reputation back. And when I was on with Megyn Kelly earlier, I was talking about this case should not be seen as a loss by abuse victims. It's just the opposite. We got to get past this gendered definition of abuse. That this is a victory for a victim of abuse who was gaslit into believing that the world would never believe him. And he took it to trial knowing his whole life was going to be put under a microscope and then broadcast to the world. Every little faux pas he ever made, every false accusation that could be rendered would be. And he did it mostly for his own reputation. But in the process, he vindicated people who are victims of abuse coming forward and showing you can get vindication, even if you don't fit some stereotype of who is a victim in an abuse context.
Yeah, I mean, people who want to make this look, I think there are certain elements that are beneficial to men about the case, just necessarily, but I don't think they're legal elements. I think it's awareness. Men can be victims of abuse, and most importantly to me is telling men who are victims of abuse, no, you are actually a victim of abuse, and that's like, get the hell out of that. Don't live in that abusive setup. To me, that's the male implication of the case. Otherwise, this is really just about domestic abuse. And if you remove the gender and you just had party A and party B and had the same exact case, you would be horrified at what was going on with Johnny Depp throughout the whole thing. If you could somehow agender the dialogue that you hear, if it was all delivered by transcript or whatever, and you say, yeah, see if you run to your court and tell them you've been abused, see if they believe you. Like, just insane.
I mean, call you a baby for hitting, for objecting to you being hit. I mean, that's where I thought Camille Vasquez, one of her best points was, if genders were flipped, we'd have no doubts.
Right.
Yes.
And the reality is the jury in the end didn't have any real doubts. They helped Amber on a technicality. I don't see if you've seen the mainstream media headlines. Both sides found responsible for libel. I mean, you couldn't more misstate and misrepresent the real headline. How are you, Runkle?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Hey, are you getting those handguns in Canada before they're all banned by the Castro Trudeau up there?
So I bought one, and right now every handgun basically on the market has been sold.
Wow.
If you go into a gun store, like, their handgun things are empty. One gun store owner that I've talked to before and helped out, he indicated that he actually had to defray people who were going to get into a bidding war. Two people wanted the same gun and were basically shouting numbers at the store clerk. And he's like, we're not doing a bidding war. We're going to do a coin flip. But they were trying to, like, outbid each other by $500 a go. I was like, why didn't you just do
the bidding war? It sounds like great business to me.
Yeah, I don't understand it, but he that's not how he wanted to do business. And
he's Canadian.
That's exactly it. So
let's do this. Everybody get along. Let's have it be random instead.
But I'd been
just sell the upper and lower separately. There you go.
Well, I've been thinking of doing cowboy action shooting, and I can't get a revolver. It's just
what is cowboy action shooting?
Basically, like cowboy style. Often,
I assume you're not shooting real people.
No, but you'll sometimes they'll have like a wagon, and the targets might be like a hanging pot or something. But often you've got little cutouts, and they'll set up sort of a kind of an old-timey role-playing / shooting competition. And it just seems kind of neat to try to get better with a revolver, right, under time pressures. But you normally use 2 revolvers for it, and I don't know where I'd get 2 revolvers right now.
Yeah. And at
Wow.
least when I've ever seen it, they're in period dress, which is always fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I just well, and all of the shooting sports I enjoy are going to die off here with these kinds of restrictions.
Yeah, no
The
doubt.
handgun thing isn't even the worst of it. They're basically saying that they want to limit all magazines that can fit into a rifle to 5 rounds. Well, think of like a Garand.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a problem. And think of, you're allowed 10 in a handgun, but what happens if the fact that your Glock magazine can fit into a pistol caliber carbine? Well,
Right.
Now we've got a problem. The other place where it just gets really stupid is they want to ban all like air guns that look exactly like a firearm that shoot under 500 feet per second, but look exactly like a firearm that shoots over 500 feet per second.
So an airsoft gun.
They
Like
want to ban
a
airsoft.
replica airsoft, yeah.
They want to ban airsoft, basically. But the other thing that's going to be hilarious in sort of a darkly hilarious kind of way is that they're going to ban a ton of air rifles, specifically air rifles that were designed for the Canadian market. And the reason why is that for Canada, previously you didn't need a firearms license for an air rifle that shoots under 500 feet per second. So what does that mean? Well, it means that tons of air rifles were specifically designed to shoot under 500 feet per second. But they're usually adapted from an American model. So the American model probably shoots at like 700 to 1200 feet per second. And the way they adapt it is by putting a little nozzle in it, like a little bleeder valve, which, so that cuts the pressure down, and then it gets you to 490 feet per second. So now those will end up being banned because they shoot at under 500 feet per second, but they look exactly like the American version that shoots over 500 feet per second. So all of these things were specifically designed to be legal in the Canadian market are going to be banned as a result of it. It's just crazy. It's going to, and what it's going to end up doing is it's going to end up putting a lot of people at potential risk of prosecution who have done nothing wrong. They're sitting there going, I had this air rifle, and me and my kids go plinking. We shoot cans with this. And, well, they couldn't certainly mean my air rifle. Well, yeah, they do. And, at that point if somebody's going to jail over this, it's like, is this really what we want as a society, to throw some farmer into jail for teaching his kid how to, to plink with his air rifle? It's ridiculous.
If this all goes through, can we just like take over your country with like a boat oar? Like one guy with a boat oar can just come in and plant in a U.S. flag and we could save you guys? Would that work?
I kind of think so, because it'll be basically the guy with the boat oar against like an angry Canadian with a bucket of maple syrup. And I'd put the money on the boat oar.
Well, I don't know that the Canadian would be all that angry. He'd probably be like, please, just pretend to hit me. I'll go, and fall over. And then you can just say you won. Like, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know what's going on up there.
It's ridiculous. But this government just has a great love of authoritarian aspects. They want to control.
He gets
YouTube.
that from his dad, to be fair.
Well, his
Yeah,
dad
exactly. He's real dead.
Oh, his real dad, yes.
Not Pierre.
I see where you're going with this.
The other dad. Okay, real quick. So since I have astute legal minds here, I'm asking you to assess this statement. This is a comment made by an attorney, and this is in relation to Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Attorney or attorney with quotation marks?
No, this is a barred attorney in a state in the United States. Whether a statement is capable of defamatory meaning is typically a legal question for the judge, and the judge here just said, shrug, let's have the jury decide.
Was capable of it on some level, yes. That's a legal question.
Yeah,
It's
whether it's a
whether-
fact statement or opinion statement, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, whether a reasonable juror could determine it to be defamatory is the relevant question. So they're pretending the judge gets to be the gatekeeper of facts when the judge doesn't. The judge gets to determine as a matter of law whether a reasonable juror could conclude a particular statement has a defamatory capacity. But whether in fact it did is a jury question.
Right.
The only court question is could this statement be is it possible to be verified as factual and as false by a jury? That's could it, not should it, not does it, just could it. And clearly, I mean, now, I do think I don't know whether she can assign a legal malpractice claim, but maybe even against the ACLU, but definitely against the lawyer who advised her. Because if she had chosen her words better, she might have been able to get out of a jury trial. But she used the word representative. Bad word, bad choice.
Yeah, she also used she also specified the time.
Yes.
Right?
That was a big problem.
She shouldn't have done either one. She should have just said, in the past, I've become the poster girl of domestic violence in the court of public opinion. Something like that, which is just about that fact would be true. It has nothing to do with whether or not the abuse happened. And I think that's what they were trying to get at, but it isn't what she said.
Yeah, if she would have just said, I stood up against domestic violence.
Right.
Like,
yeah. Just generic. And she has some caveats in that first paragraph, like why they didn't take the defense of saying the sexual violence reference is to the first paragraph, not to Johnny Depp. I mean, I think it's because she just wanted to smear Depp one more time. She decided to go there.
I mean, they tried, I think, in trial to elicit that might have been related to childhood or other events, but it was very weak.
It's in the first paragraph. When I read the opinion at first, I didn't think that reference was actually to Johnny Depp. Mm-hmm. So I was like, okay, they have an argument there, but she dictated this level of response.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And at the end of the day, any defense that required words out of her mouth was not going to go well. I mean, she lied repeatedly. There's not really a way around it.
Absolutely. And once her credibility became the centerpiece of the trial, the case was lost for her. But with any reasonable jury, and I think maybe one or two jurors might have been holdouts, why it took a little while. But I think any reasonable jury, this was always the verdict to be. In some betting markets, for Johnny Depp to win was an underdog as of yesterday. He was trading like 38-39 for just for a liability verdict.
Oh man, I wish I knew about that action.
Got in on that one, yeah.
I put it out to my sports picks board, so any of those folks got some cash.
Yeah, I mean, I had this thing going into today, picked at a clean sweep on the three statements. There was some dispute. What was interesting was, so Nate made up a mock jury form, and people polled people on several live streams, and came to the opposite conclusion that I would have thought. I thought that the weakest statement for Amber Heard was the sexual violence statement, because the jury just because a juror could say, well, she didn't write it though. I agree fully that under the law and under the facts, she republished the statement, but I could see some juror going, yeah, but she didn't really write it, and I don't really feel like holding her accountable for that. And I don't know that a tweet is enough. I would disagree with that juror, but I could see a juror doing that. But what was interesting was the jury polling that happened in the live streams all said that one was like a sure deal on defamation. And it was the other two statements that were suspect. And I'm like, well, the other two statements are clearly statements she wrote, clearly about Johnny Depp. And to me, they clearly conveyed defamatory meaning in the broader context of the piece about Johnny Depp. I think in a vacuum, they're hard statements to prove, but in the scope of how the piece is presented with the context surrounding it, like, and her specifically laying out the timeline, I don't see how you could conclude anything other than, and combined with the testimony of Richard Marks, who said this was a piece worded and targeted to the industry to say, you failed to act on this thing. And then they saw it and they did act. And I think that, that tracks with the timeline. It was compelling testimony. I think with those facts, I would find it hard for a jury to say anything other than that those were defamatory.
And especially the moral narrative was overwhelming. I mean, everybody knew by the end of that trial who was the abuser and who wasn't. Yeah. And that's really what questions 2 and 3 went to. In question 1, she hung herself on that one. because
yeah.
when she decided to add a sexual abuse allegation and then say she wrote the article to get at Johnny because she got rattled at times on cross and would add too much. For folks out there, always be careful about. I always tell people it's not the Army, so you don't have to volunteer witnesses. So keep your mouth shut. Don't add, because chances are you're going to add something that hurts you. And she did that over and over and over.
Yep.
Either her lawyers are really quite mediocre, subpar, or she ran the case and ran it into the ground. It's always possible you have both.
There was
Well,
so many indications she was running the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, it is certainly possible that there's both, but I did a video looking at this one moment at this mirror, and Elaine starts asking her a question, and she says, Elaine asks her, "What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?" And she says, "Nothing." And Elaine goes, and she starts asking the follow-up question, and she stops, and then she backpedals, and I'm going, that is a moment where she just said something on the stand that was not the same thing she said in the office.
She didn't want to go home and get slapped by Amber Heard.
Well, I actually give Elaine a lot of credit for that moment, because being able to get out of, my client has just changed the story without the jury being like, without them catching on, was really good.
That's true.
But I mean, the problem is she's really spotty. Some of her work was really good, and some of her work was just so awful. That close was so
opening
bad.
was bad, close was bad. I mean, when you get a label cat lady, you're not doing well. Just being honest.
Yeah. Oh, it was whatever Elaine's possible merits. If after watching this trial, there's no way in hell I would hire her.
Great.
I would be tempted to potentially hire Rottenborn. I think he did a competent enough job. The rest of the council on Heard's side, I couldn't. I mean, the two other guys seemed so timid and nervous at the podium. I'm like, what are you guys doing? You don't seem ready for this at all, and you certainly don't seem to be ready to do this in front of 2 million people.
Yeah, really.
But
the other credit to Camille, Camille's not one of these big high-end law school people. Your best trial lawyers rarely come from high-end law schools, and she was testament to that again.
Oh, I saw someone, all they posted was Camille's, her face and her alma mater. And then, Rottenborn, his face and his alma mater. He went to Stanford or something. I mean, he's like the number 2 law school in the country by rating or whatever. And she went to like an unranked law school. And it doesn't matter when you're in the scrap. Like that's,
and people from those, they come from more ordinary walks of life. They're more everyday. They're more accessible. They're better trial lawyers. I mean, in my experience, the better trial lawyers come from the Brooklyns, come from the Southwesterns, come from those kind of places, much more so often than they come from the Harvards and the Yales and the University of Virginias and Stanfords and all that jazz.
Yeah, which is why it blew my mind to see two attorneys from my spotty past criticizing Camille Vasquez's cross of Amber Heard, saying that it was a terrible job, and they were baffled that everybody was praising it. And I'm like, I mean, okay, I don't know what you're watching, but it's
pretty fucking great.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought she could. There's always areas of improvement. There's no such thing as a perfect cross.
For us watching from the sideline,
it's pretty fucking good.
She was by far the best lawyer in that courtroom. There really wasn't much comparison. Rottenborn at times had shine. Chow, the other guys had, some. She was by far the best. There was a reason why she shined. Yeah, I think I saw a meme of her as the new replacement for Amber Heard and Aquaman.
Yeah. Well, the thing with that,
she followed all the basic rules of cross-examination to a T.
Yeah.
And her tone control is unbelievable.
Yeah,
and she never asked the one question too many.
Like Amber Heard, that's going to go off and off. That was very, very good.
Oh yeah,
and she just stuck, and her tone was good. It can be tricky for particularly a woman attorney because of the stereotypes that exist to do the right tone. She nailed the tone very.
Never got shrill.
It was soft while being firm. And
it was almost maternal.
So control.
Quit being a lion ho. Quit being a lion ho. Quit being a lion ho. It was good.
Miss Heard,
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to answer the question. Oh, I love the moment where she says, "I know you want to talk to the jury, Miss Heard, but I'm actually asking you the questions, and I need you to answer the question I asked." It's like, oh, yeah, she let you build that the whole time through both cross examinations that she did, and then she just buried her with it at the end, and I was like, mwah.
You know, as witnesses go, I think there's always a debate about whether a witness should look at the jury, and it goes back and forth. Johnny did it masterfully. He didn't do it too much, but he did it just enough. Amber Heard did it way too much.
Well,
and she did it in a really off-putting way, because one of the things she kept doing is she'd look to the jury with like this "I'm searching for sympathy" kind of expression, and I was watching the jury just being unwilling to meet her eye or gaze, except for one juror who just stared her down. And it wasn't like "oh, I'm sympathetic." It was like, "Come here, we'll do this." And I was just thinking, this is a real bad sign when nobody's willing to meet her. But she'd be sitting there like trying to manipulate the jury, and I think it was really obvious to them. And
the difference between them was and why I think Johnny Depp was so good at engaging the jury, as you're talking about, Barnes, is manifest when you watch them enter and exit the courtroom, and how Johnny Depp will stop on his way in. First, he'll turn back and wave to the crowd who's gathered outside and smile at them and stuff. But then as he walks up to the sheriff's deputies or whoever, the bailiffs, I don't know whoever's manning the courthouse, and he'll address by looking in the eye each one of them, good morning, hello, and he'll actually spend just a second, and it's like a second longer than you would expect. It's not a pass through. No. And I think he seems like the kind of guy, based on how everybody testified about how he is, that he has a genuine appreciation of people who are in his vicinity and presence. So the reason he's probably good at just addressing the jury the right amount is because he was actually addressing everybody in the room as individuals the whole time, which means he's mitigating the time that he's spending addressing the jury. Whereas Amber Heard has something to gain from the jury. And you can see her when she comes into court a lot of the times at the beginning, until people started making videos about it, she'd just breeze past the bailiffs, wouldn't even say hi to anybody. She'd just go in. And then eventually she was like, hi, and walk through. And then eventually she's like hugging her counsel and stuff when she arrives. But that was all a manufactured act. She had something to gain from the public attention. When she wasn't thinking about the public eye, she was just moved past. These people aren't around. Classic histrionics. I'm the important person in the room. And I think that manifested on the jury when I have something to get from you. I'm going to focus my attention at you. Whereas Johnny's engaging everyone around, and including the guy asking him questions, his own counsel, the judge. You see him look over at the judge quite a bit and actually have some sort of interactivity with her, not speaking directly to her most of the time, but just an expression here or there, looking towards the gallery. I mean, he's engaging an audience. He's used to doing it. and that skill paid off for him, in my opinion.
And in my experience, those high-end actors, like even Gary Busey was this way. Gary Busey, I said it was weird. Like at an emotional level, the way he can read and communicate emotionally is elite. And then when he starts talking about something, it's like you're talking to a 5-year-old. I mean, that was Gary was like, what the hell is the wildest? I once made a reference to the Snipes case, and he thought, oh, this is a good time to start telling Polish and racist jokes. I was like, yes, no, that was not my transition there.
It's Gary. Always a good time to tell Polish and racist jokes.
Yeah, exactly. But the dynamic of being able to those really high, and Johnny, I thought I was only watching it from a distance, but you could just feel there was the way people would, when it was time to laugh, people would laugh when Johnny wanted them to laugh. I mean, that I was like, okay, he's on the same wavelength as what's happening energy-wise, emotionally in that jury pool. And you're right, he's sincerely nice to everybody in the courtroom. She has to pretend because she's just not. She's a mean bitch.
He's got tremendous dynamism. Like he's a presence when he walks in the room. And when he sort of, when he's addressing the crowd and sort of gives people a wave, you feel that he's waving at you. Like, he's really good at that.
Yeah.
You could
Those
just
high-end performers that what else is
oh
Bill Clinton and actually Donald Trump are both that way.
Oh yeah.
They walk into the room, it's like they own the room. I remember
Yeah.
Trump made Steve Wynn look like, he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he made him look like a dwarf, just energy-wise. Just because I was like, man, I even tried to watch how he walked. I was like, I got to figure out how to do this. So he can just walk in and boom, owns the room. And Depp was communicating that. That was probably driving Heard even more crazy.
She hated it. But see, it's a counterbalance, because you could see that Depp's willingness to engage everybody is what brought him so many leeches. I mean, he's just feeding these social parasites constantly.
That homeless shelter at the top of his penthouse.
Yeah, the homeless shelter up there, and then the actual financial parasites of business partners who are just burning him down, who are giving his money to everybody without his consent, allegedly. All of this stuff is happening, and he's Johnny. He's there for everyone, and I think that's there. You see that with some celebrities where they always have a crew and posse, and it's like if there's not like someone there with a broom sweeping out the riffraff, they'll just get bled out.
Yeah, just seal those penthouses shut and fumigate.
Nice.
I mean, it was those witnesses were really off-putting. The only one of them that actually had any sort of charisma at all was the what was his name? Josh Drew. And like I got crap on Twitter for saying, like, listen, this guy's revived their case, and it was because they brought in all of these parasites who were so creepy, and this was the only person who actually felt like you might be able to sit down and not have a beer with the guy, but you might not leave if he sat next to you at the bar and just to be there.
Compared to like Johnny's witnesses, like the British butler right out of casting, the great
who
Scottish
works for
security
the
guard.
freaking Queen, the British butler who works for the Queen of England.
And he looked the part. Sounded the part, all of it. And then I still love this the Scottish security guys. Like, well, either a door walked into him or he walked into a door. But those kind of and you could sense that these people had true affection for Johnny. You didn't get any witness that sounded like they had true affection for Amber.
And one of the opening witnesses is Isaac Baruch, of course, who's like the most likable human on the planet. Even Amber Heard is laughing as this guy is testifying against her, because like, how could you hang out with that guy and not laugh? I mean, he just has that energy. And it's like, that's the only guy that I can understand Johnny supporting out of the rest of them. The rest of them all seem terrible. And tellingly, even Josh Drews, who I agree with you, Runkle, he seemed to be the only guy you could maybe tolerate talking to for a little bit. But notice what happened when the money left. He wasn't friends with Amber anymore at all. Like, get peace. He's there with Whitney and with Rocky and Amber and everything. And then, the money's gone. The gravy train's over. And then suddenly he can't be even asked to come into court. None of these people could. They're all just so busy with their very important lives of doing what? They couldn't, you couldn't come in. But the reality is none of them wanted to. They didn't like Amber Heard. And you got the idea that I got the idea of two things. One, that Amber Heard is, histrionic personality and borderline personality. Those people are easy to get along with if you never have to interact with them for a prolonged or deep encounter. And then, so she's off-putting to them when they live near her. And then the second part is that all of those people are just parasitic. And when the blood source is gone, the tick unlatches and moves to the next spot. And these people all just moved away. It's like, I want to know where they're all living now. What their actual life situations are like. Have they found another person to just mooch off of?
Well, I think like the brunette. What was she? She was not a life coach. Was that it?
Yeah.
Wait, the yoga sex therapist chick?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to take. I'm gonna find a way to sign up for her stupid class because it's a phone call thing and stream it.
Excellent.
I'm pretty sure in Minnesota I can record that conversation. We're a one-party state, so unless there's a specific privacy agreement in the terms, then That's going to be good stuff.
Just calling from California. You have to watch out for that. But
No, if I record it while I'm in Minnesota, it's fine. It's where the recording's made.
California might disagree with you. There's some case law on point.
Wait, there's case law that
it depends on the
California-
contract and the other agreement. California always tries to claim jurisdiction over the whole country.
Yeah.
They keep losing these cases because they did. They had to pay a big, huge refund class action case recently because they were taxing people on income that wasn't related to California.
Yes, I remember that case with the guy who moved to Nevada and they chased him forever. That was fun.
They're trying to do a wealth tax and go back 10 years. I got out of
Yeah.
there before then, thank God.
Oh God, what a
They'll go back
disaster
20
that
just
is.
for you.
Yeah,
Nick,
exactly.
you'd have to come over to Canada and then call from Canada because we're single party.
There you go.
And then, California's going to have a real hard time exerting jurisdiction over, Alberta.
Yeah.
So this is a friend of mine, and his reaction to the verdict.
I know. Best friend of yours.
is, we have had so many, like the amount of time I've spent talking to this friend in Twitter DMs is astronomical. And it was fruitful conversation, we'll say. So this is Ronald Toye III. So here's him, just a compilation of remarks about what happened today. He was not happy, I don't think, with the verdict. He says, "You think she made defamatory remarks talking about what she experienced? Did her witnesses lie?"
Yes.
And imagine
Yes, they did.
significant quantities of vocal fry and upspeak on every sentence that Ronald Toye III says. Okay. Where was he named in the article he sued over? This was when she said my husband 2 years ago, and in all of the emails. This was a lawsuit designed to strike back at the Me Too movement. This was disgusting, and the lawyers involved should be ashamed.
Oh,
I mean, it's amazing that somebody
he's heard of the legal process, right?
Oh, the other problem with all this is if I was on the Me Too feminist side, I would drop this case. Do I want Amber Heard to be my symbol of my movement? No. I would
No,
ignore
I do-
Amber Heard, move on to the next one. Keep it Harvey Weinstein, keep it that world. Don't make the mistake. You're killing the Me Too movement by making Amber Heard the poster girl of your movement.
No,
Because
this is why I was objecting, because people on my stream were circulating a petition to have Amber Heard removed as ACLU ambassador. I'm like, I don't think so. Where's the counter petition? I want her to stay as ACLU ambassador forever.
how do they
Let's
keep
promote her.
The
Promote her to
ACLU
queen
has
of
got to
ACLU.
be- It's been
Let us stay.
sad. It's
They
just
keep
they-
doubling down on that too. Like,
Yeah, they're terrible. I mean, they're first of all, regardless of the legality of the fee request, that they didn't have a tea leaf reader going, "Hey guys, maybe we should eat this one," is
Yeah.
beyond me. Like, what are you doing? You're anchoring yourself to the fastest sinking ship in the waters, and you're doing it 3 days before the jury verdict on this. Why are you filing this? Why are you pursuing this? It's bad PR.
Just get Amber Heard to pay it. She already owes you.
Yeah, she'll pledge it. It'll be fine.
Speaking of which, my understanding of I've looked this in the past. I don't think because if he was determined to be a private figure, then she could bankrupt this out because mere negligence would be enough.
Mhm.
But because he's not, he's a public figure. They had to find actual malice.
yep.
I don't think there's been a specific defamation bankruptcy case go through, but analogous cases, and definitely in the Ninth Circuit, and mostly the Fifth Circuit and other courts that have dealt with it, she can't bankrupt out of this. She's stuck with this verdict.
Rob at Law and Lumber just went through that, and basically that was his conclusion, is that she's stuck with this, which is hilarious.
I say-
it's a forever.
Could he
I
bring a
say
motion
sell
to
it.
compel specific performance? She has to open up an OnlyFans account in order to help pay off the verdict.
Yeah. I say sell it $1 million at a time to the 8 meanest collection agencies you can find and have chase to the end of the earth.
Oh
Well,
man,
think
just
about-
give me $1 million of it, and I will pursue that, ruthlessly.
In
Show
child
me-
support cases, if the guy can't get a job, they jail him. They say, "Here's your ability to pay. You better go do it." She's got an ability to pay. There's some strip clubs that will pay her. I mean, there's some other places that will pay her. I mean,
I'll throw her a $5 just for the hilarity of it.
oh sure.
Hey.
I mean, the hate base is probably, if you're Amber Heard's future marketing, I mean, sure, she's going to try to go this route, try to get as
Yeah.
many people to make her still the woke symbol and all that jazz. But otherwise, more realistically, you almost have to play into the hate in order to build a marketing niche.
Yeah, that's. I mean, her public relations team, David the Grab Ass Shane, dude. If you are not advising her to immediately monetize and consolidate the few supporters she has left, you're selling her to the wolves, and you will stop getting paid. I mean, she needs to, because let's be real, she has a small amount of support compared to Johnny Depp, but she has enough support to probably sustain a decent living if she plays it right. And I think you're absolutely right. Play into the heel of it. Persist with the victim narrative, speak out on women's issues as an independent, because no way Me Too touches her. She's toxic for years after this to any sort of official movement, but she could she could do it herself and be an independent commentator and probably clean up some money. And that'd be great. And then the best part about that is Johnny Depp, using post-judgment discovery, could then depose her every time she gets a paycheck. And if I were him, I would depose her and then release it. The video every 3 months. Here you go. Here's the new thing. Tell me how much you made at Arby's today.
They still have female wrestlers. She could be the hated WWE character.
You're there.
Yeah, there we go. Here's the next one from Ron Toye. This trial was the biggest load of crap, and the fact the jury got this wrong is laughable. I hope she appeals. I hope she appeals, but her lawyers failed her. The legal system failed her. If that fat, disgusting ball of alcohol addicted thinks this makes him look better, it doesn't. Oh, to be this objectively incorrect is hilarious to me.
Well, that's the other thing. Reporters now, I guess I started retweeting out some of these journalists who were repeating the libel against Johnny Depp. I was pointing out this probably is not well advised at the moment.
Yeah.
They apparently went through and started deleting it, their tweets. But I was like, what idiot is going to go out there and say he abused her with this verdict? I mean, he can sue any of those people. I mean, he just proved it. It's a mistake for the media to try to double down. You could present an opinion. You could present what her argument is. You can't say a statement like, no, he's an abuser, because that was false. Just because they got away with it in the UK, that was a one-off with a questionable judge in the Me Too panic area. This verdict showed you're not going to get away with it again. It's time to lay off and move in a different direction if you're the media.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what the legal posture on that is with the UK verdict in play. It's a very interesting legal analysis to my mind.
Well,
the main
problem
was that statement at that time, that what the newspaper knew at that time, that's one thing. But now that there's been this verdict and evidence that's come out, then they're put on a different standard. So like when the UK printed that, they could say, we had this, we had this, we had this. Now it's like it's a moving scale. In other words, at a certain point, it becomes you're put on notice to a degree that it's actual malice within the United States. Or it becomes negligent in other jurisdictions.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that now he has a verdict like this. It is high risk to continue to double down on the statements that she was just found liable for.
Yeah, the ultimate question comes down to damages as a major element of the defamation claim. If you either have to have a per se defamatory statement, and so saying Johnny Depp's an abuser is, I think, maybe should be per se defamatory, but I don't know if it actually is, because it's not a specific criminal act.
Some of them are using more aggressive language even than that.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where they're, if I were them, I would be careful. I wouldn't rush into.
I mean, it's just a silly posture in general right now. The first of all, everybody disagrees with you who watched this trial, and then a whole bunch of other people who didn't even watch the trial also disagree with you. And the amount of people who think this is cute or coy, what you've done, is low. It's not a lot of people going, yeah, that guy's a scumbag. He won on a technicality. I mean, Johnny Depp won in the public forum long before this verdict came out. And so to try and run that is politically silly, in my opinion. But that's one of the problems. Here's the last one from him. Wrong. It's an absolutely disgusting attempt to silence Just because abuse can be mutual doesn't mean she lied in speaking up. This trial was disgusting, and anyone who thinks this wasn't bad for survivors, they need to think again. Johnny Depp is a pathetic fat old man.
Oh, it's incredible about all this is, I mean, I've represented victims of domestic violence, domestic abuse for over 20 years, almost all of them for free. He was clearly the classic victim of domestic abuse. So the idea that a survivor winning a big verdict against his abuser is somehow bad for survivors is just nonsense. It's an attempt to limit domestic abuse by gender. They're the same group of people, by the way, that say gender doesn't even exist. And that's always been wrong, and it's always been a flaw in the system. The system has to recognize abuse for what it is. It's its own animal. It's not based on patriarchy or feminist theory or any of that garbage. It's based on psychologically disturbed individuals behaving in a pattern of conduct, which Amber Heard has done before, and I'm sure she'll do again. I think it was Jack Posobiec pointed out, the person who made the false accusation in the Duke case, I guess is now in prison because she knifed somebody 4 or 5 years later. I mean, that you got to wonder where, what's the probability Amber Heard is back in trouble within 5 years? The Lindsay Lohan rule. You got to think the odds are high.
Oh, and especially as the money runs out.
Well, I mean, how much of Amber Heard? This was an interesting point that got played with slightly at trial, but seems to be eminently true, even if it wasn't explicitly done in the way people would normally think, is that Amber's career is owed to Johnny Depp. And so you have two sort of instances here. You either have Amber Heard being directly benefited by Johnny Depp saying, hey, maybe you can cast her in this role, or, helping out with the Australia thing that he mentioned for Aquaman or for Justice League. Those are big. But just the idea that a studio that casts Amber Heard has a direct link to Johnny Depp and might be currying a little bit of good favor with him for casting his significant other is a reality. I mean, that it's a business opportunity cost that you might take, because your next script might call for a Johnny Depp. And if you say, hey, we worked with Amber, you were there on set, we met, we hung out, had drinks, I think we could put together a real good production. It's an indie film, so, we're not going to give you AAA rates, but we know you do these art projects, and Johnny Depp seems like the kind of guy who might put himself into a lot of projects that he, just due to his nature. So, I mean, there's a real benefit to casting Amber Heard just by her association with him. That's gone. And the other question is how much trouble Johnny Depp, with his insulated lifestyle of private security and other people buying you drugs, is now gone from Amber Heard as well. I mean, she's not going to be living in a gated LA, penthouse that requires a key from a manager to go up an elevator, where the cops have minutes of time from when they enter the building to when they get to your door for you to deal with whatever. And you probably have notice that they're coming. And again, having armed private security to deal with all this stuff and private drivers, all that stuff is gone unless she can pay for it. And I doubt it.
I wish it were true, but I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to be very disappointed. I don't think her career is going to fall as far as you might suggest. I think, she's still going to find work, and I'm going to be very sad.
There's some work. There's some work she can find.
I don't know about her finding work, because right now everyone in Hollywood is kind of skittish about Me Too allegations, and especially false Me Too allegations. Nobody's going to want to
she's
be
not
in
going
a
to get traditional work. I mean, the kind of work she could get is, for the other kind of film industry.
One of the big problems with Amber Heard, and this might actually be unfair to her, but it's the pendulum problem of the way Me Too works, is that whenever someone who has been Me Too'd has a business prospect, a given number of people, and it depends on the scale of the Me Tooing and the popularity and all that stuff, but a given number of people will harass and hound whoever is giving the work. They'll get emails, they'll get whatever. The bigger the person or the bigger the case, the more that they get. The crazy thing is 30 emails, which is not that many when you really think about it, but 30 emails will cancel people out of a lot of projects. and these companies that have no time, like a producer has no time to deal with it. If they know that they cast Amber Heard right now and they're going to get 10,000 emails saying cancel her, that their literal entire email inbox will be compromised the next day. You know what? There's another blonde next to her, and I'll just pick that one. That's the real issue that she's facing. I mean, whether or not like the actual Hollywood people care about, you know, the statements themselves, I think some might, but I think largely like these people deal with literal scumbags constantly, but those scumbags make them millions of dollars. So who
They're
cares?
marketable. She's not marketable anymore, not to a mainstream audience.
Yeah, but if it's and if it's this case where I'm going to have to do extra work for this person who's not probably going to, like, doesn't have a track record of bringing money into a production. Like Mira, okay, is an okay role, but Mira was not putting asses in seats for Aquaman 1 or Justice League or and won't be for Aquaman 2 because her role's, you know, completely basically cut out of it. Like
Plus,
I know they
need to get rid of her completely at this point, man. Geez.
Yeah. Well, and as Mark Grobert mentioned, you know, he's out in Hollywood. You know, for women actresses, unless you're a unique actress, the mold she was in is something that was going to be tough for her once she hit a certain age anyway. And now she's, you know, radioactive. I don't see anybody in Hollywood giving her a gig.
You have to. It's again for society. No, it's not fair. But as a female actress,
it's what's marketable. They're in the money making business, not the money losing business.
Exactly. You have
the final lifetime.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, you have a window, and it's up until you're about, you know, 30 to 35 years old. You can run on hotness alone, and do really, really lucrative work and legitimate work that is just based on attractiveness, sex appeal, and you can run with it. And the savvy female actresses will make that transition into they'll use that opportunity that they've got in the network that they've built to get very good at acting for the rest of the career, where those roles have to matter, where you have to bring something to the table more than just your looks, because you know, there's another 25-year-old who's way hotter than you now, literally right there and there and there and there and there, sitting in the hallway. They all look exactly like you, but better. And so,
and I've got a couch right over here.
Right.
Seems to be empty. You know.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, just watch the trial. Johnny Depp performed masterfully as how he should be as a witness. He reminded everybody just how good and skilled he is. She couldn't cry when her life literally depended on it. Her future depended on it.
Well, I mean, if we're going to criticize Johnny Depp, he wasn't so great on the redirect on the.
Well, that was always a gamble. Nick and I discussed that, the gamble of putting him back up. That ultimately it's probably a wash. But I
don't think it was devastating, but it definitely didn't have the same charm.
But my concern was when you did well the first time, I don't like putting a witness back up. I get the idea of, you know, the emotional power of the close. I just thought it was more risk than reward. And he didn't do great in that. And I didn't think it's tough for any witness to go up there and do it again. It's just a rare witness that can pull the magic a second time.
And especially if he was watching social media, because we have a tendency, and you notice this with anyone with a repeat role in anything, specifically actors. And my best example of this is Lawrence Fishburne in The Matrix. Everybody loved Morpheus in The Matrix 1. Great character, extremely well acted, a masterful performance. The Matrix 2, he exaggerated all of the things that people liked about Morpheus and got rid of any subtlety and nuance that was left in the character, and he became a caricature. And I think Johnny Depp, if he looked at his performance on the stand the first time, reviewed it, looked at social media and all the clips that everybody liked, oh, these great moments, he's making fun of Rottenborn, and then he tried to do that again, it comes across a little bit differently because he's maybe playing it up too much.
And remember what he himself said. He said he never watches himself in a role. And that's because it helps him perform the next time. Even when he was redoing the role in the Pirates of the Caribbean, he hadn't watched the last one, didn't get unduly attached to anything, and could do the next one well. But I once was on a elevator with Lawrence Fishburne, and the elderly little lady in front of me kept calling him Samuel Jackson. And he handed it.
That's rough.
Did he
The,
just smile at her?
He
or
did. He was just
okay.
smiled. He's nice because she was a little old lady. It's a bit like a different person, different demographic.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it would have been irritable, but he just smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliments."
Oh,
The
man.
other thing that was really funny is when the acting coach was talking about how one of her deficits was that she can't cry like actual tears when she's faking it. And
That's amazing.
I watched jurors, like 4 jurors at once, just their pad of paper comes up and they start writing, and I'm going, they spotted that. They like that was a moment that they
And that's
were
probably I'm guessing that Johnny Depp's team was observing that as well, and that's probably the only reason that specific line didn't come up on close. Because if it were me, I would have just maybe had like a remixed diss track of that lady saying that with like she can't cry, no tears, like just over and over, just playing behind me during close the entire time.
Do you
But
think that will ever happen in trials? Like, I'm curious how much
Just
will
meme?
trials ever catch up to demonstratives that we do in the real world? Like, if we were presenting this on like a video 2-hour close, we do a totally
TikToks in court.
oh,
yeah, like do a real video movie kind of production for close. I mean,
okay.
there's theoretically it's ethical to do. You can do
Yeah.
demonstratives and so on and so forth. But the technology law is always 10 years behind the technology in the world. But do you think that will ever happen in the courtroom?
I'll give it a
I've
try.
seen Idiocracy. Yes, it will.
I actually also bet that they would have loved to play that audio again. Camille actually asked, "Can we play the audio from the depositions?"
Oh, that's right. Yes, they weren't in evidence.
Yeah, so it's like that's not evidence. You can't do it. So, because otherwise, yeah, that would just be a line, especially if you could actually pull. Because the other thing, then Camille says, "Well, all of the other stuff was recorded. We've got all these cameras." And if the judge had gone along with that, I would have just been like, she can't cry. And then like, here's a montage of Amber Heard failing to cry. Like,
boys don't cry.
That might be a good Ricada clip.
Yeah.
But here's a legitimate question. Okay, so how they pulled Johnny Depp back to the stand, not as effective as advertised. Hindsight being 2020, knowing how Oscarati would rule on those video depositions and in-court footage. What about pulling Johnny Depp back to the stand, asking specific questions about all of the clips that you want to use? You were present for this video deposition playing in court, were you not? Yes. Can you tell me about this thing and explain this piece of it? What is your understanding of this? Authenticate it, move that clip into evidence, save it for close. Trial footage. You were here for this, right? You were here present this day, weren't you? Is this video clip an accurate representation of what was going on in the courtroom at this time?
I'm not sure you can do that.
Why not?
I don't know. It's like too meta, maybe.
I don't know. I'm curious.
Yeah,
somebody's got to try it. Somebody's got to try.
Yeah, no. I mean, well, I've seen it many times, different versions of that. They put up witnesses solely for the purpose of getting in certain evidence, solely to make it in the closing argument.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
So,
the question is, would a judge allow you to meta do it through existing trial footage of the
I'll put it this
trial?
way: they let the government get away with all kinds of stuff, so that's my standard. I mean, the government gets to put up these charts that weren't even in evidence; they're demonstratives, and they get to use them, and they make your client look guilty as the Dickens because they show, hey, look, the money went from here, and then from here, and then from here, and then from here. I was like, you guys didn't introduce that chart; that wasn't in there. But and they get a lot of wide berth there, and I'm like, well, why can't we do that creatively using visuals, using sound, integrate it and blend it in?
Yeah, no, it's again, the crazy thing about this is with social media, you have a double-edged sword because you have just this massive pool of people who might be watching or are watching, which means you have the coolest, quickest crowdsourcing of information available on the planet. Everybody can see something that you miss and put it out there. I mean, I didn't even hear Amber say that I stepped on a bee thing, and it became like the most popular freaking meme. And I was sitting here watching the whole time, but I kind of, you zone out from time to time because this thing is long. And so I'm like, who cares about a fucking bee? Why is everybody talking about a bee? And then I finally watched it. I'm like, oh, that was bad. That looks terrible.
Well, and I thought there'd be even more of it. I don't know how much they did it in this trial, but crowdsourcing these live trials, I think, could be a great use of for any lawyer, because you have limited resources, and you're
Yeah.
going to have all this crowdsourcing ideas that are going to be great for asking questions, certain topics, certain highlights, certain focal points that you just can't catch them all as an individual lawyer. That I think that's something else that people can learn from this trial. Other lawyers is, if you're in a trial that happens to be videotaped, that's followed by a decent number of people, follow what's working and what's not in crowdsourcing in live time. It's like you have both a whole team of investigators for you, but they're free and they're on the internet. And you also have a kind of a jury pool testing out what worked, what didn't, what hit, what didn't, what's a weakness, what isn't. And I think that's an underutilized aspect in the new social media trial world for specific kinds of trials, obviously.
Real quick, to a whole bunch of people have asked me as I've been covering all sorts of stuff throughout the years, I'm an IT guy and I'm interested in law and this stuff. What can I make? What kind of thing do legal professionals need? What Barnes is talking about right now and crowdsourcing that stuff, the problem with it, this is the other edge of the sword that I was talking about, is you get this massive deluge of information when people know that there's an open communication. So if you can develop machine learning software that will collate similar things, rank it by popularity, prevalence, and importance, and organize like in whatever influx of information. I don't know if you do it through email or through Reddit, Discord, whatever, but developing a machine learning software that will rank and put import and allow someone to just quickly sift through things based on the volume of that thing coming in. That could be really, really valuable, especially for small boutique firms that would look to, typically have to outsource that stuff anyway. But if they could buy a piece of software that'll do it for them and allow them to direct attention and minimize other expense, that could be extremely valuable.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially in these kind of trials. And well, I don't think we're likely to have another Johnny Depp level intensity of interest in the near short term. I mean, basically, this was OJ level.
Yeah.
And OJ probably would have been even bigger in the social media world. Now, Michael Jackson probably would have matched it, but they didn't videotape the trial. So that's why that didn't get it got attention, but couldn't get anywhere near it. But I think
Cosby's civil case is coming up. That's going to be, I don't think it'll get to Johnny Depp level, but I think just the salacious nature of it combined with it being
what you've highlighted is there's a lot of natural interest in trials when they're presented in a particular manner. Because, I mean, Court TV had a whole brand on this for a long time. And there was a range of reasons why Court TV sort of fell apart for a while. It's now kind of back. But the what's missing is this kind of direct access. There's participation because of chat, right? That allows them to be part of the conversation, part of the communication, part of the interactiveness of it. Part of what Joe Rogan lost when he went to Spotify. I think that aspect with live commentary that's knowledgeable enough about the law to be informative and accessible, I think that this is here to stay. And I think there's going to be more interest in trials than there has been in the past because of this new technology.
Well, it's true crime. I mean, it is harnessing the popularity of true crime, but it's present. True crime tends to be past cases. They're cases that are resolved because you need to deliver the story in a true crime podcast. Yeah, I have to take into 1 to 3 hours and I have to tell you about how this person grew up, how they got to the murdering phase of their life and how it resolved. How did their case resolve? Are they dead? Are they going to be dead? Are they is there a pending appeal or something? But you need the story arc to complete. This is like that, but the arc is happening in real time and you get to participate in it. It's a level of interactive entertainment in a way that wasn't previously possible. But the live chat and a phone makes it so you can do this. You can participate in these trials anywhere on earth. I mean, you're at the dentist, you got a one AirPod in and you're listening to the trial thing and the other side's, in your mouth and okay. you can do whatever you want. It's amazing that how all of these things are coming together, and it allows for us to get into a courtroom and bring the world into it in a new way. The real danger is that judges will get skittish. I think this is actually a great example of a trial where judges can look at this and go, you know what? This is bigger than any case I'm going to manage. And they dealt with it, and things went relatively smoothly. I mean, very little craziness happening in the courtroom. We didn't even have doxing of jurors or anything like in Potter and Chauvin.
Which is
any
weird
of those
because
threats.
It would have been real easy.
Yeah.
Like
But
the jurors
there's-
were just wandering around.
But there's not the animus and the venom involved in like the anti-cop Black Lives Matter movements. I mean, the majority, again, like all things, the majority of people involved in these movements are normal people who are like, I agree with this concept or idea, whatever. But the true believers, in many of these cases, have tried to leverage power and threat over all levels of persons, from citizens all the way up through governors and mayors of towns. I mean, that was the weird attorneys with the guns out in the lawn in Missouri, was it?
That was weird.
That existed because they were marching on the mayor's house in that gated community. I mean, the intent of the crowd was to pressure the mayor and the I can't remember their names, the whatever they are. They ended up just as an incidental story because they took the headline. The fact that the crowd was going to the mayor's house kind of gets memory hold. But I mean, they're fully willing. And we see it with the Supreme Court on the abortion issue. I mean, these people are willing to stand outside a Supreme Court justice's house, which, by the way, is a direct violation of the law. The law may be unconstitutional, but it's at least written there, and you can be arrested and serve a lot of hardship for some unconstitutional laws until they get rectified. People are willing to do it anyway. In civil trials, I just don't think it's not the same in a case like this. So it was pretty interesting to see, though, because what you talked about, Rob and DUI guy all talked about, was that the jurors were just milling about all over the place.
Well, you remember the one day where I had to keep like leave it.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I have to drop off the stream here because this juror keeps like walking closer to me.
Yep.
It was just bizarre. And there was that one day, I wasn't there for this one, but this woman brought her baby in and was like, Johnny, this is your baby,
But that's about it.
Well, I mean, the problem is that you can really easily run into a situation where those two things combine to get some crazy person going up to a juror and being like, hey, you have to give Johnny all this money because
you have to give Johnny my baby because it's his.
But that was because he used Johnny Depp rather than the trial itself. That was just the reality of celebrity stuff. It's just the nature of the animal. So I assume no Johnny Depp lookalike showed up. Like in Snipes, we had two lookalikes show up pretending to be Wesley Snipes outside the courtroom.
Was it Samuel L. Jackson and Lawrence Fishburne?
No, it wasn't.
I'm going to sign off for now. I'm pretty tired. I'm going to get some sleep, but I've really enjoyed hanging with you guys.
All right, buddy. Have a good night.
Right,
I noticed you left after my extremely racist joke.
Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, right.
See you, man. Have a good night. Okay, guys, I know there's a whole mess of super chats. I'm gonna read them.
Sure.
I'm in for the duration, but there's one more thread I want to cover on Twitter about this, because this is a little bit of that salt mine action. This one's actually got a lot of traction, and I think it's, there are important questions that are being addressed all over this thing, and let's see if we can find any in here. So this is from Cat Tenbarge. I don't know who this is. Tech and culture reporter at NBC News. So nobody. Got it. For people who have been studying the misinformation campaign around the Depp versus Heard trial, well, we're off to a promising start. The verdict is chilling. The success of Depp's redemption arc narrative reveals a lot about our social media platforms and ourselves. A thread of things I learned during Depp v. Heard. This is 25,000 likes. I mean, this is a huge tweet when you really break it down. I mean, that's media literacy around this trial was abhorrent. I agree. Media literacy was.
Yes.
Social media literacy was actually pretty strong. This is the best. Most people, even if they say they did not watch the trial. They watched TikToks and YouTube videos, most of which were biased for a clear economic purpose. That's not the same thing.
Hey, Kat, I didn't see you in that lineup. You could sleep on some concrete.
That's an interesting angle they're going to start to pursue. They're going to say everybody did this. They're on Johnny Depp's side because that's where the monetization was. That's where the super chat. That's why not because the evidence was overwhelmingly this way. I mean, Viva and I talked about this back when it was the UK case. It was like this was a joke of a justice response. Anybody that studied this case knew she was a liar and the abuser. It didn't take. I have a lot of background in it, but you didn't have to have a lot of background in it to know it. I mean, you could just look at the evidence and it was overwhelming in one direction, but that's going to be their spin. Oh, so why is there this whole crowdsourced response that's against us, the institutional gatekeepers narrative that exposed it as a fraud for the last 6 years? Oh, it's because they were out for money. Not these people who lie all the time for clickbait. No, not these media people. But it's these other people. That money corrupted them, so they couldn't see with clarity that our lies somehow were true.
We could easily levy the criticism back at Kat Tenbarge and NBC News that you ran with this story from 2018 in a manner favorable to Amber Heard, because that's the wind that you believed was blowing in the right direction, and seemingly the whole country did on Me Too. I mean, I've said multiple times, if this case happened in 2018, I think Johnny Depp very likely loses the case,
in Fairfax County. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the Me Too was peaking in 2018. It was a terrifying force to behold. We've had 4 years and a whole lot of perspective because we've had a presidential election that, frankly, blackpilled a whole bunch of people. We've had critical race theory and gender identity issues thrust into schools, and parents and regular people are going, wait, this isn't the type of stuff I signed up for. You've got, then you had COVID and masks and forcing people to do things that they never thought, even if they agreed, they never thought they should be forced to do any of this stuff. And suddenly they watched the media be complicit in all of these things that bothered them. And now things like Me Too, those aren't as important to them anymore. They don't have that oomph because, wait a minute, liberty, essential liberty, my ability to go to a grocery store to get food is at risk. I wasn't able to, not me. I had a stash of toilet paper already because I had the Amazon order thing and we had accidentally loaded up. But people are out there going, man, I had to go pay $8 for an individual roll of toilet paper if I could find one. And I might have to fight an Asian lady for it. Like the way that what happened to the US between 2018 and now has dampened Me Too because no one thinks it's that important in light of everything else. So here we go. But you're absolutely right. Of course, no one could have been on Johnny Depp's side. It's just that's where the money is. What economic purpose? Well, follow the money. By the way, a friend of mine got a request from a media personality today asking to, they're doing a piece on the super chat function and creators' interesting uses of it. What?
Oh, that's
so hit piece on Nick Rekieta incoming.
It's not a legal creator. It's not a legal creator because they're not going to ask the legal creators about it. They're going to ask other people to develop sound bites for their hit piece on the legal creators who, honesty is critical in all this. Anybody who covered this, even in one live stream, made a disproportionately high amount of money versus any other time that you do YouTube. That's the reality of how much public interest is generated. And we all appreciate every single dollar. Of course, it's wonderful, but that's what happened. And so they're going to utilize that. and say that we're all motivated by money rather than just incidentally ending up on the thing, and that is bad for public discourse will be the follow-up conclusion. And they'll try, the push will be, a Mediaite article. Mediaite, who owns that? Dan fucking Abrams. Well, there will be a Mediaite article, a Washington Post opinion piece, an LA Times opinion piece about how maybe YouTube should consider limiting super chats on controversial matters of public concern.
Oh
And
God.
it's coming.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
coming.
Last time I debated, Dan Abrams was on Russiagate, and he was trying to tell me Alpha Bank was a big deal. He still owes me an apology for that after the Sussman trial, regardless of the verdict. What it was clear was that was always garbage. But you're right. Because they partially gatekeeped here. They learned from the Rittenhouse case. Okay, we'll manipulate the algorithm so that Law and Crime and NBC and these people are the ones who are getting pushed and promoted. Now they're going to have a problem trying to take out Emily Baker because she stays away from politics. She just does cultural commentary. So I'll be curious. They'll probably
she made a literal fortune on it, though. So,
oh yeah, I mean, yes, I mean that's the thing is they're not going to like. It'll be easier for them to hit you than her. But you're right. I mean, this case was made for Emily Baker. I mean, she designed a niche about celebrity, TV, law, where that intersects. She's mostly done a good job of avoiding politics. Behavior panels done the same thing. They try to avoid politics so that people can see their commentary otherwise. But you're right that the existence of this as a cultural influential platform, as particularly legal commentators driving traffic away from the gatekeepers, is going to drive them insane, and that's what this reveals.
Yep, it's gonna be a full-on push. And just to be clear, guys, I am so happy that Emily Baker made an absolute fortune on this.
Yeah.
Like
she's part of this thing. I mean, I think your point all the way through has been the genius of quote unquote LawTube is not an organized thing or whatever. I did like that you have to do a contract to release a photo. I mean that's kind of
it is funny.
LawTube can't work as an organization, but that the genius of it is getting independent of the gatekeepers. That the reason for what we want everyone to do well who's independent is that promotes independence from the mainstream media narrative control over this.
Yep. And the whole thing, again, we're not getting into the drama in general, but so many people from long before any of the officially recognized drama manifested, there was an underlying narrative of drama between me, Legal Bites, Emily Baker, or other people and us. And the reality is anyone who had the time and opportunity to live stream this could, if they wanted to. There's no gatekeeping amongst us. And we were all happy to let anybody do whatever they wanted to do because we're all independent. And there wasn't drama, but people wanted there to be, or they just perceived that there must be. We love, or well, I'll speak for me. I love success. I love when the people I hate are successful, because if someone else wants their thing, I'm more concerned about the people who want to buy their thing than the person selling it. So go be successful is great. So when I talk about that, like Emily made a fortune or Legal Bites had just some killer numbers on her live streams, know that's said in admiration and respect for these people, because this is just what we all do. I mean,
it also blazes the path. And there was a lot more people that are competent, capable, that have a distinct, unique legal intake or commentary intake. The umbrella guy, people like that will break free from the gatekeeper institutional narrative because they see, hey, I can make a living doing this. And that, so the more success for more people, the better that we take down the institutional gatekeepers.
It was really interesting because if you look at the social media game or the PR game on this, Amber's team was basically going, we're preparing these press releases for the conventional media. And of course they love like a prepackaged story. It's just, along with the narrative, because it's
also because they're lazy. They can just cut and paste it.
Absolutely. It's the reason why you'll see like a press release and then the news story for the press release is the same thing. That drives me mad. But Meanwhile, you've got the Depp team who's just reaching out to these independent creators going, we're not giving you a prepackaged narrative. Here's a bunch of information, and you guys can dig through this and share it. And, because they knew they had the truth on their side, so they could do that, right? It's a strategy that only works if that information is going to actually help you. And, they're actually cleaning house. The Depp team is cleaning house with that and has been, because when people actually get the real information through sources that they can, trust over time, it beats the hell out of these prepackaged media stories.
Well, if this trial had not been televised and you didn't have independent commentators and independent people be able to use social media platforms to independently communicate, imagine what the media narrative about this trial would have been.
Yeah, well, they're still running it. They're running it in spite of it. They're like, no, just don't believe what you saw. It was actually bad.
I don't actually have to imagine it, because we've had this here in Canada. There was a trial, the Ghomeshi trial, and I don't know, what Ghomeshi did or didn't do, but I know that at the trial, there were several women accusing him of very serious allegations, and they were all found to have lied on the stand and conspired with each other to basically fake up a good story. And so the case fell apart because of all of this. And so everybody thinks that Ghomeshi, has to have been guilty. And I'm like, he was never convicted. The evidence against him was a bunch of people who fabricated their stories. And it actually went so far as there was such public outrage about him getting acquitted that they actually changed the law to make it more difficult for somebody in his situation to defend himself, by basically making it so that it's you have to bring this application if you want to use prior communications with the complainant in these sexual files, so that basically you have to tip them off about all the things you'd cross-examine them about. It's messed up. A little bit of sunshine in that case, a little bit of people being able to see what was going on, might have actually stopped our politicians from having to change this. Because if Depp had happened in Canada, we would be seeing right now the mainstream media would be the only voice out there, and they'd be sitting there going, okay, well, it's such a tragedy that he's been, that he won on this one. How do we change the law so that never happens?
Yep. And when I think about it, we did see a real life example of this, the UK trial. It was not televised, and they were allowed to spin that, and the judge went along with it. And arguably the judge went along with it in part because of the institutional media coverage going in one direction.
Yeah, and that's the goal. That they've been the gatekeepers. They like being the gatekeepers. But one of the things I've talked about for years now, and I'll briefly restate it: the democratization of news and news consumption is actually the re-democratization of news. At the founding of this country, major metropolitan areas would have had several dozens and dozens of newspapers, and all of those newspapers, as the primary sort of means of communication, or of mass communication, were handed out even regionally in a city, because you just sometimes the people selling them were kids walking around selling papers. They couldn't always get that far away from the distribution center. So with that, what you had was people buying specific publications that they trusted, not based on some idea that the publication was this neutral arbiter and some stalwart force in the world. That came out of this as the people who rose to the top and eventually squished out the competition were able to have mass distribution when it was available. And that's why you have, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, LA Times. They're the ones who won. New York Post, though, as I believe the New York Post is the paper founded by Hamilton, so pretty old publication there. But tons of New York papers are gone and will forever be lost. But people knew that these things were biased rags, for lack of a better word, but they trusted the source and they knew the bias. So it was okay. That's what we're doing now. We're just going back to how media has been done and how news distribution has been done for all of time, except for about a 70-year period. in the well, probably about a 110-year period in the world. There's like 1 century where news was done in this very consolidated way with just a couple news wires and some major players reprinting things. And now we're going away from that, and it's re-democratizing into what it looked like for all the rest of human history. That's a good thing. They're terrified of it because their entire business model relies on this faux gravitas of, oh, well, we're CNN. We were very important in 1963. It's like, oh, okay, but you're not now. No one trusts you anymore because now there's someone else who can get their voice out. And his name is Jerry Bob 07. And I know that this guy has been autistically covering this, probably because he likes smelling Amber Heard. But he's been autistically covering this for years. And it's shocking. Everything he said about it is actually coming true. He built up credibility, and you guys have none with me. So I don't care that you were important when Carter was president. This guy's important now on this issue that I care about. And that's what the media is supposed to be.
Absolutely. I mean, it's how the American Revolution happened. You know, ordinary pamphleteers, one of them named Thomas Paine, could have their pamphlets distributed across all the taverns. Even for the people who couldn't read, they would read the pamphlets to people in the taverns, and it was the centerpiece of the Sons of Liberty and the other American revolutionary groups that brought about the Great American Revolution. And they've been trying to suppress that ever since.
Yep. Someone in chat just said, what happens with the 100 million countersuit of Heard? Was it the one she won 2 million? Or are we going to have another suit this year? No, that was where she got the 2 million award. And I don't know, Barnes.
That was only because the lawyer flipped around the timing of the sequence of events. I'll give the jury credit. That makes the jury look very thorough and diligent. They're like, well, that statement the lawyer got wrong on this little part, and we'll give her a little bit of money. Though it wouldn't surprise me if whenever jurors talk that was a compromise. That's they're like, okay, we'll give her this over here, so you guys will shut up and give us what we think is right.
Well, I think combined with the fact that they didn't fill out a dollar amount on one of the things, the theory that we kind of came up with on the panel here was that they awarded Amber a Pyrrhic victory with a no money award. They just didn't fill it out. And then when they had to go back, the holdout who they compromised with was like, okay, fellas, I can keep us here for a long time, or we can do this quick. And they said, what's the number? And they got to 2 million, in about 7 minutes. And then they came back out. That was the theory here. I don't know what anyone else's theory was.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Just the length of time, a lot of juror questions are usually the jurors arguing with each other. And it just struck me that, and honestly, if this wasn't Fairfax County, this would have been a much quicker, complete Johnny Depp verdict.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is Fairfax County is Washington, D.C. The fact that Johnny Depp won at the onset of the case before any testimony is a miracle that he won this case. Yeah. But it's great. Hey, what's up?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Pretty good, man. How you been?
I'm doing okay. I heard Fairfax County a lot.
Well, it's kind of relevant to the topic. But yeah, welcome to it. We were just discussing the on my panel today. We kind of came to the conclusion that there was that the award for Amber Heard was the product of a compromise verdict. And then we hypothesized or theorized that the blank that they left on the sheet was actually the blank on the Amber Heard award amount, that they were just going to say, Amber Heard, she wins something. She wins this point of truth. And then when they went back, the judge sends them back and says, you got to have a number. The holdout that they compromised with basically said, okay, well, if you guys want to go home, let's put some dollars behind it, and got up to 2 million. And then they got there. But I don't know if you have a different theory.
I had a different theory when it came out, because when it came out, Judge Ascarati said, you have to put something in the compensatory. And the fact that she referenced the compensatory damages provision here made me think that maybe they had something in punitive, but there was 0 in compensatory, and you need at least $1 in compensatory to get to punitive.
Sure.
On the Johnny Depp one. So if they had thrown, for example, Johnny Depp didn't lose any money, $0, but then they threw 15 million in punitive.
The other possibilities they could have put 0 punitive for her.
True.
And not put anything in the compensatory for whatever reason. And
Both
then went
are right.
back. Now, my understanding is you agree with me on my bankruptcy, that she can't bankrupt her way out of this.
Yeah, but one caveat. I got off my live stream and my law partner had texted me, remember to talk about the legal fees. She can't discharge the actual claim, either the punitive, that's clearly non-dischargeable, and then the defamation, non-dischargeable. Now, there's not a whole lot of circuit court federal law on this one. And honestly, it's a bunch of district courts viewing it. And honestly, they don't really have a lot that go to straight judgment. A lot of them are default judgments. So basically, the analysis is, look, they found actual malice at the state court level. You don't get to relitigate that here. So boom, done, non-dischargeable. But the caveat is people were asking about what about the attorney's fees that she owes for her own attorneys? Those are dischargeable. She can discharge those. So she can file bankruptcy, which, and I had thought about this more and more. It's smart for her to file Chapter 11. And basically,
they've got to have insisted on payment in advance.
It doesn't matter. Even if it's payment in advance, unless it's a normal contractual payment. So for example, if she pays anything more than $600 to a single creditor in the 90 days prior to filing, that payment itself is automatically clawed back. It's part of the estate.
Right.
So period. End of story.
And you know that I wouldn't trust her to not have squirreled around with the money. And the risk that she's committed fraud in this context is probably high.
Now,
given who she is.
Yeah. So the question would be is if she's paying legal fees, if an entity is paying legal fees on her behalf, that would change the calculus, right? Like if she used her, for example, her business entity to pay legal fees, I don't know, as a necessary, because actors use a lending company is what they call it. So they organize an organization and then they lend the time of the actor to a company. So could you pay the legal fees out of that LLC and say it's a necessary business expense, cost of litigation? Would that be a way to do that?
So here's the fun part about it. When you file bankruptcy, the estate is formed and you have the entire bankruptcy estate. Now the trustee steps in and the trustee basically steps into the shoes of the debtor.
Right.
So every right that the debtor has. So if Amber Heard had a contract that says, if I call a $5,000 payment, you have to pay that. The trustee can make that same call and say, you have to pay that. If someone owes Amber Heard money, the trustee can come in and say, you owe the estate money. I get that money. If she owns a company, which they all operate under LLCs, but the LLCs are controlled by them.
Right.
If she has a controlling interest, the trustee now has that controlling interest and can liquidate whatever they need to, can sell the company, can liquidate all those assets, and those now become part of the bankruptcy estate.
Okay. Well, very, very interesting possibility that the trial costs at least would be exempt from the estate through the clawback, or exempt from bankruptcy through the clawback provision. But any prior, anything outside of that 90-day window, she would have likely already paid, right? Like, I mean,
yeah,
that's the presumption.
It can go up to a year for insider payments. So if she's paying her sister,
right,
up to 1 year prior to that, so every dollar she gave to her sister, that's a judgment against her sister.
Sure.
Every dollar she gave to her publicist.
So I'm just going to note that the sister came in the day Whitney was testifying. She came in dressed really nicely. So I'm betting that came out of Amber's money. I think it'd be hilarious if she's got to repay that outfit cost.
Well, she didn't today. Today, she looked like a guy going to his kid's basketball game. I don't know what Whitney Heard was wearing, that long sleeve, boring, basic sweater. It was like... It might as well have had an emblem on the, on the chest. It was very weird outfit, considering Amber Heard was dressed. Well, I mean, she was dressed in that dress that she always wears for these events. But
so people had asked why, InfoWars could file for bankruptcy. It's because the plaintiff successfully got the judges in Texas to say that they were private persons and not public figures, and so negligence applied. Mm-hmm. They didn't think about the consequence of that when they got it.
Yep. You need the actual malice standard.
And no matter what anybody thinks about Alex Jones and his statements, whether they're defamatory or not, what you have to understand is the level of animus around Alex Jones and Newtown, Connecticut. he did not. I will take this to my grave. He did not get a fair trial and could not in state court. That should have been a federal court issue. And the fact that some of it went back to Connecticut and some of it went back to Texas was an absolute travesty of justice. Now, it could have gone to federal court and they could have found it defamatory or whatever, but having any of those cases in Connecticut is insane.
Yeah, in state court, he tried to get it to federal court. They brought bogus diversity jurisdiction grounds. Federal court.
It was amazing. Can I explain briefly the diversity jurisdiction grounds of Alex Jones? Jones.
They added a defendant who's a Connecticut defendant to defeat diversity. It was clear, and you're not allowed to do that. It's manipulation of the diversity jurisdiction. But the federal court basically politically didn't want to touch it.
The defendant that they added, this is the critical part. The defendant that they added was the guy who drove the car of the guy that Alex Jones interviewed.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly. And by the way, they ultimately dismissed him. And then the court still said it wasn't. I was like, this is ridiculous. The court systems have failed in Alex Jones's case. And the reason why they went after Alex Jones is for the same reason they're going to go after everybody that's an independent content creator. They didn't like people breaking through the institutional narrative. And he was an easier target than going after the more popular people, but they're always going to use him as a template to go after everybody else.
And if you have personal distaste for Alex Jones, that's fine. You can find his statements very objectionable. I'm not here to argue the merits of what he said, but understand that Alex Jones is the canary in every independent creator's coal mine, because they will test on the most extreme what they will try to use on everybody else. And what they have, the unpersoning from the payment systems, the unpersonings from Patreon, from YouTube, from Twitter, Facebook, the uniform but totally not coordinated unpersoning of Alex Jones from social media. That's the test case. And then the next person they do it to is someone that I personally don't find very likable. Someone like a Nick Fuentes. He's the next person. But then the next person is a Ben Shapiro. It goes like that. Extreme, not so extreme, kind of normie. And then you're like, wait, you're going after Matt Walsh. The guy just has kind of lukewarm takes on conservative families. What are you after him for? But that's how they do it. So that's why I think that people like Alex Jones are important to talk about, because they are the canaries for people like us.
Now, what do you think? Like, what will you do if they do get YouTube to crack down on independent content creators and say, okay, we're not going to monetize these trials. We're not going to. What happens in that?
Look,
what do you do?
Let's be honest. If YouTube is a diplomatically smart and savvy business entity, which the jury's out on that fact, but they have a massive push towards cornering the live stream market right now. If you notice, they're trying to make YouTube a lot more like Twitch. And for all of the big streams on YouTube, Twitch laughs at YouTube numbers on live streams frequently. You'll have 300,000 to 1 million people on Twitch live streams with non-events happening, just certain creators. It's still the live streaming mecca. But that being said, YouTube wants a piece of that pudding. And so what'll happen is, if there is a push to remove super chats, what you're going to find is some exclusivity contracts on niche creators. Say, okay, you can't monetize through super chat, but you know what? Maybe we want to have that trial broadcast on here, and we'll give you an exclusivity. You don't broadcast anywhere else. You don't go to Twitch. You don't go to Facebook. You put all your clips here on YouTube, and we'll give you X amount of dollars to cover this, these high profile things. I think that's the next step if they do that. The smarter move for YouTube, though, is to stick with the organic grassroots sort of style and just tell people to pound sand or let it blow over. Because in 5 months, no one's going to care, if it takes that long, about the monetization policies of YouTube on public trials until the next major case that they have a vested media interest in. So,
well, I think I need to turn in. I'm starting to fade here. So,
all right, man.
Great chat. Thank you for having me on again, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, buddy. Get some
You're
sleep,
welcome.
and we'll talk to you soon. Good luck with your Canadian tyranny.
Oh man,
I always wish you the best.
I've got to do several videos on this. I've got I literally have like 50 emails today from this with gun stores and people going, what do I do? It's a tire fire, but I'll sort we'll have to see what we can do, which is hopefully this government passes at some point, but like a stone. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later.
Well, man, have some lambus bread and get some rest. See you soon.
See ya.
For me, the elf memes will never get old. Okay. I want to finish out this thread real quick. So this is that Cat 10 barge we were talking about, and this is the exact topic we're discussing. What economic purpose? Follow the money. Most of the viral content around the trial fell into a dichotomy of Johnny Good, Amber Bad. As long as your content fit the narrative, it could increase your views, audience, and earnings. The flaw in thinking here is that is driven by, or that is driving the motivation of the content creator, rather than if an overwhelming majority of people are fitting into the narrative of Johnny Good, Amber Bad, the higher likelihood is that the creator similarly fits into that narrative. Like if 90% of people are on Johnny Depp's side and 10% of people are on Amber Heard's side, you have a 9 out of 10 chance that the creator is on Johnny Depp's side too. So these don't follow. These are correlative things she's talking about. Posting from a pro Amber or even neutral position means you will lose followers. That's not actually true necessarily. There's no incentive to consider both sides. As a result, Amber's evidence has been largely ignored. Let's be very clear on this, though. There's no incentive or necessity to consider both sides of any issue ever when it's an evidentiary question.
Yeah, I remember I had this debate with a corporate lawyer when I was a clerk for a corporate law firm, second year after law school. And he was saying, hey, maybe next time you can argue the other side. And it was, I didn't think there was a morally good argument to the other side. And I was like, okay, yeah, maybe next time we can debate Hitler was good after all. And I was like, at some point, the evidence points to one direction, and there's a moral narrative, and there's a right side, and there's a wrong side, and that's the reality. And what they can't deal with is the reality is different than the one they tried to spin. So they have to say everybody else is motivated by monetization, not the entire clickbait media. And that must be the explanation, not that just the masses who watch this and witness this saw what both the legal, evidentiary, and moral truth was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to put myself in the shoes of Pol Pot at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
And just say, I wouldn't have killed 2 million Cambodians, and I'm not sure I need to understand his perspective on why. Like that, yeah. That's an okay thing to do. And in this case, it became apparent pretty early for a lot of people that Amber Heard's narrative was crumbling immediately. And so like this idea that they weren't, it's also a misnomer to say they weren't willing to consider the evidence. Many people considered the evidence and just found it extremely lacking. And you can say that's due to bias, and maybe that's true. Maybe it's not true, but it's not that they didn't consider it. It's just that they did consider it. That's what they're actually scared of, is that people considered it and came to the other conclusion.
Well, yeah, and half the people they're disparaging here are people that basically came into it on Amber's side. Like the people that came into it literally believing everything they had read. They came in, they said Johnny Depp was a villain, he was terrible, Amber Heard was this victim, and then halfway through that trial, the narrative's flipped. I mean, it's crazy. And to say this means that people can't actually form an intelligent opinion. It's absolutely asinine. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and here is this follow-up. Many people who consume this trial don't even know that Amber has evidence or that a UK judge ruled in her favor. No, they didn't. For 12 out of 14 incidents of abuse she testified to with evidence. They didn't rule in her favor. They ruled in the UK Sun's favor. They were not. The interesting thing about a defamatory publication is that what they're ruling on is the UK Sun's reliance on the stories of Amber Heard in justifying their publication, not in whether or not those things actually occurred or not.
Yeah, it wasn't required. And at the time, it was also a ridiculous ruling. It was a judge. I mean, I had a conversation on the Duran, and Alexander Mercouris used to practice law in the UK, still has a lot of connections there. He said the only reason that judge issued that verdict was because it was at the Me Too peak. That the judge's wife was connected to certain aspects of that and the rest. That
his son works for Murdoch, who owns the Sun.
Yes.
Like,
exactly.
Come on.
I mean, that's what that was. That was a corrupt verdict that was against the facts. Anybody who actually paid attention to the evidence presented in that case thought the verdict was a joke, and it was a joke. It was a joke at the time. Those people who had followed this case in detail knew how this case was going to unfold. But to Rob's point, most people didn't know about that evidence, and so they were shocked to see it in live time. They're like, "Hold on!" Especially when you listen to the tapes. The audio is what always reversed the opinion of those people who followed the case in detail. Now, for my theory, when Johnny Depp has no history of abuse, the likelihood the abuse allegations are true is next to nil. It's just low. It happens, but it's extremely rare that somebody goes through 20 years of their life, lots of relationships, all of the women come out publicly and say he never did this, and suddenly he becomes an abuser. That just doesn't realistically happen. When I had a client who made an allegation and I dug in and found no history of the guy and exes who would vouch for him, I knew I had a problem. I could tell you that was extremely rare. That all abusers abuse because of their own internal psychology, not the nature of who their partner is. And so whereas Amber Heard did have that history going in, and so that fact alone was key to me. But anybody who followed the evidence, particularly the audio tapes, you can't listen to those audio tapes and hear Johnny Depp as the abuser. You just can't.
Yeah, I mean, where's a single incident of Amber Heard saying you punched me? I mean, I can't believe you were hitting me like that. Do you remember hitting me and all that stuff? And with the amount of gaslighting she was doing, I'm surprised there really wasn't. But yeah, on your point about the people with no history of abuse, there's also a difference between an abusive act and abuse.
Oh,
and
completely.
So you could find someone with no real history, maybe getting super intoxicated, having a bad combination of events, and throwing a punch, doing a shove, certainly an abusive behavior. But that's not the story here. The story here is that this is a guy with a pattern of
she
a well-developed
described a sick
pattern of constant
sociopath.
abuse.
I mean, a guy who's going to sexually assault a woman with a bottle, try to strangle her, punch her with reins on, make her walk across glass barefoot. I mean, that was the other problem. She made up ridiculous stories. That's extremely rare. And so anybody who knew anything about domestic abuse, that's why most of the domestic abuse experts I know all sided with Johnny in this case.
Yeah. It didn't take her testifying for more than like 2 minutes for me to basically say, this is bullshit. Like look, I've cross-examined and I've examined directly a ton of people who have actually been victims, and none of them ever testify that way. None of them ever.
Yep.
I mean,
they never present themselves.
The behavior panel called it some of the worst deceptive testimony they'd ever seen. These are people that have been doing this kind of work for 30 plus years. And they're like, she leaks deception all over the place. But they've got to explain, how did the people reject our narrative again? And this is going to be the theory. And you're right. It's a setup to try to force YouTube change a policy.
Yeah. I've taken more abuse from your chat than Amber Heard has ever taken in her entire life.
They're kind of brutal.
That's fine, man. Come on, baby. Bring it on, guys. Hey, love you. See ya. Hey, what's up?
There's a big super chat I want to address. Tater, thank you for the giant super chat. Says, woman 1 to woman 2, am I fat? Woman 2 to woman 1, no, you are beautiful. Guy 1 to guy 2, am I fat? Guy 2 to guy 1, bro, I know 5 fat people and you're 4 of them. Yes, the difference is stunning and brave. And with that, I can't wait till Drexel comes out, because I'm going to make him watch Lizzo's Big Girls show that's on Amazon Prime. We're going to do a watch party of that.
That's brutal. That's brutal. That's torture. That's abuse. That's abuse.
Eighth Amendment. Okay, so here we go. As Adam Waldman testified in this trial, YouTubers and social media played an overwhelming role in the perception of this trial. Yeah, and the fact that Amber Heard's legal team wasn't leveraging them is bordering on malpractice. Especially
they tried halfway through. Halfway through, they tried to pivot.
Yeah, they tried to. The funny thing is, they've been complaining about guys like Tug for a year now. They tried doxing him. They tried subpoenaing Twitter to get people's identifying information so that they could further dox people. It didn't end up working out for them. But they knew that this was going on. They had clear suspicions that Tug was talking to Adam Waldman, considering they asked him the question. And they didn't think for a moment to try and do it, or maybe they did and they just really couldn't find anybody with any pull because the narrative wasn't that compelling. People who consume their news from content creators, especially news around this case, believe it is more trustworthy than mainstream media, and this is what they fear.
That's absolutely what
Yeah.
they fear.
Go read Vox, you fucking cocksucker.
Well, and that's why I'm for it. I mean, it's great that that their gatekeeping ability is falling apart. And I mean, like I used to argue with this with other people with Alex Jones. It's like, if you want to know the main impetus for Alex Jones over the years, it's media lies. That's the main impetus. It's not people are going to Alex Jones and now believe the media lies. They're going to Alex Jones because the media lies. And they discover he is less likely to lie to them than the media is. And that's why they trust him.
Yep. Cat Tenbarge, why do they believe this? Well, most articles about it tend to focus on reactions to the trial rather than analysis of the actual evidence. Rotten Denmark has been doing excellent threads about this. Hold on. Well, that's a big, wow, that's a big big likes on this thread. I've noticed a weird reluctance on the part of liberal journalists to assess the evidence in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. The right has spent weeks screaming she's lying, and so far the left has responded with, it's complicated. It's not. Let's take a look. Oh, God.
Why is this a right-left thing? This isn't a right-left thing.
No, it's not, but it
well, because it is in the sense that the left spun a fake narrative around Amber Heard, and they made her a hero when she wasn't, and they got caught. And rather than just move on and pretend, like the Simpsons meme, just go back into the bushes and pretend you weren't there, they've decided to double down on this because it drives them nuts when their institutional narrative is exposed.
Here, but look at, I'm not going to go through this guy's thread, but let's look at the analysis of the evidence and the quality of the analysis. Okay. I want to zoom in on one of the incidents Heard alleges and the kind of evidence she's using to back up her claim. On May 21st, 2016, Depp confronted Heard with the allegation that she had pooped in their marital bed to get back at him for their previous fight. Not that it matters here, but Depp's accusation makes no sense. Their dog had pooped in the bed before, and Depp was staying in another of their homes at the time. Why would Amber shit in the bed to get back at him if he wasn't even sleeping there? Look at the picture. Homie, that turd is as big as the Yorkie you're saying it came from.
And that was the best part of that entire the testimony itself. You asked Johnny Depp, how did you know it wasn't the dogs? And he looks like at jury innocently and says, they're toy Yorkies. And everyone, it didn't matter who you were. It was like, are you kidding me?
Here we go. But anyway, Depp thinks Heard's friend Io Tillett Wright was responsible for the poop incident and forced her to call him. Wright denies the accusation. Depp blows up. He throws the phone at Heard, hitting her in the face. Oh, did he? Did that happen? Because Amber said so? So what evidentiary analysis is going on in this thread? None. It's, I accept Amber Heard's narrative, and you can. That's okay. But that's not in-depth analysis of evidence. That's just, I accept this narrative that is presented to me. The dog couldn't have pooped in the bed, or Amber couldn't have pooped in the bed because the dog did at some other point in time. That's not a thing.
No, exactly. I mean, they're ignoring the size of the item.
We don't have to talk about the size. It was not a pretty picture.
Yeah. And it looked like someone had drank an entire bottle of red wine before making it. I mean, it literally looks like a wine shit. It's so disgusting. A pitfall of going to YouTubers and TikTokers for coverage is that these creators aren't beholden to any editorial standards or journalistic norms. In fact, they're incentivized to break them to fit the narrative and make money. No one believes that you're beholden to any journalistic standard or norm. The journalistic standards and norms aren't about the quality of coverage. They're, and in fact, in defamation cases specifically, all of you are incentivized to not have a journalistic standard of review because then you can't violate it.
That's
So
absolutely true. And it's part of the professional class myth. They took over journalism. Journalism at times in the past was a working class occupation. They professionalized it, and their grounds was we have credentials, we have standards, we have objectivity. It was all mythology, it's all lies, all deception, all to mask their bias and prejudice to be able, we have credentials to be the ministry of truth. You do not.
Right.
And the problem is the ministry of truth, and they've been lies all the way through, and they're liars all the way through. But this pretext of, well, I'm a professional and I have a degree and I have a credential and I have these ethical standards that I live by has always been gibberish.
Yeah, it's like articulate them and tell us how those work. By the way, Sweet Pea, we live and die by the credibility we cultivate. So we may not have a uniform journalistic standard, but if people for a moment don't believe us, we're done. And as creators who are done, they don't really come back very often. I mean,
Nope.
when you lose that credibility, it's over. It's over.
I mean, independent content creators have more obligations to the audience to be authentic than these institutional hacks do.
Jason McConnell with another big chat says, don't be confused, Rob. This chat is 14,000 women who read US Weekly and the regular 4,000 autists, incels, degenerates, and furries.
Oh, that wasn't me insulting your chat. That was your chat insulting your chat.
Yeah. That was Jason McConnell. Just assuring you it's okay. Wait, what are you? Is there something insulting about what was said?
Huh?
I think most
Where?
of the incel, autistic, degenerate furries wear it as a badge of pride.
Yeah, they
the only
probably
thing
do. I think they do. Yeah.
We're just happy they're not wearing diapers along with the fursuit.
No, they are.
I interviewed a crinkle bottom diaper fetishist on this channel before.
Ooh.
Oh, good God.
That's
one
rough.
of the one of the funniest interviews.
I can imagine.
Demonetized instantly.
Well, my favorite line in it was he goes, "Look, I know I'm a degenerate piece of garbage, but at least I'm not a furry." Here we go. We've known for a while that social media incentivizes bad behavior because it fuels engagement. What is bad behavior? This is a nebulous term. It also incentivizes conspiracy theories, groupthink, cruelty, and harassment. This case exemplifies all of that. You're right, but not in the way that you think.
Yeah.
Many of the criticisms of Amber Heard are rooted in misogyny, but beyond that, they're also rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of how trauma and abuse work. If only there were experts.
Completely false. I mean, all these people that pretend they are experts on this subject are not. I mean, because she is a classic pattern of abuse. He is a classic pattern of a victim. And anybody that's familiar with this material would know that.
Jason Who says Barnes rails against professionalism, which I agree with, but I remember Ricada Law falling back on how lawyers have professional ethics. I mean, we do.
Sure. And I think, but I consider those moral standards if you have a position of influence and power in society. That reciprocates obligations, not this sort of bogus ethics meant to institutionalize a narrative. And I, for one, I'm against all licensure. I don't think lawyers should be licensed. I don't think there should be any licensure limitation. I think any ordinary person should be able to be a lawyer. Just advertise what your skill set and qualifications are. Let the people choose. But I've never been. I'm against all of the professional class nonsense.
And then film every proceeding ever. With
absolutely.
Any person who's not a lawyer.
Now, I do wonder how long it'll take before federal courts break. Maybe they'll never break, but I liked all the criticism of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial not being available because, even came up during this context of the Johnny Depp trial. They're like, why didn't we get to see this in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial? Why indeed? It's because federal courts still want to hide what goes on in their courtrooms, and I still think that's illegal.
Or even the voir dire in this case.
Yes.
I was pissed about that. I wanted to see that.
And there's case law out there that you are entitled as a member of the press, as a member of the public, to access to the voir dire process. And so I agree with Nick. The courts are going to be a little jittery because of all of this. But what they should do is we started out the jury selection process, jury trials, they were held out in the open, for crying out loud. Mm-hmm. So the idea that this whole secretive process is an anomaly Anonymous juries is an anomaly. So, I want more transparency, and then people have more confidence in the outcome.
I mean, that's the whole thing, is that confidence in the outcome, and that the transparent aspect of it. Because when people saw, I mean, we saw it with Rittenhouse, when people saw what happened in the courtroom, they were incensed that that's what procedure was being done by the state against a citizen. This case a little bit different because it's person to person. But you saw righteous indignation against the Kenosha County Prosecutor's Office, because they're like, this is injustice perpetrated by the government, and that is grossly offensive. I can expect a person to be an asshole, but my government shouldn't be. But real quick, the thing about the professional, the lawyer ethics, if I remember right, the last time I had a big rant about lawyers having ethics was in response to Just Some Guy in his video suggesting that I didn't understand ethics as a concept. And I was reminding him that not only do I have a pretty decent grasp of what ethics are, that I also have professional ethical obligations with continuing learning that I have to do. And I actually have to pass ethics tests as part of my licensure. So again, it was contextualizing it as I have these ethical obligations. I've pretty specifically stated that the lawyer's ethical obligations, at least as far as Minnesota is concerned, mostly do not apply to online commentary at all. There are people who want them to. I don't want them to, because I don't think you should be able to silence a commentator by appealing to an ethics board for a case that they're not entangled in. Ethical review is mostly for the purposes of calling to task a lawyer who has failed in a case in which they are representing some party or some witness. That's the idea. So just to clarify on that thing, back to this, when people cherry pick from Amber's testimony, hyper fixate on her emotions and body language, lie about her and make fun of her. Who lied about Amber Heard, by the way? I mean, sure, somebody probably did somewhere, but and make fun of her. Who cares? They feed into this culture that hurts all victims. Even if Amber isn't a victim, this behavior hurts victims. Nope.
No, it's mocking an abuser. Mocking an abuser does not hurt a victim. It helps victims.
This thread isn't going to be popular because reporting on this case fairly is really unpopular. What a great narrative.
How many retweets are we at right now? Like how far is she in this saga? Is this like a novel?
There's only 2 left after this one, so we're almost done. But this is
it's not as bad as that nut house on Russiagate. Was that guy set something or another? He'd like have 830 Twitter threads.
It's like, bro, just get a WordPress page.
Yeah, exactly.
When I first started talking about it, I realized that I couldn't share anything neutral without attracting hate or losing followers, so I had to stop caring. Unfortunately, social media incentivizes us to care very, very much about what other people think of us. You're doing it wrong, Pumpkin. If you care what other people think about you, other than to make fun of the people who think poorly of you, you're doing social media incorrectly, and you will end up at the end of a rope if you keep that up. This has a net negative effect on social progress, because progress is rarely popular in the moment. Yes, we've only been living in the progressive era for literally a century, but it's very unpopular. As many people have pointed out, there will likely be a future redemption arc for Amber Heard, like there was for Britney Spears. No,
that's arguably slander of Britney Spears. Compare her to Amber Heard.
I'm with Barnes on that one.
I mean, I realized I couldn't wait for that. I wanted to be on the right side of history today. End thread. Oh my God.
I love that she announced end thread.
She's someone who I bet a bunch of people in the media really thought the jury verdict would come their way. It was like people had convinced themselves Trump wasn't really popular in 2016 and couldn't believe the election results, and thus Russia must have done it or something. It was almost like they really thought, probably encouraged by things like the Sussman verdict, which was just a crock and represented, just a joke of a jury pool in D.C. But they probably really thought their version of events would be followed by the jury, and the jury smacked them in the face.
Well,
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the most ridiculous things about all of this is people need to get off get off of their high fucking horse. Like, get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Like, I'm sorry, people don't agree with you. I'm here. Look at the chat. They hate me. It's awesome. I love it. You guys have opinions. That's fucking awesome. Express them. Good. Wonderful. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
well, and it's that's driving him nuts is they're not getting to control the narrative, and that
No.
these cases also have social impact. If this was Joe Schmo and Jack Brown or whatever, they wouldn't care. This case had social impact, and they're terrified at not having gatekeeping control, and they're seeing themselves lose it, and also exposed. They lied about Amber Heard and tried to. I mean, Johnny Depp's a lefty for crying out loud. I mean,
Yeah.
they destroyed him just because he was a man and he was successful. I mean, because they wanted to push a narrative. And now they got caught doing it. The world's exposed them to do it. The independent content creators have facilitated that exposure. And so rather than look in the mirror and say, hold on, maybe we got something wrong here. Maybe we did this. No, it's got to be these independent content creators. They're the problem. Without them, then our fake narrative would still be believed.
yeah, I mean, no, I got nothing to add. That was good. I was thinking of something and I was like, I'm gonna let that one just marinate. It's right. See Goody, my mod, is demanding I read this. He says, how does it feel to be a bite simp and a snake lawn lumber?
Oh, you know what, guys? That's awesome. I love just being a good fucking person out there every day, living my own life and actually standing up for my own self. So
has the chat given up on the foot fetish for legal bites?
I don't know.
What?
They kind of want my feet. I've been seeing some foot demands in there. I have an only feet that's coming out, law lumber and feet. So keep an eye out, guys.
Only feet would probably be popular.
That's an Amber Heard redemption arc if I've ever heard one. No, on that one though, that's an insane comparison. First of all, Britney Spears' sin was she got wacky and shaved her head and had a meltdown. There's no like false allegations against Kevin Federline for abuse or anything like that. She had a meltdown. Her money was then put into a conservatorship to preserve for her kids. And that conservatorship lasted an exceedingly long time with some shady sort of oversight going on in a lot of what seemed like self-dealing and self-interested parties. That's not Amber Heard's story. It's not even freaking close. The victim narrative for Britney Spears is people go, wait, this is a 40-year-old woman who makes millions and millions of dollars and she can't buy a pina colada without talking to a trustee. Something about that doesn't jive with my normative understanding of life. That's the victim narrative. And by the way, there's plenty of evidence that maybe Britney Spears should be in a conservatorship for the rest of her life. We don't know, I don't know her. And there's ambiguity about her situation. I personally think what happened to her was a grave injustice. But that's that
doubt.
said,
And the conservatorship system is just a problematic system. The state should not be able to control you outside of very limited circumstances. The way I would compare it is trying to make that comparison is like exposing someone for stolen valor somehow insults actual veterans, because exposing Amber Heard as an abuser does not harm victims. It helps victims.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. That's exactly the fucking point the entire time.
Yep, and it's the conservatorship stuff is really crazy. The fact that to fight your conservatorship, to fight to end it, you have to pay your legal fees, and the legal fees for the people who are trying to exert control over you are paid for by you against yourself is an insane concept. To fight for access to your own thing, you have to pay double the legal fees, and they're incentivized to drag it out and to bury you in motions that you pay for and you pay for the response to. It's crazy. I can't even imagine how much Britney Spears had to pay to fight her own conservatorship for years, millions and millions of dollars just to have access to her own money. It's nuts. Bonsai Guy 15. How can Amber Heard have a redemption arc after literally being the villain of Johnny Depp's redemption arc? I feel like I just had an aneurysm listening to that. You're not alone, buddy. You're not alone.
I really don't see what for. I mean, the truth of the matter is, other than trying to do like I compared it to Floyd Mayweather. Mayweather figured out being the villain in boxing could make him tons of money. How's the guy that doesn't knock people out get tons of people to watch? He gets tons of people to watch and buy tickets to see him get beat. And it drives him even more crazy when he didn't get beat. So you can play the villain in certain places. There's not many places. That's the only place I could see her having any kind of redemption would be at embracing the villain role. Otherwise, I just don't see it.
She should join UFC.
Yeah.
She's got anger management issues.
Yeah.
She should go into fighting. That'd be great. Or like
I
reboot
think
the lingerie football league.
You know, she a good wrestling person. She'd be a perfect villain. Everybody wants to see her beat up.
Actually,
She'd make
that'd
money.
be great. And look, those the wrestling ladies, they make a lot of money. They get very popular, and then they open the most profitable OnlyFans because ain't no simp like a WWE simp. Whew.
Yeah, exactly.
When I was down in Dallas last, I was with my wife, and we were going back to the airport, and I didn't know that the night before they had the Raw event, the wrestling Raw event. I mean, the bus from the rental car place, the shuttle to the airport in Dallas was just full of people who all looked like they had the longest night of their lives, and they were all from that wrestling event. And I mean, the amount of women that were there, I was like, there's like 90 women on this bus, and they all have wrestling shirts on. What the hell is going on? That stuff generates so much interest. It baffles me. I don't get it. And you guys can like it all you want, but
it's fascinating. I mean, and Mexican wrestling is even more fun.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, I that would be a great way for her to go, right? Like she could wear that Mao button up jacket, and she could be like the commandant or whatever. That thing could get ripped off. She could be in a sexy sports bra underneath. No, this is $1 million proposition. Somebody call David Shane. Tell him to get on that. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to transition now and inject a bunch of estrogen into my veins and start reading super chats because I have a bunch. I haven't read like any. You're welcome to stay, but if you need to head out, I will certainly bless your exit.
Yeah, I'm outbound early for a little vacation, so it was great to hang out.
Always a pleasure, man.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the chat. See you in a couple of weeks.
See you, Barnes.
See ya.
I'm going to do the same, big guy. I was on a live stream and got overwhelmed really early and am still recovering.
I know exactly how you feel, man. This has been a long process, and you jumped into this thing face first. So I've been building up my live streaming credentials for years.
I mean, I had my first StreamYard crash today.
Oh God, that's a nightmare.
Like I got booted and then I was out for like 30 seconds and had to come back in, then had to catch up on super chats that were just not there. Like, fuck.
Yeah. That's the hard part about managing them through StreamYard. I've been considering doing it, but if something happens to you, it's a mess. But anyway, no, it's that's the growing pains of it. Well, man, I appreciate you popping on. Thanks for doing so, and get some rest, buddy. Then whatever the next trial is, it's at least a few days away.
It's at least a few days away. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Nick. See you, buddy.
Oh, there you go. Hey guys, before you leave, we got some unbreaded to do in a minute, but all of my guests' names are in the description. The YouTube guests, that would be Uncivil Law, Runkle of the Bailey, and Law and Lumber. You can click on their names. It'll take you to their channels. Check out their content. Subscribe if you like them. You know, that's all very wonderful stuff. We all go on to each other's shows with no expectation of any sort of compensation from anybody else. This is just this is how we market and network, and it's cool. Robert Barnes, of course, a walking encyclopedia, and also perpetrator of Ashgate 2022, the man with the biggest ash on the planet, was here as well. And his since he doesn't have an independent YouTube channel, his link in the description is to his locals page that he shares with Viva Fry. So you can check that out, vivabarneslaw.locals.com. That's in the description for him. So make sure you check those out if you are so inclined. As for that, to everybody who sent in super chats today, thank you for being very patient with them on the show. I'm going to read a bunch of them. We'll do unbreaded. We'll read the rest. But this was having a panel to just discuss some of these issues has been nice. Things are going to change quite a bit over the next couple days as the broadcasts get more focused into some normal issues rather than wall-to-wall Depp coverage. So be prepared for that. I know some people out there are probably really thankful. Not everybody was into the Johnny Depp thing, but that's the way it goes. So we'll be looking at some more issues in the future. I will be on The Fallen State with Jesse Lee Peterson tomorrow at 1:50 p.m. Central Time. I don't know if it is live broadcast or if it's pre-recorded. I think it's pre-recorded. So I just wanted to mention that I will be there. There should be a night show tomorrow. Friday, I don't know if there's going to be a show because that's when I take the wife and kids to the water park. I may be able to broadcast some point from the vacation. I'm not sure what that's going to be or look like. I'll try and announce it if I can, but I would not. It's not likely because I only have one room and it's going to be full of people. Me, the lady, and the kids. So broadcasting is probably not going to work out. 1 year, they accidentally gave us a second room and I used that to broadcast. That was fun, but that's not going to happen this time. So with that, I'm not sure what the stream's going to be like over the, from Friday and over the weekend. But if nothing else, Monday night will be normal stream time. Let's see. Anything else? I don't think so. Like I said, I'm going to read some super chats. There's a bunch of them. I'm going to read a grip of those, and then YouTube is a motherfucker. It just reset my chat window. I was just about to start, and then it reset the chat window. God, I hate YouTube sometimes. So let me get back to the start. At least I know where I was. But we're going to read some chats and then we'll do unbreaded. And then we'll get back. Flashcast Saturday is very unlikely, at least for a prolonged appearance. Maybe a short one. I don't know. That does not seem probable for a long appearance. But I'll try and keep people posted. Again, I'm be with my wife and kids on vacation, and I have spent a whole lot of time streaming for the last 7 weeks. So I am definitely in the red on family time, and I'm going to be enjoying that as much. But they do go to sleep, and it depends on what it's like. But I may be able to find a corner of the hotel and go have some laughs before bed. But it's not going to be a 5-hour appearance or anything like that. So oh, Flash won't be at the next Flashcast. Anna's hosting. Okay, well, again, I'll try and pop in, but I got to play it by ear. That's the rule on this one is I got to play it by ear because I'm not compromising family time after asking them to basically live without me for much of every day for so long. Charles League. I think Kurt was correct with his autistic reading of the jury instructions. I think the jury only gave Amber one win on her claim, and the jury thought they needed to say yes to all in order to award damages, hence going back to right damages. Could be. Jack Sparrow, shout out to all the night shift workers kept alive only by a steady diet of coffee and unbreaded. I grew up not far from you on the mean streets of Eden Valley. Fools don't know. Vincent Mayer, appreciate you sticking through all 6 weeks of what became a circus of a trial, complete with alpacas, a fecal bed stunt, loss of appendage, and a gaslighting clown with apparently Wolverine healing. Cheers to Johnny. And can we do that? Can we do a little toast to Johnny Depp? I think we can do a little toast to Johnny Depp. I think that's warranted. Man, it was great. I had no idea the trial was going to be like this. I know a lot of people followed the Johnny Depp thing. I lost track of what was going on early on. Tug was pumping out Johnny Depp videos, and I was like, go, you want to know about Johnny Depp? Go check out Tug for the past 2 years. That's where I've been telling people to go check out Tug. I don't know anything about it. And so when I went into this thing, I'm like, oh, I've heard this kind of wacky. It was a nut house. To Johnny Depp, the consummate victim, a clear victim of abuse, a man abused by many people, and a man used by many, many more. But critically, in this case, abused by the one person you're supposed to trust most, your spouse. And though he was abused, the man had to endure 6 years of abuse that followed the ending and severing of his marriage. 6 long years of that. And he bided his time, and he waited, and he took the public heat, the public humiliation, and the public pressure, and waited until his story could be told. And he finally got to tell it. To him, for telling the story, for convincing the world, and for achieving victory and a hope of redemption. Cheers. All right. Next, Rumble. Your commitment to the grift is utterly impressive. Ryan Thornton, hey, Nick, you should see how your favorite soy-filled buddy is butt whining about this on Twitter. Oh, my God. Ron Toye is a disaster of a human. An absolute disaster. It's so funny. Let's talk about prepping. Just picked up some Lagavulin 16 to try. Shall we toast to a victory for whatever it is we each see in this trial? Sure. Also, question, in 10 years, I've gotten jury notice once versus my mother's 8 times. Is it random or what? Oh, yeah, it's completely random. I'm 40. I've never been noticed for a jury. Wait a minute. Who's this guy?
Man, I'm so upset. I saw your link just now, and I was editing and making stomach pancakes and shit.
I was shocked because I sent the link out to a bunch of non-lawyers because I'm like, oh, this would be fun. I could talk to some of my friends rather than these scumbag soulless lawyers about stuff. And then like no one showed up, and I'm like, well, I mean, I guess just a bunch of lawyers. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm somewhat of a non-lawyer, so it works out.
That's okay because you have better pecs than any lawyer.
Thank God for that. That's all I got. Like, I can barely read, so I got to have something. No,
how you doing, man?
I'm stressed through the damn gills. So I put my house up for sale like 2 days ago, like the one I'm in right now. I closed on another house that has way more space because I can barely move in this damn thing.
Yeah.
And my offer got accepted last night, and now people are coming to like show my house tomorrow, and I still live in the bitch. And like 3 people came in my house today, and I was like sleeping and in my underwear, and like this guy was coming up my stairs, and I was like, I'm still here, please.
Hold on, the penis that you see doesn't come with the house. Let me put that away quick.
Yeah, it was pretty terrifying, but I just can't wait for it to be over. We got 1 month, and I'll be in the other house. So,
dude, you're about to go through special hell. I hate moving. I fucking hate it.
Oh, you know what I do? I just throw everything away. I threw everything. I have no furniture in this house. This room is the only room with anything in it.
Yeah.
So
no, it's I jokingly but seriously said, if I ever move again, I'm just gonna light the house on fire. I don't want anything.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God, what a disaster.
God.
And I have, with all these damn kids, the amount of shit that you just collect, like every Christmas, it's like, oh my God, stop giving them stuff, please. Like, give them money or discipline or something. Just don't give them any more toys.
Slap them around, man. It's fine. No, dude. Yeah, like that. The trial, dude. I was watching your live stream earlier when the verdict was coming in, and then they cucked us for a second, and then I was watching. Dude, my heart. I don't usually get like invested in shit. Dude, my heart was racing. I was like, oh my God, please, Jesus. and it all worked out. So thank God, man.
Dude, it was a wild moment. I had
Yep.
adrenaline, and we're just watching this thing, but I'm like, okay, how's this thing gonna work
dude.
out? The one thing, when you comment on these things, right? The one thing you wonder is maybe I'm the idiot,
Yeah.
right? Like I see this case straight through. Maybe I'm the dumbass though. What and then I'm the dumbass who's been talking to tens of thousands of people every day. God, that could be fucking embarrassing. Luckily that didn't happen, for the most part. Although I think I got to levy a mild criticism at LawTube. I don't think there was a single person who thought that a single one of those claims for Amber Heard was gonna come back. I don't think any of us seriously
Yep.
considered the possibility that one of those claims would come back, and one of them did. That's juries for you, though.
Yeah, I guess they would just have to compromise because there was one asshole that was being
Yeah.
a bitch, being like, "I want to have sex with her," and I'm like, "Dude, she's not gonna have sex with you, dude. Like, just leave it
Yep.
alone. We have to compromise and give her some money." But hey, she's still it's still more than her net worth, which was what I was shooting for.
Yeah,
That's all that matters to me.
but it's it was nutty. So I had anxiety, and I can't imagine what his attorneys were going through. Though.
Oh my God.
Holy shit! Well, and her attorneys, they all looked like they were going to die on the spot.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I think they were just glad it was over. I would be. I'd be like, "Oh, thank God! I just want to leave. This is awful."
Well, the thing that they all have to worry about is, Amber Heard's going to appeal. She's
Yep.
probably going to hire different lawyers to do it, and she may try and sue various members of her legal team. I mean, I don't think she has grounds to be clear. I don't think they incompetently represented her, but I don't think that's stopping her from it either. So I hope she doesn't sue her lawyers, but they've all got to be wondering, just because she's such a controlling bitch.
Well,
that,
she's got to keep her name in the damn headline somehow, because this is it.
Yeah.
It's it. Unless she's like sucking off an executive or two, which is totally possible. But I see her future on Pornhub, maybe. So, and I will watch it too. I'm all about it, dude. But I'm just saying, like, I'll watch it. So
I don't think she could do it. Like, I mean, first of all, I think she would have plenty of success on an OnlyFans or whatever. Look, because that's the profession where the people paying don't give a fuck about your character. Like, no one's like, I would really like to see her sit on a dildo the size of my my Volkswagen Beetle and put that entire thing in her asshole. But she did defame a guy a year ago, and I just don't know if I could get off after that. That's not the industry, right? Like, if she wanted to do an OnlyFans or something, I think she'd be relatively successful. I don't think she'll do it. I don't think she would be able to do that.
She would see it as sinking too low, and then she also represents women, but somehow she's still like the ambassador for women at the ACLU, except she still hasn't even paid them any money, which is the weirdest shit. I don't know, man. It's all weird to me. I'm like, I would be like throwing her off a cliff and shit if I was there. I'd be like, get the hell out of here.
Where's the fucking money, Amber? Where's the fucking money?
They should be breaking her legs like on live TV and shit. No, dude. I'm hoping that the rumor that she's not in Aquaman 2 is true. Like that they just cut her ass.
I think, well, yeah, I think the Warner Brothers exec testifying, I think that was the death knell on the Aquaman 3 for sure. And then if they end up cutting, I think after the loss, I wouldn't be surprised if they just ride her out and hope everybody forgets, because no one cared. Like, no one cared about her character anyway, except for like 3 reviewers. But other than that, like, this movie, from what I understand, doesn't even require her to be in it in the first place.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, just write her out.
Yeah, dude. I saw a tweet. I saw a tweet with somebody was like a petition to replace her with Bruce Campbell. And I was like, dude, and it had like 100,000 likes. And I was like, let's do it. Bruce Campbell, put him in Aquaman. I'd go see that shit, man.
Yeah.
If she was not in it and Bruce Campbell was, that'd be great.
As Mira?
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, that'd be amazing.
That big ass chin and the red hair flowing down, like, goes up to Aquaman. Give me some sugar, baby.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it would like do decent if that happened, because it's such a meme. Like, So you got to profit off this shit somehow, and that's the way they do it. Is just like to completely just like cuck the shit out of her.
Yeah.
So,
She needs to be gone from it. She's a liability. I mean, the only reason to keep her in at all is that they've already filmed her part. But if there's anything that needs an edit, out, or a reshoot, I should say, out, just cut it. Lyric fly, they're gonna make that damn movie 2.5 hours anyway.
yeah.
So they got buffer time because these motherfuckers can't make a superhero movie in a reasonable amount of time. They've all got to be this 2 hour and 38-minute bullshit. It's like, stop.
Dude, that was me when I was watching Batman. I was like thinking it was going to end after the mobster thing, and then just went on for another hour. It just kept playing Nirvana, and I'm like,
I heard it was 3 hours long. I said, I will never watch this movie.
Yeah,
I don't have 3 hours of this. I don't like Batman that much.
Yeah, it was all right, but it just kept going. I was like, all right, now something's definitely in the way, and it's this damn movie's runtime. And I got bored of it pretty fast. But that's like every movie now for me. I get bored so fast now. I'm so excited to see Top Gun, and because I've been moving and stuff, and I can't do it.
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Dude. The Drinker was like tweeting about it, and I didn't even watch his review because I'm scared of spoilers. But he tweeted about it and recommended it, and everything he recommends, like, dude, I hold him as like the god of.
Yeah, he's got good taste.
Yeah, he has all the good taste. So I just watch everything he recommends.
No, it's Top Gun was very good. Very good. I would recommend it for sure, especially if you like the original Top Gun.
Yeah. Well, of course. How can you not?
I don't know.
Like, how could you not?
It has something for everyone. It has fighter planes. It has motorcycles. It has, impromptu piano numbers. It has the gayest volleyball scene of all time. It also has the steamy silhouette love scene between 5 foot tall Maverick and the blonde chick with the weird face, who I found oddly attractive the first time I watched Top Gun, but now I look at her and I'm like, why was she attractive? Like, that's, it's got whatever you need in it. Oh, and Michael Ironside is in it. Principal Strickland from fucking Back to the Future's in it. Like, this cast, Tom Skerritt's in it. Like, what is going on? It's great.
Yeah,
it's great.
I adore it, and I wanted to watch it again and then go see Maverick. I just haven't had time, and I have to get up in the morning at 8 a.m. and then do all the task of the day, and then go to sleep at like 3 a.m. after doing YouTube stuff. So that's just you've been going way harder, dude. I swear, like every time I turn my phone on, I think it's a glitch because it's just like Ricada Law is live. I'm like, doesn't matter what time it is, it's just live.
It's been a lot. I'm ready for a return to some normal for a little bit. I think I got a couple weeks till I'm going to cover that Parkland shooter trial, which shouldn't be too long. But see if that kid gets the fucking chair in Florida. That'll be interesting. I got
a question because it's pretty mind blowing to me. How does it feel to have over 100,000 people in your damn stream at once?
It's nutty because the fucking I don't know if you've ever run into this, but my fucking chat windows they get these overflow memory errors and have to be reset. That shit happens a lot when you have 100,000 people in there. That's it. I have to refresh my chat window, consciously refresh it like every 3 minutes, or else it'll lights out. And then when it does that, it lights out your YouTube studio, which means you don't get your super chat windows gone. So it's like, fuck me.
I've had that happen a few times, but the most people I ever had in a stream was like 15,000. And I thought I was like the GOAT. I was like, yeah, I'm Rocky in Rocky 2, not the first one. No, like it was great, but man, yeah, I remember you were at like 87K subs a couple years ago when we first like collabed, kind of.
Yeah.
And dude, it's crazy. You're almost at 500,000.
Oh,
I'm so like every time I was refreshing the page during a live stream, watching it go up. Like I'm the kind of guy that like I like seeing my friends freaking blow up. It's like the coolest shit ever. Like some people are like the complete opposite.
Yeah,
dude.
But no, most of the people we know are like that, where it's just like, because we know, how hard it is to get somebody to click a damn button.
Oh my God.
It's the weirdest thing. It's like my entire life is trying to sell somebody on the idea of clicking on a button.
Yeah.
But but yeah, so anybody who's done it is appreciative when somebody else is doing it well. So speaking of doing that, guys, Camelot 331, he's linked in the description. If you need shoulder and pet content, you know right where to go. I mean, look at this man.
Yeah, dude.
Jacked as hell.
I'm this close to 200K. I'm so excited because I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream, but hopefully this happens next month when I'm in my new house. And not like in the next 3 days because I'm screwed then. So
that's awesome, man. That's fucking cool. I'm glad because I know you were going through and YouTube does this every now and then, but you go through this drought where your subscribers stay flat for this period of time. It's like, what is happening? And then one day, boop, 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 they just go up. So I'm glad that shit's at least appears to be over for you.
Yeah, it's like intelligently designed that way. It's so weird. Like,
is.
dude, I'll get 8,000 to 10,000 one month, and I'm like, all right, cool, we're gonna hit 200K. Like next month's gonna be great, and then it will just stop. It's like 0 for 2 months straight, and I'm just like,
yep,
all right, I guess I retire. Like, Jesus,
I can't quit you. Lyric flat. So I'm just reading super chats. I'm gonna do the unbreaded segment in a minute, though. You're welcome to participate if you want.
dude, I'm all about it. I love unbreaded.
Right. Here, let me pull it up. And read this super chat. Lyric Flowers, making good on my Twitter feeling to send a super chat. Love your coverage. Congratulations on success. It is well deserved. Hey, thank you. Pizza Bear. Amber should move to India to further her career. Blonde Bobs and Vagine would be the Bollywood ultimate grift. Thanks for all the entertainment. Man, my favorite trial moment of all was the other day I made a joke about India. I found there was an Indian man on the trial for a while, or on the jury for a while.
Yeah.
I think he got dismissed. But I was like, oh man, if there's an Indian guy on there, Johnny Depp's toast. Because he'll simp hard for Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Right? He'll be sending her notes, Bobs and Vagine.
Oh, God.
And so then an Indian guy messages me on Twitter and starts berating me for my racist comment, and then demands that I stand up for Legal Bites, who's a blonde woman. I'm like, buddy, you're not helping the stereotype. What are you doing?
My God. And she's blonde. Oh, that whole drama with her and DUI. Dude, I had no idea what happened. I was like trying to follow it, and I was like, what the hell happened? Is it because he made an O face? That's what happened?
It's look, I feel like there's got to be something else going on behind it. They've publicly buried the hatchet. I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't know enough about this shit. I have my speculations based on nothing. But I don't really care. At the same time, like for me and my streams, I'm not banning anybody from any streams. So I don't care what other people do. I've made my generalized comments about how, the problem with organizations and that's what that drama that occurred is what necessarily occurs if you have a group. Is that some person will misrepresent the group at some point and need to be disciplined. And so you have to develop that in. That's why I don't want to be in a group, because I'd be the guy getting disciplined all the time. That actually happened to me I was in a business networking thing, BNI, and you pay to be in this group or whatever. And I kept getting fucking letters from like the home office. They're like, well, you were late today. I was late. Fuck off. I pay you guys like $1,000 a year to be in this damn thing. Who cares if I'm late?
It sounds like an HOA or something, dude.
Yeah, it was so stupid.
God.
But yeah, I'm just not a fan of that thing. Okay, let's see. Dirty Dan, Rittenhouse acquitted on International Men's Day and Heard losing on International Narcissist Awareness Day. It is truly the year of the Chud Buds. Skyrim 96, and it's sweet victory. Yeah, raises my lighter in the air for the guitar solo. I need to stop super chatting. I just spent 4 G's on a custom PC. Finally broke out of the console censor pit. Good luck, brother. Enjoy that new PC. That sweet frame rate.
It's just nothing like it, man.
Mike Cockhertz says, Toast to me because I was just in a car accident and neither party was hurt. Fool ran a red light in an intersection and I just about fully T-boned him. He was illegal, so they begged me to have them pay cash. Just received $4,000. Cheers to you, my cockhurts. Hopefully your name doesn't become true over the next 3 days, but glad you're okay, buddy. Oh, I'm glad to see you're drinking something that's not hot sauce.
Yeah, I have Knob Creek, but it's like more of a special occasion thing.
Sure.
So I just sip on Jack because it's cheap as hell.
It is. That's
Yep.
and it tastes like it.
Yeah.
Malcolm Palm, thanks for all the coverage and commentary. You're welcome. Casey, I thought it was because you were always late in a fig. That's true. Dex Terminax, evening, Nick. I've been getting into 40K lore, and I want to ask, do you think would be the worst way to go? Refueling a warp drive, eaten by a Tyranid bioship, ending Lucius the Eternal with pride, or captured by Dark Eldar? Clearly the last one. Clearly the last one is the worst way to go. Oh my God. The amount of spiked dildos going into your ass and you not dying from it is, whoa, no thanks. Cole Goodman, has there been any updates on the Dumpster Bros? Also, please remind the chat that Magnus did nothing wrong. Well, that's true. Dumpster Bros are going to be mid-August. Mid-August is the current trial date on that. So looking forward to it. That's only 3 months away. Bria Z, aloha. All hail. Pope Nick, you're an MFG. Always looking forward to your streams. Long days, longer nights. It doesn't go unnoticed. We appreciate it and love you. Also, leave Hawaii alone with our chicken issues. We'll send Hawaii vodka soon. Ooh, which one? Which one? I've had Ocean. I've had the other one too. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
That's literally the best thing is when I get alcohol in my P.O. box. Like, I'm just like,
so much
fun. Yeah, dude.
Yep.
I got like 3 bottles last month and I was like killing these.
Okay, let me read 3 more, then we'll do Unbreaded. The Scriptic. Yo, Rackets, huge fan. Been following since the Scopes monkey trial. Please have Andrea on more. She's a perfect contrast of grace and beauty to this weird liquor goblin screaming profanity at us. Cheers, buddy. I don't know yet, but I think maybe if we get Andrea on a night stream, she might be a liquor goblin too. We'll see. Brandon Muse, how big of a flex was it that Depp wasn't even at the courthouse today, but heard the news while drinking at a pub in England? I mean, he had no advantage to being at the courthouse, but it is good to win. Like, to not be there and win was a good look for him. Absolutely. Crusade is viewing. With all these super chats, you could buy and burn houseboats after a week of partying on them, like I've watched certain indigenous peoples do and maybe participated in. It was fun, to be fair. That sounds like a blast, except for being on a boat. Man, I don't actually care to be on a boat that much. Okay, let's do this.
Unbreaded.
Let's do this.
Unbreaded.
All right, here we go. We're doing the random number 315. Oh yeah. Oh yes. It's not a repeating page. That's what makes me happy about it. Okay, to the chat who doesn't know. Don't worry. I'm getting there. Hold on. To the chat who doesn't know. This is the Unbreaded. This is the Unbreaded. If you're not familiar, this is the book Death Sentences by a man named Matthew Harris, a man who is a PhD in philosophy from Duke University and who was hired as a UCLA professor of philosophy. It is important to remember that this man was employed by educational institutions to teach philosophy, and this is the philosophy that he developed. Now, you may say, well, this isn't his dissertation, but I posit to you that the themes in this book are the themes of his dissertation. And we read this one random page per night to remind ourselves of just what higher education means. It means the creation of a masterpiece. Are you going to read this then, or am I?
Oh, I can if you want, or we can switch it up.
We can do it however we could trade off numbers if you want to do that. I mean, the first word of every line's a little bit intimidating.
Yeah, dude.
You know the lingo, right? That we
Yes,
use.
yes.
Okay. I strongly recommend people use the lingo appropriately. Okay, so here's how. Let's do it this way. I'll read this top line, you read the odds, and I'll read the evens. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Tomorrow, would you not attack while they weren't expecting it?
Bingers, if you knew exactly where your enemy meets and where their officers are, would you pay them a visit?
Bingers, if you knew exactly how to disrupt them and where to disrupt them and where to terrify them so that they become so ineffective that they cannot continue working and plotting against you, would you not go pay them a direct visit so that they could not oppress you any longer?
Bingers, if you had a database with all the information about where your enemies worked, where they went to school, and who they would not, and who they know, would you not use it and track them down and use it against her?
Bingers, if you knew exactly where your enemies lived or could easily find out by following them home, would you not show up to where they worked and follow them in your car?
Bingers, if you knew where your enemies worked and could easily follow them home and track them, would you not put a tracking device on her car and find out everything about her personal life so that you could save your tribe?
Bingers, if you knew who the enemy was because she openly admitted to studying how to defeat your tribe, would you not attack her directly?
Bingers, if you knew exactly how to kill one person and improve the life of your tribe forever, would you not go out of your way to track this woman down and put her in her place?
Bingers, if you knew exactly where your enemy works, how to bother her so that she becomes so frightened that she cannot have a productive or stable life anymore, would you do anything other than send every bullet, every email, every Facebook threat, threaten her family, slash her tires, kill her dog, shoot her boyfriend, smash her windows, burn her apartment, stalk her in public, cut her brakes, disable her car, and set fire to where she lives?
Bingers, if you knew exactly who your number one enemy is and she was hiding as a university professor, wouldn't you go out of your way to hunt her down and put her in her place? Final resting place.
Bingers, if you knew exactly how to punish the woman who was your biggest enemy, wouldn't you read between the lines and use social media to track this person down and assassinate her?
There are feelings a binger feels that a cracker or what's the lingo for this? Bike never has. Philosophy is about charging money to write book reports. They don't learn anything in those classes. The classes teach themselves. Are the same car with a different bumper. The students expect to get a B just for basic showing up and sitting there.
You can't teach. That takes real. And students complain if you give them that. UC Grapevine doesn't teach things that matter to the community of bingers. UC Grapevine teaches philosophy about how to keep white people in power. UC Grapevine teaches white people how to speak in ways that kill bingers. UC Grapevine system teaches how to speak around bingers' understanding. They use their philosophy to keep white supremacists in power and to keep bingers from being able to keep up.
Imagine stations in a war where the enemy teaches its children how to abuse bingers and keep us from escaping.
UC Grapevine is a boot camp for rich white industrialists to speak down to bingers and avoid giving them proper compensation. They invite a binger to teach. They don't tell him any rules, but stand over his shoulder and say the students are complaining. The whole point of teaching is that society is racist and students need to be taught by
Unbread.
There we go. That was our daily unbreaded.
Yeah, that's been my dream for a while, is to read Unbreaded. I didn't know if you're gonna like ask me to. I was like, oh, I hope he asked me to read it.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
like-
Oh yeah.
like
Anyone
my
dumb
favorite,
enough
man.
to sit with me and do it gets to.
Yeah, I was excited. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. There's a couple people that I like want to ask to do it, but I also I'm like, I shouldn't do that to them.
Yeah.
I shouldn't
No,
do
it's
that to them.
that's
But,
where your new subscribers from the Giant Day shows, that's where they lose track. They're like, wait a second.
That's okay. It's a filter. It's a filter.
Yeah.
If you can't take the unbreaded segment, then I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss you off eventually.
yeah.
It's a math function. So this is here. It's like those whales that have that shit in the front of their mouth and like all the water filters through or whatever, and it keeps out the garbage while they eat little microscopic organisms. That's what unbreaded is.
Yeah, that's
what it
exactly what
is.
happens, because I'll have people subscribe and then they'll show up to a live stream and I'm shirtless dancing and making jokes that are misogynistic or kind of racist, because it's just for all goofies. And then people are like, I didn't know you were like this. And I'm like, bitch, get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing. I am like this. So that part isn't changing. So you can either, you can hang out and have fun, or you cannot, and that's cool. But thank you. Thank you for participating in that. It's a blast. I love when people say yes.
Oh, dude. Okay. This is unrelated kind of. I put out a tweet a minute ago, or maybe an hour ago now, because my entire stream tonight was just me dancing and with my shirt off. And I put out a tweet of me dancing with my shirt off and booty dancing. And it was just, I was very proud of the editing I did in the tweet. And then I got some memes in there because it's funny. But yeah, you should check that out someday in the future. I was proud. I was real proud of it. Mr. Bug retweeted it too, one of Yellow Flash's guys. So
I'll definitely check it out.
Dude, my twerking was on point.
I'll check it out when I'm not drinking.
There you go. There you go.
I wouldn't want to have anything accidentally happen.
Oops.
Justin Shipley says Rittenhouse, Edgecombe, Halderson, Reeves, and now Depp. It's been a pleasure watching justice being served with you. Potter is the only letdown of the bunch. Thank you for shedding light on the important trials over the last 8 months. Potter was a mistake. There was some messes that happened in that one. But yeah, thank you, Justin Shively. By the way, guys, what he just listed were all the trials I've covered since Rittenhouse, which was not that long ago. Rittenhouse was just back in November of last year. So we've had Rittenhouse, Edgecombe, Halderson, Reeves, Potter, and Depp. That's 6 trials of varying lengths, but all of them with lots of interesting material, lots of different law and legal strategy, different characters, and there's only more trials to come. So if you like that trial coverage, we got you. We got you covered. Noir 777. So Rackets, with the verdict being in Johnny's favor, when do you think him and his band are finally going to cover Fake It by Seether? That would be good. Jonathan Bradley, can I get a toast for my grandmother, Peggy, that passed last week? Your content helped make it bearable. She's survived by her husband of 67 years, CJ, 3 children, 6 grandsons, 6 great grandchildren. Also a mother and grandmother to our whole church. To Peggy, what a legacy to leave behind. 15 offspring descended from this woman, and of course many more to come in the future. Not just this woman obviously, but her partnership with her husband CJ of 67 years, a partnership that alone could have collected Social Security, a partnership that's older than many of us expect to live. And that is something to be toasted. May that legacy that she has left for multiple generations persist on long into the future. Cheers, Peggy. All right, K-Dog. In the speculative of the jury compromise, what are the chances the jury consciously or subconsciously chose the weakest Johnny Depp statement in order to perhaps leave the door open for an appeal or anything of that effect? I don't think they thought of it that. I think they just grabbed the statement that was, they wanted to give Amber a win. They found the statement that was most able to give her a win, and they did. Wait a minute. Oh no. Someone retweeted me or tagged me in your tweet. Oh God.
Oh no.
It's a disaster. Oh no. There's too many lights.
It was a rave, man.
It was. I can't believe you didn't have a whistle in your mouth. John Stern. Let us recognize the real victims today, the shelter cats that learned Elaine cannot afford to adopt them after today's news. Marty Lund, cheers to the stream and to the vindicated, and rejoice in the tears of the liars on Law Twitter, at the ACLU, grievance studies majors, commie e-beggars, and the dinosaur media outlets. Facts don't care about your feelings. Cheers to that, brother. Wick Dipper, what does Excel mean, Nick? What does it mean? It means my phone has autocorrect and is also a fucking racist, fascist piece of shit. That's what it means. Aaron Burmeister, Shastra lawyer, put the copyright cuck logo on your face for a screenshot. Hashtag justice for Kurt. That was I felt so bad about that. It was funny though. Tara Rayner, hey Nick, you going to play those videos I sent you today in DM on Facebook? They're pretty good. Lots of funny parts. Also around noon, I sent a super chat that said Johnny Depp for the win by 3 p.m. Eastern. Why the fuck didn't I put money on it? Yeah. If only, right? I'm probably not going to play the videos tonight because we're already almost 4 hours in. I'm dying, but I'm reading the chats. We're gonna close out this evening, of course, with the chats, but I'm going to just try and keep moving. Abe Eckstein, of the last following public trials, how would you rate from best to worst for the attorneys? For Chauvin, Rittenhouse, Potter, Depp. That's a tough one. I mean, Depp won, Rittenhouse won. You can't really rate all the attorney teams. I mean, as individuals, I thought Mark Richards had some problems in his Rittenhouse case. Really, Sharafazi did a good, an exceptional job in Depp's case. Camille Vasquez did a fantastic job. Ben Chu did an okay job. So hard to do that. Potter, I think Earl Grey did a very good job with Potter. The result that they ended up getting her on the sentencing was a good result. I think she should have been acquitted. I think there was an error that the judge allowed. They objected to it though. They caught the error, but there were some problems on the closing arguments, for Potter's case, and not, no bones about it. So here's how I rate him. Rittenhouse, Depp, Potter, Chauvin. And to be clear, Chauvin's attorney is one of the fantastic cross-examiner, but he really lacked in other areas. And he needed a bigger team. Frankly, he was against 12 attorneys for the state. I mean, he should have had a bigger team. L. McGuire, please go on Tim Pool IRL and inform them about this case. They are lost, especially that fool, Ian. I can reach out to Tim. I got to see if I have any time. He said I could go and pop on his show again. So I'll reach out and see if we could schedule something. Happy to do so. But for me, that's a minimum 2-day trip. So I gotta consider things like that. Do I have the ability to go do it? Love to do the show, but finding the time is the key. Tara Rayner, maybe Johnny Depp should play the video of the ACLU attorney and argue they were at a party. However, the plaintiff believes adding the organization to litigation would not provide a just outcome for their part. Their public actions do pound sand. Balian, well, here's to playing Star Sector for 5 hours, a super badass game, only to make a stupid mistake, getting my fleet cornered and smoked, losing all that time because there's not an autosave. Fuck. Lucky Lass, Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. Trashbot. You got the Pope hat, but I don't see any vestments. You've caught me as a permanent viewer, brother. Keep up the good work and all the amazing guests. Hey, thank you, Trash Boat. I think I said Trash Bot before it's Trash Boat. Rizia, Runkle should lead Alberta separatism, make Alberta America again. Isaac Portillo, thank you for the super chat. Ramble Breyer, Nick, thanks so much for covering this trial. I was concussed by someone who then nearly cost me my job and university education with false sexual assault accusations 8 years ago. Still stings, but with the verdict, I'll sleep a little better. Hey, thank you, Ramble Breyer. Ian Sawyer, really enjoy what you are doing. Thank you, good sir. As a lawyer, seeing Amber being questioned on the stand, when your client starts digging themselves a hole like Amber, is there nothing you can do? No. Pull a fire alarm? Like have your own nervous breakdown, get the court continued or something? I don't know. There's not much you can do to help. Tara Rayner, Amber Heard is likely to effed up for OnlyFans. I don't know. I mean, some of the content on there.
Oh my god, dude! Like, Avocado. Nick Avocado has one.
Oh,
dude, it's
He
rough too.
he doesn't eat while naked, does he?
I don't. There's probably some of that on there, but it's just like straight up his asshole, and it is like pitch black stained. It's rough, dude. It's rough.
Wait, straight up is that?
Yeah, his asshole.
Wait, what?
And his balls. It's everything, dude.
Wait, so he has a sexualized OnlyFans?
Yeah,
I was kidding.
like just getting beat out from behind by his boyfriend. Like it's rough. And of course, I can't look away, because you know how I am. I like maximize it and put it in 4K. I just have to see this. It's like an explosion, man. No, it's rough, dude.
God. Oh.
It'll change you when you see it, dude. You'll be a different person afterwards.
Don't. I'm looking at me in the mirror. Baby, don't change. Don't change. Don't look. I don't want to see that. Ian Sawyer. Really enjoy what you are doing. Thank you, good sir. As a lawyer, seeing Amber being questioned on the stand. Oh, wait, I read that one. Fuck. Tara Rayner. Oh, yeah, this is where we started. Amber Heard is likely to effed up for OnlyFans. Town Bike won't pay as well now that she is the face of domestic violence, not to speaking out against face. She may be able to snag a role in a PSA to demonstrate an abuser. She has a life of experience. Also, we should apologize and send Johnny Depp, JT, I think Johnny Depp, maybe on a sorry tour. Max Beast says, wonder if Kurt's jealous that the Maker's Mark bottle still got more action than him. Oh, damn. That was rude. Debbie, Camille, 12 years as an associate in 2 firms, no partnership. Left the first firm after 6 to 7 years at Brown Rudnick since then. Hopefully whatever was holding her back is no longer an obstacle. I mean, they need to make her a partner. She crushed that case.
Dude, I'd make her a partner.
Baal of Babylon's a suggestion. I think it would be real cool to have Night Talk on your stream along with Drexel. Having those two on at the same time would be epic. Never heard of Night Talk, but maybe. Sabrina, who is actually found liable for defaming Amber Heard? Johnny Depp or Waldman? Johnny Depp. Waldman wasn't a party of the case. News outlets saying different things. It was Waldman's statements, but they're attributed to Johnny Depp through agency. Separately, earlier you wondered which expert Camille crossed, and it was the hand surgeon / treasurer of North Carolina Hand Club who hadn't seen the photos. Oh, yeah, that's right. She nailed him. The squid, if Amber Heard has to resort to OnlyFans to pay Depp his $8 million, I volunteer as cameraman. Not simping, just think it would be hilarious to see her act out what she accused Depp of, and I'm not willing to actually pay any money. Tony Blair, I need a panel of lawyers to fat shame me. Down 12 pounds, need to lose some more. You want to fat shame this guy?
Oh, yeah.
Do it.
Oh, yeah. Look, dude. Look.
Tony Blair's his name.
Tony Blair. Tony, look, man. 12 pounds ain't shit. All right? It's a start, but I'm talking like a weak start. All right? Every time you see food, you need to slap yourself in the face. And I don't even care if it's healthy food. Just do it anyway. Damn it. Because you're going to be disgusting for the rest of your life if you don't make that change right now and stick with it. And it's not a 6-month thing. It's not a 3-month thing or a 2-month thing. It's a lifetime thing. You keep doing it and you'll finally drop the weight off and you'll start clapping bitches. But until then, you're going to be clapping your damn self. So get the hell on it, doggone it.
Damn. Well done. There you go, Tony Blair. I outsourced that one, but I thought it was very effective. You fat pile of garbage. Mario Carter 13. OnlyFans name Amber Scene. No one wants her heard. Let's see. Stephen Crater, you're going to check into the bookmarklet. Thank you. Thank you. The thing is such a helpful tool for Rumble. So, if you can get it fully functional again, that's great. I don't know what they changed. It just doesn't display right anymore. It got messed up. See, John, and it could have been, I guess, a Android update. It worked this morning. How's that? See, John, Amber just finished a movie right before the trial started. How long? Oh, excuse me. How long before it gets postponed for good? We'll see. Depends. Timothy Reaper, Soye voice. Johnny Depp is pathetic. Self-awareness was never Ron's strong point. To the new viewers, Nick isn't just making fun of Toye's voice. That's really how it sounds. I will never forget the "I am the sheepdog" line. He's such a pussy. Oh my gosh. Ryan C., thanks for getting rid of that ash. Nick White, Viva, what cigar is that? Hashtag rip ash. Chapter 8, haven't seen much of a nexus between libs/cons and thoughts on the case. I'm surprised at LawTube equating Amber Heard Simps with libs since I've got fingers in all the pipes. Well, that sounds like a good evening. From AL, school at NYU, now CLT, and reacts have been random. I think there's the reason that LawTube or whatever are equating Amber Heard Simps with liberals is that there's a general idea that liberals are more predisposed to support a hashtag Me Too accusation than conservatives. Whether or not that's right, I think that's a predominant perception. C. Goody. Oh, wait, I read that one about Law and Lumber. C. Goody is not happy with Law and Lumber. Lord Dolomite. I hear Alec. She told me to edit in post, so I made her a ghost. Baldwin needs people. Heard can work for him. Oh my goodness. Next we've got Sword and Scale. Says, I'm confused. Law and Lumber seems to want to be hated by the masses more than I do. Is there a story here I'm missing? Or, well, there's a little bit of a story. There is. David, wouldn't you like to know, says 100 million. That number is crazy. Congrats. You deserve it. Hey, thank you. My channel passed 100 million overall views today.
Yeah, dude. I heard that when you were talking about it on your stream. I was like cleaning my bathroom across the house and I heard it. I was like, hell yeah, dude. I think I'm like at 30 finally or something.
It's like, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. When you get to 1 view, you're like, holy shit, somebody listened. Dude. And then you get to 1 million and you're like, I don't even know what to think about that. It's crazy.
And then it just becomes you just adopt it as a job. Like one day I was just noticed that this was all I was doing. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess this is what I'm doing now. And I was like, I'll do it as long as I can. And here we are almost 4 years later. So
that's how it goes. It could go away tomorrow. You hope it doesn't, but it could.
When like you said earlier with those drought periods, man, you're like, uh-oh, is this it? Oh, but then it usually comes back. So
ATN DeGaulle, why do people hate Law and Lumber? Other than Barnes, he's by far the least annoying regular guest. People are off put by the drama between Law and Lumber, Legal Bites, DUI guy, all of those people. Again, that's up to them. I'm not here to police their drama in any way or anybody's perceptions of it. This is a free speech chat, and everybody who comes on the show knows that this is a free speech chat. People will voice their pleasure or displeasure, and people can address it however they want to. OSPDY says Monday will be 30 days here in rehab in Orange County, doing at least 60 days, shooting for 90. Just wanted to pop in and see how everyone's doing in light of Depp's win. Glorious. Hey, buddy, I remember when you were headed into rehab. That's I'm glad to see that you're still doing that. congrats on the upcoming 30 days, brother. And I hope you make it to whatever goal you need to hit, man. Rehab and recovery is different for every single person. Stick with it until you get it. You know what I mean? I just really hope for success for you. Moto, Nick, thanks for the last 6 weeks. I don't think Johnny would have this much public support without you guys covering the trial. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows?
I think that was the game changer. Think about it for a minute. Think about if like you, Tug, and a couple other people that were like really hitting it hard, like you weren't here and it was only like CNN and shit. It would be completely different. It'd be like there'd be a lot more people for Amber Heard just because of their bullshittery.
Well, yeah, because they wouldn't have been able to see the trial. They just would have gotten, and you can watch the headlines throughout the trial and you can see them pop up. And they might have some accurate reporting in the body of the text, but it doesn't matter. The headlines make the news.
Yep.
And yeah, the headlines were trying to cover for Amber Heard the whole time still.
I saw one today that said Amber Heard awarded $2 million in damages, and it was a CNN headline, and that's all it said. And I'm like, but she lost, you stupid bastards. And
yeah.
it's dangerous for you guys in the future because I'm a conspiracy guy, and you guys taking away so much damn viewership from these places, it just scares the hell out of me, man. Like, you just going, why is Nick not live for a week? Like, oh shit.
We'll see. We'll see what the Jews try. Mandy Karaviches, have you ever sat in a movie theater with your parents or significant other and a sex scene begins in the movie and you sit there awkwardly avoiding eye contact with everybody? I did. Yeah. I mean, I remember when my parents would take me to movies, like some good old like Time Cop with Jean-Claude Van Damme, when that chick comes out and she's dancing and I'm like, you do the lean away from your parents to get to the popcorn so they can't put their hands over your eyes or whatever. No, I've been there.
Dude, I'm slightly younger, but mine was Titanic. And I remember seeing it in theaters and I was like, I think 9 or 8. And there was just titties. And she was drawing her naked. She had a bush and shit. And I was like, bro, this is cool.
Yeah, okay. I remember when that movie came out, this is probably just promo for the movie now that I think back on it, but there was like a study on the ideal from the male perspective. You could actually do this on TV from the male perspective, what the ideal hip to waist ratio was. And they had all these different women's bodies lined up or whatever. And Kate Winslet was the winner. It was like the 2/3 ratio. That's what, like on surveys, the majority of men found was that Kate Winslet in 1992 or whenever Titanic came out was the ideal hip to waist to shoulder ratio for men. And she was banging in that movie. Whew.
Dude, I would make like several deposits. I'm talking, oh God, if I just wish I had a chance, but I'm a random redneck dude. But if I wasn't, man, I'll tell you what, I'd marry that lady. We'd have like 30 kids. I would take care of her until the day she died. She is just such an attractive and lovely female. Even today, man.
I haven't seen her in a long time. What's she
Dude,
look like?
I would clear a place on my face right now so she could take a seat. I don't care how old she is, man.
Okay. Yeah, no, she still looks like Kate Winslet. That's the that's the interesting thing.
That's all that matters, dude. She had nice boobies, nice nibblies.
Yeah, I mean, she looked great in Titanic, of course. Of
Kate
course.
Winslet. Let's pull her up. Yep, still would clap her easily. She got
Blaine
she got that look on her face, man. I just wanted to look at me.
Blaine 20 says, in a tiny town in Florida, a mummified baby was found in a dirt pile that was brought from a dirt pit to a new construction area. Cadaver dog then found a non-decomposed woman's body that was dropped off in the area recently. Damn.
Jesus.
Gross. Tabitha L, welcome to Paralegal. Nathan Martin says, literally join the stream to some Nazi impression. I'm home. You are home and you cannot leave. The Commoner, welcome to Paralegal. And Mr. Squiggles, welcome to Paralegal as well. That's the big chats on YouTube. I'm going to read all the chats on YouTube, but I'm going to switch over to Rumble here. Zombie 13, has anyone else started calling the money Amber owes to Johnny, her Johnny debt yet? Oh, that's good. Stephen Crater says test rant for dev purposes. Thank you. Joe Schmo, 1 of 3. Ricada Law, reinstall your Rumble rant bookmarklet, please. I don't know how to do that. Bronson Fu, thanks for your great coverage, Nick. God bless you, sir. Spatula, for any journos listening, I'm Nick Ricada, a Shaster lawyer, and I am swimming in all the shekels I've grifted at the expense of stunning and brave survivors. Fuck! Roy Rat is Michio Kaku, Runkle's dad. Oh, I think so. Yeah, super smart guy, samurai hair, just saying. Yeah, no, that guy. Yep. I like that guy. And I think he's kind of super woke, but I like him when he talks about sciencey things. Roy Rat also says, Viva Barnes, jury nullifications being treated by the right is suddenly bad because of Sussman. Can you speak about nullification and jurors' rights in pro Second Amendment cases? Because I like jury nullification. Look, jury nullification is a manifestation of the jury's will that whatever charge is unjust. And it cuts all ways. It cuts all ways. We may think someone's guilty and want them to be guilty, but if a jury can get them off, that's the system that we have. And be careful about clamping down on it because it might be your ass hanging on jury nullification in the future. Roy Rat, Google Tube chat must hate law and lumber. Rumble loves lumber. Lol. Roy Rat also says Nick must wear Pope hat while reading the Daily Unbreaded. Also says Nick is the pompatus of the Church of the Unbreaded, Title 301c3. He also says, yea, saith the pompatus, let us all unbreaded. Deacon Camelot 331. Major Debater says, awesome seeing you annihilate the destructive narrative of the left and has helped me in creating. I talk to people on Omegle for perspective and upload on Rumble at Major Debater, hashtag fight like hell. Omegle creeps me out, man. That have you ever used Omegle?
Dude, I used Omegle and I think it was called Chat Roulette, or maybe that was a version of it when it first came around. And like for 2 days it was fun, and then the third day it was like 90% penis. It would just you would just like go to next. It would just be literally just stroking. You're like, oh shit, next. Oh shit, next.
Weird.
Ooh.
I've never. I'm nervous to use it. I don't know what you get. I also feel like as a married person I shouldn't use it because it'd be weird. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do very much feel that way.
Yeah, that's how I am. Like if I'm in any type of relationship, like when I used to be married like 100 years ago, dude, I didn't even like being in the presence of other women. Like I don't know why. I was just like, you don't exist to me. And then my wife left me, and I was like, damn, I should have clapped all them bitches. What was I thinking? Oops, missed out.
Hindsight is 2020.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh man, Isaac Baruch posted a picture of Johnny Depp in different colored clothes in lines. It's like a pride flag, and it says Happy Pride Month. Oh man. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. Reading the rest of the super chats. By the way, of course you are welcome to stay, but if at any point you need to go, feel free. Just wanted to let you know. Slaglust. Ethan Ralph, first law tuber confirmed today. Eat it. He was? Okay. Justin Woods, late in U.S. Marines Twitter. Primarch Vulcan, Johnny Depp. Oh, wait. Is the U.S. Marine Corps Twitter gayed out for Pride?
Dude, they're all gayed out. Every damn one of them. There ain't nothing wrong with like a penis every once in a while. Like to see it in like the distance, maybe even touch it if you're like drunk. But like, come on, dude. These people actually think companies care about like gay people at all? Nah, dude, they're profitable as hell. Hijack them bitches and use them for profit. That's what they do. Disney's the same way. They're going to go all rainbowy, and then 2 seconds later, they're going to remove gay people from movies in China in 2 seconds. They don't give a damn, dude. That's what I thought was really weird about. They were tweeting about that Revan character, like the black lady, and I'm like, dude, you guys literally remove like black characters from your trailers in Star Wars movies in China. What the hell are you trying to pull here?
Yeah.
And all the NPCs click that bitch. They're like, hell yeah, oh, Star Wars supports the different races. And I'm like, doubt it. Doubt it.
I doubt it. Here's the Marine Corps post. Throughout June, the U.S. Marine Corps takes pride in recognizing and honoring the contributions of our LGBTQ service members. You don't have LGBTQ service members in the same way you don't have hetero service members. You just have service members.
Yep.
In the military, your identity should start with the branch of the military you're in, because your unit, your comrades, that's what you're supposed to be brought into. The mission, the people, that's it. Not their fucking labels. We remain committed to fostering an environment free from discrimination and defend the values of treating all equally with dignity and respect. Do the Marines treat people with dignity?
Dude, I'm starting to feel like Cotton Hill from King of the Hill, Hank's dad. Like,
Yeah.
dude, I'm telling you what, my uncle was in the Marines for like 20 years, and he told me stories, man, about how they'd slap you in the face and throw you on the ground and call you a bitch and all this, and just do anything possible. And now it's like, we want to foster the beautiful place you can suck each other's penises and barracks. And I'm like, dude, look at the bullets. The bullets on this picture make it seems to me they're conveying they're trying to kill people of the rainbow.
They don't look like bullet tips. They look like lipstick tips.
Yeah.
To be fair.
I don't know. It looks kind of like they're aiming for that. I don't know. It's a little weird.
That's the gayest picture I've ever seen. They've gotten ratioed fucking hard on this too, though.
Oh my
17.7 thousand comments, 18,000 retweets, and 12,000 likes. Oof.
It's just weird how they make it about that always. We've always had people of different orientations, always in every field. But now it's like we gotta single you out and be like, oh, ba. It's like, dude, like that's what I'm saying with like.
I love that you love to touch dick. I don't
like,
care.
who cares?
Exactly.
Go
just let them.
Just let them touch the penises, and like you don't have to be like, we're so glad that you suck everybody off. It's like, dude, just let me suck everybody off in peace.
Primark Vulcan, Johnny Depp's first movie back should be an animated movie where he gets to voice an alpaca. I think the smart money is capitalizing on Johnny Depp on screen. I think that movie will make a disproportionately high amount of money if they do it right. And it's at all competent. He'll make a killing on it. Everybody will go see it and they'll want to.
It'd be really kick ass. Make a pirate movie that it's not pirates, but it's Johnny Depp. And he's a pirate, and it's just they make a different whole story, and it's all completely different. It has nothing to do with anything, but he's totally in it. And then maybe there's some references to like how shitty Disney is, just every once in a while.
That'd be pretty funny.
$1 billion.
Oh, he's no, he should be a content pirate, right? Like stealing Disney movies.
Oh, dude, that's a good one. Like
he's just like a Pirate Bay, like a dramatization of the creators of Pirate Bay or whatever.
Yeah,
he's out there.
Yeah, and he's stealing like shitty animated movies, and they're like tracking him down and trying to get him assassinated. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh,
yeah, really,
perfect.
like really ham it up, play it up like that Will Smith movie before he was a cuck, that Enemy of the State or whatever.
Yeah,
or like except instead of the government tracking him down, it's the fucking mouse brigade.
Yeah, that's what they call him too. They call him just the mouse. The mice. There you go.
Projects done poorly. Go on DACA with PPP and Worski and Medicare. Do it. Probably not. Torque Hammerwolf. Isaac made a statement on his Instagram. Yes. Asp Happy Groomers Month. We know it's a special time for you gays. Twilight Dragon 3. Did you see that Ron and Greer's response to the verdict? I did not see Russell Greer's response, but I did see Ron's. He's having a conniption, which is great. I mean, that's what he does. He's like a little Muppet. Ryu D. Amber has a contract to appear at Fan X convention. Thanks, Mark, for the post about it. By the way, thanks for the coverage. Great to see a win for men. See you at Matsuri. Oh, I'll see you there.
Oh, God, I'm so excited. I just can't hide it, man.
I'm
so excited.
Lord Vader says Johnny Depp defamed us too. We'd never stoop that low. Signed Honda Civics trunks. Madcore Mofo says, "Hey Nick, I got fully monetized during my stream this morning."
Dude, that's a like, I don't know if people are starting out in the chat or something. That's a kind of a bitch at first, man. So
yeah. Take my first super chat from it for the shout out you gave my channel. Huge Mofo. Thank you to you and your followers. Hey, thank you, Madcore Mofo. I love my favorite part about the it was after the shout out, but it was when I dropped the comment on the stream. Someone sent me a DMs like with a screenshot of your show, and they're like, "Who's this motherfucker talking about you talking shit?" And I'm like, "Oh, that piece of shit." And I went to go call you out on it. So that's awesome. Like, I'm kidding, of course. They did send me that, and I'm like, "Oh, I gotta go leave a comment on the stream. That'll be great." KM, how much money do I have to give you to say Beetlejuice? He is in Beetlejuice with Winona Ryder. I watch you every day and fall asleep to you every night. Who's in Beetlejuice with Winona? Oh, like Johnny Depp? Beetlejuice with Winona
no,
Ryder?
that's that one guy that was Batman. I can never remember his name because I'm real bad with that guy's name. He's Batman at first. He was
Michael
the good Batman.
Keaton.
Michael Keaton, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm bad at that name. I can't remember his name, and I can't remember Kevin Spacey's name for some reason.
You just did though.
Yeah, no, but like usually I can't. That's what I got real lucky that time.
I was so fucking lost on that super chat. I forgot Winona Ryder was in that.
But Johnny Depp did clap Winona Ryder.
Oh yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Then that went south and you had to undo the tattoo. Catherine Johnson, thank you for the super chat. Mario Carter says the jury couldn't bring themselves to absolutely destroy a bi woman on the first day of Pride Month, so they awarded her enough to pay the lawyers. No one's getting a penny out of Johnny Depp, though. She owes him balance. Smell then sing. The ACLU enabled Heard in the worst possible way, played fast and loose with defamation law, then left her to twist in the wind. Attorney-client relationship or not, they don't have one with her. Lawyers shouldn't do that to people. She wasn't the ACLU's client. They had no relationship with her at all. Leon Johansson, Nick, your streams on the case really powered me through my hours of cardio at the gym. Here's a shot of misunderstood ginger spiced whiskey to your friends and Captain Jack Sparrow. Stay unbreaded. Thank you. Distant Warrior, congrats on a world-changing 100 million views at an average of 1 per hour. That's 11,415 years. Only 1,000 years more than bingers in death sentences. Cheers. Yeah, it's I love when I see how much time of the world I have wasted.
Yeah, it's like, wow, Jesus was like 8,000 years not born yet.
Yeah, let's see. Where is it? Content. Not content. Fuck.
I did I looked once at
Watch
mine,
time.
and then I made bad math, and I was like, wait a second, that's not as long as I thought it was, because I thought it was like 20,000 years or something, but it was like 2,000 because I'm from Alabama. So
okay, so lifetime of the channel, watch time in hours. Here it comes, 43.5 million hours of watch time.
Jesus,
that's a lot. And I think actually no, that's not accurate though. Data for watch time is not available before September 1st, 2012. Okay, well, that doesn't matter. Watch time data is underreported for some dates as well. But 43.5 million hours. How many? Wait, so 43,500,000 hours divided by what? 24. So that's how many days divided by 365.25. So, just 4,962 years of productivity I've removed from the earth.
hot diggity damn.
So, good times. Good times. Next. Kendall T, sir, you keep streaming all night and I cannot take it. No salt daytime crew. Yeah, well, don't worry. things are gonna shift quite heavily over the next couple days as we're away from trial. Catherine Johnson question: I'm concerned Amber Heard will declare bankruptcy so she doesn't have to pay. Do you think the jury were super clever giving her $2 million? I don't think the jury was clever giving her $2 million, but she probably can't discharge this in bankruptcy. But the reality is he still has to get the money out of her. You have to compel that money to come out, and that's not super easy. Bill Hennessy, the jury reflected Isaac's testimony. She got $2 million for having great teeth. S. Asp, the only way she pays off the $8.35 million is to join some middle tier geriatric Mideast oil sheik's harem. Then she will know what real abuse is. The fitness model Instagram method. You heard about that shit?
No.
Oh my gosh, those are the best posts that come out. Like when some fitness model is finally done having Arabic princes shit in their mouth and stuff, they'll post about all of the stuff that they've had to do, but also they'll be like, but I got $1.5 million in the bank at 23, bitches.
Yeah, dude, no, I totally have seen this before. Yeah.
Those are great, where it's like, I've had to fuck a bunch of 14-year-olds. Like, girl, you got problems. Sold that ass out. Let's see. Catherine Johnson, sorry, super clever giving $2 million so she can't declare bankruptcy. Oh, no, she can declare bankruptcy still. Bankruptcy is a matter of your liabilities versus your assets. I mean, that's it. If you're underwater, you presumably qualify for bankruptcy of some sort, chapter 13 or chapter 11. No, chapter 7 or chapter 11, whatever it is. I don't remember if 11 or 13 is the business one, but it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, if you're, and her assets are I believe, way outclassed by her liabilities at this point. Allergen News, maybe if Amber Heard proved through billing that Waldman billed Johnny Depp for interviewed time. Oh, Waldman. Maybe. I don't know if they'd be able to get to that, though. That would be, again, attorney-client privilege. Mess says, if you talk to Razorfisk, ask him why he hates Elden Ring. The game has flaws like excessive copy-pasting, but his disdain for it seems irrational. I don't know. I could. Captain Tromo. Google Images debunks any domestic violence claim by Amber Heard. MJ Horizon says, justice for Johnny Depp, justice for Depp, justice for America, justice for the world. Thank you. Sword and Scale, after smashing the lie that is relativity, Joe is now rightfully supporting the flat earth theory. Please have him on to spit out some mad truths. Also, Hillary is a reptiloid. Well, I mean, flat earth is just facts. I can't. Have you ever seen The Curve?
Dude, my favorite theory is the giant ice ball theory, where like the earth is actually like 1,000 times larger and we're actually just surrounded by a wall of ice, and there's a bunch of different like realms. Like there's Valhalla is like below us, and it's in like a ring of ice, and it's just a bunch of surface like openings in the ice. That's a good one.
That's pretty good. But see, I know the earth is flat because I know Australia is on the bottom of the disc and is therefore not real. And that's all I really needed. Plus, when I walk in a straight line. I don't walk around anything.
Yeah.
So that's just
pretty obvious.
Yeah. Septic brain fluid. Drunk lawyers rock. That's the only time you'll hear a micro pint of truth from them. God Dark Death. Nexus most upset because her PR strategy of getting all YouTubers' videos set to private didn't work. Aletha Lee sent a diamond sticker. Thank you. Interzone Agent. Hey, Nick, first ever super chat, but been watching since Tonka. Holy shit. Just wanted to say Amber should keep her chin up. Warner and Disney might stop calling, but facial abuse is always looking for talent. Look, I'm just telling you, Amber, I can get you that connection. Like I can get you at least to the audition room. I can do that for you. Just hit me up. I'll link you up. They'll do their thing. That's up to you after that.
Shit.
Some-
I,
it's some-
I have $37. So
it's-
I'm just saying.
I think they pay a little better than that.
I'll DM her $37. That's more she got right now.
Just every 10 minutes, 38,
Yep.
39. Stop me when you're ready. Stop me when you're ready. Aletha Lee, I appreciate you and have learned a lot from the Depp as well as the Rittenhouse trial. Justice dies still happen. Okay. Amazing Wireless 2. Kurt wants all of the smoke. Joy, Nick, you have a mod. Trump Willis is my name. Abusing your guest. Is this your new policy? My new policy is my old policy. Everybody's able to say whatever they want in the chat. That's the way it goes. So it's been that way the entire lifetime of my show. The most important thing is if you don't like what a mod is doing, call them gay and make fun of them relentlessly because they're mods. They deserve it. So that's how it goes. But don't be surprised when they call you gay right back. Bobo Vasquez, can you differentiate the difference between the UK ruling and the US ruling? Mr. Ikeda, just for shits and giggles, too much to put into a super chat. I mean, yeah, one's against the Sun and the other's against Amber Heard. That's the difference. Wick Dipper says, grammar nerd. Yep. Blaine 20. My name is Aldo Excel. You killed my spell checker. Prepare to die. Hey, you know what? Fuck you, Blaine. Bobo Vasquez, you're wearing the Pope hat brings memories of Johnny Carson in the Karnak the Magnificent. Good times. Oh, yeah. Tamara Holloway in Mark Richards' voice. Not even fond of Johnny Depp, but I hate liars. Amber Turd can get wrecked. The verdict was my best birthday present ever. Etienne DeGaulle. Wow, Barnes is actually smoking a cigar. Don't tell Viva. He does it he'll do it here on the night streams because I don't mind, but I think on the Viva show, he's not supposed to do that so much. So he holds them. It's like his security blanket. It's like if you had a Cuban security blanket that was shaped like a penis, that would be a cigar. Lori Leaney, save Canada, hook Amber and Trudeau up. Solved. Oh, God. Michael Clark, what is your opinion about courts not punishing overt perjury in family courts and attorneys that exploit this common fact? Again, if you prosecute every instance of perjury that happened in court, you'd have a prosecution for every trial or more. It's just not feasible for them to do it. You hope people don't lie, but it's also, the other attorney's job to try and show that they are lying, break their credibility. Tara Rayner, the chat needs to nan Canada, but wait till I seek asylum and need to wait for Biden to move on. North America has never had weaker leadership while they both taunt Putin and Xi and go after citizens. Tamara Pudwalny, Nick, I was introduced to you through Elijah and love your streams. Hey, cool. Texas misses you. A toast to you and making it through these 7 weeks. I miss Texas always. But I'll be back there at the end of July for Matsuri. Very unbreaded anime Matsuri. Gonna be a good show.
I'm hoping I don't show up and expect something different because the only reason I'm coming is to drink and stuff. So that's all I care about.
Yeah, I mean the con and the closes at 4 or 5 every day, and then the rest of the day is drinking, hanging out, and doing whatever.
That's the whole point, because when I take vacations like that, because that's what I consider it, I break my diet for 3 days and I drink and just eat freaking pizza and meatball subs and shit. So
yeah,
that's all I'm looking forward to.
That's you vacation like I do. Just eat
Yep.
and relax. Yeah, no. What we tend to end up doing, probably I shouldn't say this online, very public, very private. Tend to end up at the Hilton smoking area and hit cigars and whiskey and just hang out with people and talk for a long time after you go get dinner and stuff, but then you hang out in the evening in the outdoor area because it's Houston. So, it's once the sun goes down, it's not hell outside. And yeah, smoke some cigars if you like them. Hang out and talk to some fun people. It's a good time.
That sounds like a dream. I'm so excited.
Things to do. Amber will be okay. Sure, she'll do fine in X-rated cinema. Oh yeah, but back to Tamara. Thank you. A toast. You toasted to me, so a toast back to you to making it 7 weeks with me. You know what I'm curious of? Are we ever going to get porn movies back?
I wish.
So the distinction, guys, is like the vast majority of porn now is click, a scene to generate clicks. The scene is a thinly veiled excuse to put a dick in something, right? Like that's that. But they used to do movies that had full on sexual intercourse in them, but they were movies. Like that was the actual primary purpose. They were X-rated movies, but that's like gone. And now everything's got to be like a goofy, weird parody, right? Like it's gonna be like Space Babes from Beyond. It's like, okay, that's weird. Where's like like in Boogie Nights, they were making those movies that were like, they were movies was the idea. But they also had sex in them. Where's that? Where'd that go? I'm just curious if those are ever coming back.
I remember being younger and watching one and getting really invested in it because like this guy was like banging all these chicks and he's like cheating on his like main wife and like she's like suspecting it and it has a PI following him around and I was like heavily invested. I was like 12. It's pretty great.
I want to know how this turns out for this gentleman.
Yeah. She ended up like shooting him in the face or some shit. It was pretty cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, see, because when you're already at an X rating, you can have some violence. Speaking of this, for just a second. So the other day I could not sleep. And so I was sitting there and I turned on Hostel 3. Like, well, I watched Hostel 1. I liked Hostel 1. I watched Hostel 2 and it was but hey, Hostel 3, there's gonna be some boobies, there's gonna be a bunch of gore, and that's gonna be great. That's all I'm looking for, right? Hostel 3 has effectively zero gore. Like effectively nothing. All of the like violence happens off camera. It was bullshit. I'm like, I remember in Hostel 1 when that chick's eye is sticking out and he's got to like clip the little nerve with the scissors and you're like, oh, fuck that. And the drill through the knee and stuff. And it's like Hostel 1's brutal. Hostel 3, it's like, this is the only reason to watch the movie and you've gotten rid of it. It was stupid.
I watched, I think it's called Malignant because you and Tug, no, it was you and Lofty were saying it was fun.
Yeah.
Dude, I watched it and I loved it. Like one of my friends that watched it with me did not like it. And I was like, dude, when it revealed the thing, dude, I was just yelling. And not like in a scared way. I was just like, oh my God.
When that fucking the jail cell and the police station scene, when everybody's getting just murked. Yeah. Oh, that was awesome. Like, look, is Malignant a masterpiece of cinema? No, but it was fucking fun. And I'm at the point in my life right now where I just want to have, like, if I'm going to sit down and either pay 10, 20 bucks to watch a movie or invest 2 hours of my fucking time to watch a movie, which, like, not to put too fine a point on it, but I could live stream for 2 hours and make money, or I can not live stream and watch a movie and cost myself money. If you look at it that way, if I'm going to watch a movie, it better be fucking fun. Like,
yeah, I just want to be entertained. It's like Cabin in the Woods, I think, is what it was called. That movie was fun.
Cabin in the Woods is
awesome.
I legitimately think that Cabin in the Woods is one of the first movies to properly encapsulate what is horror.
Yeah.
As a genre correctly, in a long time. It's not a jump scare movie. It's not a terror thing. It's about an uncomfortable idea presented in a novel way, dude, and I like it.
The ending of it was just like I remember like having like an adrenaline rush at the end because like you don't know You don't
Yeah.
know. I think wasn't it Sigourney Weaver was at the end?
Yeah.
I think she's So
Yeah.
that was fantastic.
Yeah. No, I love Cabin in the Woods. It's one of my favorite movies. Tara Rayner says Barnes, she was the poster girl, the perp. I like monkeys. I don't think Amber's dog really even stepped on a bee. Please help me with my new job. Tweeter Mencio. Phil Jones. Dr. Curry should replace Amber Heard in Aquaman 2. She marries Aquaman, Arthur Curry, and doesn't change name. Hey, there you go. Dr. Curry's a smoke show. Mario Carter 13. OnlyFans name Amber Scene. No one wants her heard. Stephen Crater, read that one. Amateur Anth. I'd drop a 20 for Amber's OnlyFans just to see what the floppy fish market looks like. Ooh. No, here's the thing. If Amber Heard got any success on OnlyFans, that shit would go straight into all sorts of cosmetic surgery. Those chicks all end up looking the same at the end of the day. Like, I have 0 OnlyFans subscriptions, but every time like you come across some chick on Twitter and like you click on it, they're like, you pull up their bio and it's like they got OnlyFans in the description, and you look at them, you're like, you just look like all of the other ones, because as they start making money, they start sculpting themselves through surgeries and shit like that into the same look, and it's a look I'm not super fond of personally.
Yeah, and I saw Belle Delphine got a boob job, and I was just like, well, there goes that.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to know why Belle Delphine disappeared for like 8 to 12 months or whatever, the recovery time on a tit job's like 6 months.
Yeah,
and then you got the scar
look good.
issues. The scar reduction time is, a little bit longer than that. That's what she was doing.
Yep, it didn't look good, and I think what was really bad about it was her porn was so underwhelming. I have not seen the results. I just saw that she obviously got a boob job because the clothes on picture was like, oh, suddenly she had a chest where she didn't before. Yeah.
But I don't really care to see it in general, but I haven't seen it, so I didn't know if it was like is it a botched job? Is it bad, or just?
It's very normal, but it's very fake looking, as they all are, in my opinion. Like, dude, there ain't nothing wrong with a squishy booby, but
Daniel Hurler says, not into the allergic reaction look lip filler. No, I do not understand like the super inflated lip thing. I don't like those girls start looking fucking weird when they start doing all that shit.
So I have a lot of girls that crawl into my DMs on Instagram and stuff. And one girl crawled in one time, and I shit you not, it looked like a racist caricature from the 20s. Like her lips were like literally looked like donuts. And I was like, why would you do that? And she was kind of like pretty before. When I scrolled through her old Instagram, I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, it looks like it's like those girls that get like watermelons, like sized implants in their ass cheeks, and they're like disproportionate and they're sagging. And I'm like, why would you do this?
It's so weird. I'm so like, I hear about people getting all sorts of weird shit in their DMs from people. I don't know how I'm immune to it. I'm so fucking happy.
Oh my God. The other day, so a lot of my DMs are always kind of similar. Like, it'll be a giant paragraph. Hey, I worked at Dollar Tree. I want to tell you about my story. And I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
So I accepted this dude's DM, and it was a story. I was reading his story, and then at the very end,
right at the end, a giant dick.
It said play video because it's Instagram.
Oh no!
And which means he sent me a video. It doesn't mean he sent me like one he had saved. He sent me one as he shot it.
Yeah,
because it's like Snapchat, so it disappears. So I clicked it, and it is immediately him holding his dick, and he's just coming everywhere. And I'm just like, I thought we were talking about Dollar Tree.
Get wrecked,
dude. And it was like projectile as shit. He was like holding it back or something for like an hour. God, dude.
Lori Leaney, is there any man with money willing to be alone with Amber Heard after this? I mean, they're fucking stupid if they are.
Yeah.
She is done in Hollywood. She'll blackmail everyone and anyone. Look, even if you didn't think she would have normally, like, she's just going to do that to Johnny Depp, not me. Now she's got 8.35 million reasons to try and take something from someone else.
Yep.
I don't trust this at all. Batman's pet goldfish says Ron Toye has to be a Poe. Ron Toye is just a little cuckold. That's his problem. Angelica White says, at Andrea Burkhart, get in here. Oh, was she in the chat? I don't know. I think she had the link. So she probably was tired of being on this degenerate show. That's the most likely outcome, because I think
Unbreaded.
Unbreaded.
Who is the person you would want to read
Yeah.
Unbreaded the most? I think, God, I don't even know, man. I'm trying to think of somebody good to read it.
The person I would want to read Unbreaded the most,
Yeah.
probably Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like full drama with the full N-bombs and everything.
Dude,
'cause
he'd do such a great job.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I would like Jesse Lee Peterson to read it, but I don't think he would, because he's a man of God. Let's see. Anthony Lautzenheiser, can anyone have a discount code for Herd's OnlyFans? Yeah, it's discount code is number 2. SA, there's a new Karen in town. They call her Amber. Mike Hoyer, what the fuck is going on with that cigar? That was a tightly rolled cigar. That's why that ash was. Did you see that?
Yeah. So I was watching earlier and I was like, man, he needs to shake that bitch off. It was like 4 inches long.
Never shake the ash on the cigar. That's skills that he had there. He had the right upward angle, and he had a very nice, tightly rolled cigar. That's why he's able to do that. Chicken Lord of Hawaii says, we're coming for the mainland next. Look, take California. We don't give a shit. You're going to cover that bitch of chickens. Nobody cares. Next, we've got O'Shea says, good evening. Late to the stream. I've seen others ask if Washington Post will pull Amber Heard's op-ed. They don't have to pull it. Has anyone asked if ACLU will reconsider Amber Heard ambassadorship? People are talking about that. Do you think they should given the verdict? I mean, if the ACLU is smart, they would pull her ambassadorship. I don't want them to. I want them to put her forward as an ambassador forever. I think the ACLU is garbage, so I want them to look as bad as possible. Liren, thank you for the donation. Gerg, I love how Amber Turd talks about freedom of speech yet disables comments on a recent post. Love how she talks about freedom of speech but sues Johnny Depp for defamation.
Yep.
Wait, so she has freedom of speech to defame someone, but he doesn't? That's weird. Misotis, this cat person from NBC tried to lure Tug into an interview to do a hit piece on him. Better not trust mainstream media approaching you. Oh yeah. No, they're all great. All great. Kat, you want to interview me? Well, we'll see. Try that. Call me up. It's about May people. Thank you very much. Enjoyed your collaborative streams. All court proceedings should be live casted. May deter crime in general. Lol. Make and dream. Classrooms should be live casted. Appearances COVID revealed truth. Ty, what we're about to see is media corporations starting to utilize social media. You'll have totally not affiliated channels hosted by frauds. Oh yeah. My favorite though was watching Long Crime start reading chats live on air today. That made me so happy. Fire Sky, if they try that hit piece, we need to hit back. Tara Rayner, yes, Lucy from Trailer Park Boys was one of them. It's about May people says game over. Brenda McIntosh, Nick, are you going to cover Marilyn Manson's case? Yes, probably, but his trial is going to be at minimum about 18 months away. That's not going to trial anytime soon. So don't get your hopes up. Cinta Surya, hi from Oz. Thanks for all your great insights. Has Amber released a statement yet? Yes. Good to see Rob here now. Amber released a statement immediately upon losing that, everything was bad for her and she was wronged. Trish says Rob equals snake. VFR 1200. Rip Gary Coleman. Better late than never. Cody Moore. So what I'm hearing is Amber is foobarred monetarily and mentally. Christy Lynn, I read she's using her insurance to pay everything. Oh, by the way, earlier today, someone pimped their OnlyFans in a super chat. That was great. That was
Did
that-
you at least get like a preview of it or something?
no. I just said check out my OnlyFans and had the at there. It's like, oh, there you go, I guess. So that's fun. Let's see.
Yeah, I get DMs sometimes, and it's like a girl trying to talk to me, and I won't say much. And they're like, "You should totally subscribe to my OnlyFans," and I'm like, "I doubt it, dude. I
Yeah.
got Google, son. I will type in turd cutters, bring up the ass. That's all I need. I don't need your ass."
Oh, hey, Camelot, you should subscribe to my OnlyFans.
I doubt it.
I doubt
it. Christy Lynn had said that they read Amber's using insurance to pay for anything or for everything. Look, there's a lot to this. Yes, some homeowners policies can cover defamation suits. However, this case does not exhibit the hallmarks of a homeowner's funded defamation suit. There doesn't seem to be insurance counsel on board. Amber Heard seems to have a lot of flexibility. There doesn't seem to be any reasonable settlement efforts being made. They tend to have a cap of whatever your umbrella policy is, maybe $2 to $3 million. Remembering that Amber Heard only owns one property, it's $500,000. I mean, her having a giant umbrella policy doesn't seem super likely. Johnny Depp having a giant umbrella policy seems likely. He owns several properties and is worth a ton of money. Amber Heard having that would be a little ridiculous. And I mean, but there's a lot missing from that. But here's the real kicker, though. She was just convicted of an intentional or found guilty of an intentional tort. Insurance companies don't pay for intentional torts. They don't pay for that. So likely, even if they were possibly going to pay, it was probably money was put in escrow and now will be not paid out on that. Trish says, Rob, get back to Karen bites. Nicholas Starro. Rob has been following this trial so hard he has a bruise on his right cheek. I think that's from this.
That was me during every video deposition.
Oh, dude, those are so rough.
Oh my gosh. They were like, we got 3 in a row that one day where it was Amber's witnesses. And I was like, I'm going to turn this off.
Those are the hardest stream days.
God.
Because the problem with the video deposition testimony, there's also no pauses.
Yep.
There's no sidebar objections or anything where you get to interject commentary. So you either are just listening or you're talking over and people are bitching at you in the chat going, stop talking over. It's like, this is boring as fuck. Like, what is going on? Zabby Eats, kick out Snake Rob and put Madcore Mofo on. Oh, that would have been fun. Maybe we'll talk to Madcore Mofo sometime in the future. Ninja Hamster Uprising. Watch Alex Jones on Friday Night Tights tomorrow. Oh, he's coming back on FNT. Awesome. Nettie, that'll be a good show. Nettie Daniels says, loved Rob's Law and Lumber video on bed. I found the rest of you through him, and I appreciate your tireless coverage. Noir777, Amber Heard testimony. If she was smart, he would get blackout drunk and smack me. The Amber Heard testimony we got. So I was just standing there and then Johnny ran me over with a car and then raped me. Yep. No, I mean, 100%. If she had, I've said it a couple times, I'll say it again. If her narrative was that he would get drunk, he would get on drugs, he would just rough her up a little bit. I mean, punch her in the stomach, slap her in her breasts, hit her in her vagina or whatever, knock her down, just shove her to the ground. He would intimidate her as she walked by. She couldn't get away from him without him hitting her, not beating her, just hitting her and controlling her and making her in fear, or even raising his hands to her every time she walked by, punching walls by her face. If she had had that type of testimony, there would be an explanation for why there was no evidence, because there wouldn't be any bruising from it. And it'd be really hard to counter. The story she told was that he beat her with these fucking rings on.
Yeah, I think she verbatim said that she thought she was going to die multiple times. And I was
Yeah.
like, dude, if you're getting hit by a grown ass man and he hit you so many times that you soiled yourself and passed out, bro, you gonna look like a damn meat bag.
Yeah.
You gonna look like a banana that somebody stepped on 8 times. Like you're
You
not
know,
gonna look like a normal ass person.
You know that there's actually a picture though of one of the times he did piece her up. You know that?
No.
No, I found it on Google. Hold on, here we go. Here's a picture. There is a confirmed. I mean, now that the trial's over, I feel much better about releasing this because you don't want to release this shit during the trial and see people see it because we're running a narrative here. Narrative is Johnny Depp's innocent. We know it's not. He's not completely innocent because there is footage. There is a photo out there of Amber Heard after she got fucking tossed around by Johnny Depp. She got the brakes beat right off her. Here we go. I mean, there it is.
I
There
knew
it
it.
is.
I knew it was gonna be the damn gun.
She's all fucking. What are you talking about? That's Amber. Look at it. You can see the cheekbones over here. That
Oh my
these
God.
high cheekbones, but she's all swollen up.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
She got the shit kicked out of her. Look, he ripped her hair out too. So she's got this frilly little hair, bald spots over here. I mean, she got her ass fucking took.
I mean, and all jokes aside, she wouldn't look much different than that if this was real. That's the issue, is that people were sharing around the Rihanna picture and they were like, don't share this. This is disrespectful. And I'm like, dude, people need to know what it actually looks like. It don't look like you put some damn blush on your face or some like eyeshadow or some bullshit. That's how you did it. Like, nah, dude.
The dangerous Google, but here, I'll pull this. I'll pull this up. This is let's remember what a real fucking domestic abuse victim looks like. Some of you are maybe familiar with this lady's work. This is Christy Mack. After War Machine tore the fuck up. I mean,
Jesus.
this is what she looks like normally. This is what she looked like. I mean, these are and I mean, I listened to some of her testimony and what she was talking about. That he was a fucking monster. But this is a split lip, okay? Like lips splitting is obvious and evident.
And are we gonna assume that makeup would make her swelling just not be there anymore?
Yeah.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Yeah. Let's
In her statement, she said her losing that case pushed women back 30 to 40 years. And I'm like, bitch, you did that yourself. You're the one that pushed women back, not Johnny.
Yeah.
Like, you a dumbass.
So again, here's a reminder of, this is Christy Mack, when she gets to the hospital right after the beating. This is days later. Look at the swelling on the nose.
Yeah.
Look at the spots under her eyes. And again, the split lip. I mean, this shit doesn't just heal up. It takes time. You can't just throw some red lipstick on over this, put on a little, fucking shading on your cheeks. You look wrong. You look like somebody else.
Yep.
Fucking hell. God, that pissed me off so much. Oh, well, I covered it up with makeup. Fuck you.
Yep.
Fuck you. Chris Germano. What are the chances of Depp settling for her just paying the $7 million she pledged to the ACLU and CHLA? 0. Fuck that. Why would he want the money to go from Amber Heard to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital? Like, it would be much better for him to collect the Children's Hospital money and then pay it. But no, I mean, to the ACLU, I mean, only if the money is around a fucking truck bomb when it's delivered. Fuck the ACLU. They helped her defame him. He would not want, if I were him, I would not want them to receive a fucking dime. SCFU says Camille posed for pics after the trial with an alpaca wearing a pirate hat because America. You can tell it was all a circus by the plethora of clowns. Jen S., how does the jury come up with the value of compensatory and punitive damages guidelines that they use? No, there's no guidelines. They just go, we earned 22 million, 10 million. And that's it. Whatever they feel. Nighthawk 74, big media has been lying since the main. Someone with a bunch of fucking Japanese symbols for a name. Hey, Ricada, I have a question. Do you think Herd's team did their best on what they are given? Yeah. I mean, I think Elaine's a disaster in general, but I think they tried, certainly. I know it's weird, but if you were her team, what approach and what action would you have done? Justice for Johnny Depp. They needed to walk away from her as counsel, frankly. And I mean, she could hire them back and they need to say, look, you cannot bring this counterclaim. This counterclaim loses you the case in the long run. This is a winnable case, but if you bring that counterclaim and your mental health's at issue, you're gonna lose because you're a crazy bitch. That's what they need to do.
I had the exact same conversation with a buddy at my gym. He was like, I can't believe how bad our lawyers are. And I was like, I mean, they look at the hand they're dealt. She's trying to prove a case with almost no evidence. Like, actually, quite literally no concrete evidence.
Yeah.
It's basically just trust me, bro. And she has a team for 6 weeks that have to prove that shit. Yeah, good luck. Rough, man.
Yeah. I mean, the entirety of her case was, here are these things, and I'm going to write back into them to make them into an abuse narrative. I'm going to cherry pick anything that comes close that can be inferred for abuse with zero evidence of actual abuse.
Yeah. It just, when people that apparently do drugs are synonymous with people that domestically abuse people, unless it's her, when she has drugs, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yep. And Sheila Aliens in the chat is correct. Elaine has no excuse for being that bad.
That's true. Yeah, she sucked regardless.
Yeah, whatever Elaine is outside of the context of this case, she was fucking awful within the case. Period.
Yeah, though at that one point where she was just like, I'm trying. I'm really trying. I was like, yeah, it's a disaster.
John 1234 says, with the legal definition of rape, can a woman rape a man? And if no, is this a double standard? Well, I mean, if you put your finger in a man's butt, it's in most states that would be rape as well. So it's genital, digital, or oral penetration, or digital or genital penetration or object penetration of the anus or the vagina usually applies. But there's also, depending on the state, unwanted contact with male genitalia is the same. Now you can't have, penetrative. Well, you can. You may. Whew. Some people are into that. But force touching, depending on how the states define it, can be rapacious as well. But it varies state to state. Is it a double standard? I mean, kind of. But look, if I have the choice, if some Big Bertha's coming up and she's like, oh, you gonna get it, son, I would rather her like gingerly stroke my penis, even if I'm not into it or whatever, rather than having a fist go on my ass. Yeah. So I think the penetrative is necessarily the worst thing, personally. I'm not excusing like an unwanted touching of genitalia, but I mean, if I have the choice, I'll take a meaty Helga hand over a fisting myself. Stephen Young, I can't help but notice that the media standpoint on this isn't from a concern of impact on the courtroom, but how the case is perceived outside it. Yep. Yeah, well, because they know if it's the inside the courtroom, they're not going to win that narrative very well. Because there wasn't an impact inside the courtroom from social media of any, real amount. Derek Messino, this is mother's fault. The whole don't bully my child age has made weak people who can't handle adversity. Suck it up, buttercup. The world is mean. Christy Lynn, I'm a fan of Law and Lumber. Keep doing you. Trish says, you aren't a good person, Rob. Damn. Almost, we're getting to the end here. Giant mess. Dems didn't blame Russia right away. They said poor people and black people didn't have and couldn't buy or wouldn't be able to get a valid ID with white people who wasn't racist guiding them. Blazemonger. I'd like all these people parroting the Amber Heard narrative to post one actual piece of evidence out of the mountain that shows Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard. Just one. Esther Dickerson catching up. ACLU fees are crazy. Natalie covered it on her stream tonight. Had info on the bill. Very interesting. Very worth checking out. Yep, I did a stream on it the other night as well. You can check that out. And my conclusion is they're likely going to take a big haircut on that. Deep Surface is Rob Courthouse Source / Lumberjacker Biatch Boy. TK says Aquaman. Johnny Depp 2022. Kevin Brady. Amber Heard will make that money in 3 months on OnlyFans. That's the redemption arc. Joni RN Mamba. An article from The Root. Amber Heard verdict sends message to black women everywhere if the mistreatment of a wealthy blonde-haired, blue-eyed white actress is ridiculed. ... Nimrod, great job. Thank you. The John Back. No vacation. YouTube. Nick, go away and rest. That's the plan. John Doe, remember Elaine calling Amber fecal phobic on opening? Never brought up one time since. Are there rules on what you say in open without ever elaborating? Well, the rule is if you lie to the jury and they remember it, it looks really poor on you. Life of Brian, dear Nick, behind on the feed, but no tears is already a diss track. Tell Amber to call Scarface. You're welcome. Flash Soros, a toast for all the mega pints of adrenochrome we can squeeze out of Amber Heard after this verdict to extend my life several more years. Sharanjit Paul, Instagram on fire, Momoa like turds, posts not Johnny's, public gone crazy on him. Aber's baby says, I just discovered something. Amber Heard wore the same dress today as she did when she filed the domestic violence restraining order in 2016. Yes, she did. I made a side-by-side photo, posted on Twitter at AberZ09. Bad guacamole, Camelot. I could 331 could totally beat down Jeremy Hamburger. My question is, would he if we asked him nicely? Quarter pounder. Lol, just kidding, but not really. Damn. Chat's asking if they ask you nicely, would you go kick Quartering's ass?
Isn't he like 6'7" or some shit?
I don't think he's that tall.
Shit, I'm like only 5'11".
Speaking of 6'7" people, what's up, Anna?
Hi. Perfect
Hey.
timing. Talking about height.
Yeah. No kidding. We're coming to the end of the stream here, but
I figured it was pretty late.
yeah, you have that weird sleep schedule of
I
a
do.
mutant.
I do.
Did you see the verdict and shit today? Of course.
Yes, I
assume?
was in your chat. I was like,
I thought I saw you in there, but it was a lot going by. So
yeah.
any thoughts on the case at all?
Fuck yeah.
You're a woman, so you're obviously on the side of Amber Heard.
Obviously.
No, the only thing I was shocked by was that she won that other thing at the end, which I think your friend that was on was right about. That there's probably one jackass jury member that was like, yeah, you have to agree with me or else we can't go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. That's what likely happened. And but that's juries, and the end of the day, Johnny wins. So
thank God.
Yeah, I think that's all that mattered. It didn't matter how much money he won, but he got to tell his story. He got to show the evidence. Every single person that was there that testified, even if they were people, it went in his favor. So it was, even if she won, it would be like, oh, the system is fucked. And he won. So now she's saying, oh, the system is fucked. Let me continue to be a victim. But he won, right?
Yep.
He's innocent.
Yeah, and that's the trick. That his attorney made statements that were found to be defamatory against Amber Heard. I mean, oh well. I don't think anybody on earth believes that statement from Adam Waldman did $2 million worth of damage on its own.
Yeah.
I mean, the thought of it is ludicrous, but it doesn't matter. The whole thing, Johnny Depp's, he's set now to re-enter whatever life he wants, and whether they'll take him back, that's up to them. But there's no reason for them not to at this point.
They got to get the millionaire packers and $300 million, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, $300 million in $1. They got to one up him.
Okay. A little bit more.
Wick Dipper says, is it just me or did Jennifer Connelly lose significant tracts of land since I last saw her on film? Oh, and
Maverick?
In Maverick. I don't know that Jennifer Connelly was ever that busty.
No, she was super busty.
Was she?
Have you not
I
watched
don't-
her movies?
I don't fucking remember. What's she in? Jennifer?
No, she is like. Did you not like see the like photo shoot she did when she was like 20, and it's like her boobs like up against a mirror?
Okay, I'm seeing. I'm on Google Images. I'm observing. Yeah, I mean she's got some action going there.
She was in something like at like 14.
Labyrinth.
in, like,
She
movies.
was in. Oh, I have my jacket over. She was
It
in
was-
Labyrinth.
No, she was in Labyrinth, but she was in something before that, and she was like nude, and she was like 14, and it was really strange.
Yeah.
I don't
The
remember
same
what the
thing with
movie
like Mila
called.
Djokovic, right? Like she was in that. Oh no, that was the second one. No, Brooke Shields. She was like naked and she was like 13.
Yeah, Brooke Shields has a couple. One, I think she's 12, and then in Blue Lagoon, she's like 16.
Yeah,
But that one, I
I'm
think they
totally
had a
thinking
body
of her.
double, right? In
No,
Blue Lagoon.
no, that was her.
Huh. That's
Yeah,
awkward.
yeah, it was awkward. That's for sure. Yeah, okay, maybe maybe she lost a little bit upstairs. I don't know.
Well, guys, she's 50 something years old and she's had babies. So
Oh, that'll do it. They swell up and then they go back down, and they sometimes go down to less than what they started at.
no.
So plus, if you go through a lot of weight loss and stuff, depending on where you are storing weight and where you lose weight, things can happen. Nate Boyle, hey Ricada, love your stuff. I'm 34 and a Big Four auditor, but I'm interested in a career in law. Too late at 34? I mean, no. What you have to weigh out is, can you take on the financial burden and will you pay off the debt load after you get out? If you want to practice law, but only go to law school to practice law. Don't go to law school to make money, please. Shadow Finrear, please put the unbreaded logo on your Pope hat. Esther Dickerson, Vice and The Root have articles. Ask Natalie. Oh, no, I've seen them. Cesario JPN, Camelot, if you're still looking for grid girls in racing per that Chrissy Mayer live stream, look to Japan. Super GT and D1 Grand Prix has race queens.
Hell yeah.
KM, Beetlejuice 2. KM, thank you for the donation. Robert Deegan, sweet Jesus, I listened to you all day. Just got up for work and you're still live. The grift never ends. You're a legend. Oh, it's about to take a nice break, though.
Go to sleep.
KM, please talk about the Beetlejuice and Winona and Johnny being in a film together, please. But so is he? Oh, the rumor is that he's going to be in Beetlejuice 2. That's
Yeah.
the
That's
rumor.
what I
right?
said they should do. We were talking about this on Flashcast. I'm like, it's already going to be Tim Burton. Winona and Michael Keaton are coming back. We've never seen Michael Keaton and Johnny Depp in a movie together. That would be great and would make sense like if he was like her husband in it,
It's on IMDb. Like Johnny
It is?
Johnny Depp's
He's on
listed as a cast member of it.
Yeah,
Oh
but
my gosh.
depends who added that because it could be anybody
Yeah.
who adds that. Mario Trujillo was also on the fence for cameras in the courtroom, mostly for the possibility of jury intimidation, but this has made me flip to all cameras in courtrooms. Yes. Stoic Living, greetings from Ireland. Love your coverage of the Depp trial. Thank you. Thank you, Ireland. Kevin Eliason, why are you still up? Well, I'm just finishing super chats. Then I'm going to bed. And I'm going to sleep in tomorrow. It's going to be great. Lucas, behind in the stream, some might already be known. It is known. I Baruch Art on Instagram. Oh shit. Let's see.
I caught your dancing earlier, Camelot.
I was having a good time. I was drinking. It was fun.
Yeah, I can tell your energy just went.
Yeah. That's what happens when I drink, and then it's like 4 hours later. I'm just like,
Dance it all out.
yeah,
So
I was like
here's-
sweating, dude. It was good.
Well, I'll pull up. This is Isaac Baruch's statement today on Instagram. We'll check it out real quick. Fucking A. Justice served. Pow. I'm beyond the moon happy for we should get Ethan Van Sciver should cosplay as Isaac Baruch. Don't you guys think?
Yeah.
Papa EVS, both from Jersey.
There you go.
Happy for my friend, his family, all his friends who have been there for him. The amazing team of lawyers who fought for our friend and epically kicked royal ass and revealed the truth of the matter so you could witness the evidence with your own eyes and ears. I'm also beyond happy for the millions upon millions of people who have been there for this entire endeavor on this insane thing called the internet. Maybe you've heard of it. Wow is all I can say. Your love for truth and justice knows no bounds, and I thank you for that. And I want to say thank you to all of you for loving my friend and sharing your love with me. Also, it's overwhelming. So thank you big time. And yes, I think it's time to start painting. I'm sending that man an invite to a show.
It's always time for painting.
He'll never answer me, but I'm definitely going to send that man an invite to the show. KM, he is cast in Beetlejuice 2. Logan Orr says the U.S. Marine Corps only cares about you if they think it makes them look politically good. Proof is in the suicide rate. Shit. David Maynard, welcome to Paralegal. Atticus, what is the best Disney animation soundtrack and why is it The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Moana for me, but yeah.
Moana's really good.
Dude,
Hated Moana.
You know what? I hate you.
You're a hater.
I just hate you.
No, I love Disney movies. I
just
hate
dislike
Moana.
you so much.
Yeah, sure.
But you know what? Wait, I gotta say though, that fucking that crab song.
The Shiny?
Every time I hear Shiny, I want to murder a village. I fucking hate that song.
I love it. Love
Jermaine Clement, get raped. Fuck you. I hate that fucking song so much. God, I hate it.
Coco makes me, dude. Coco's great. I love like Latino and like Mexican culture. Oh, God, I love the music and that shit, and it makes me cry like a bitch at the end.
My kids keep listening to that the one with the recent one, the Colombian one.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, they love that fucking soundtrack.
I haven't watched it yet.
I didn't like the movie as much, but I enjoyed some of the music.
Well, if you like Lin-Manuel Miranda's style of music, you're gonna like Encanto. You're gonna like Moana.
I don't, unfortunately.
His style comes through in all of those things, and so if you like that style, you're gonna like those. If you don't, you're not going to. But yeah, my kids just will they'll play the fucking hell out of Encanto. I just want to put my head in a vice and turn the crank until I'm dead. Let's see. Asphyxiation. What's up, Aspie? First, you wait 2 years to eat the Vegemite sent out of love. And you won't let me onto dung posts on camera. So I subscribe to your locals. Now you're saying I'm not real, cunt. I've been saying Australia isn't real since I was born. You would know that if Australia was real, but you're not, and you know it. Sam Hijazi, please talk about the weird case of Casey Anthony. I can't. Bobblehead Homestead, I'm about to move my chicken breeding business. My tools were just swiped by a meth head, and I need my cocks to do their jobs well to make money for more tools. I could use good vibes and good toast to my cocks. Okay. I guess. Anna, you pumped for Matsuri?
Fuck yeah.
Do we know who all's going? I don't know who from my list is actually confirmed. Is Flash confirmed going?
Yes, Flash got his hotel.
Is Tug going?
Yes.
You're going. I think Gary confirmed.
I hit up John because we just did a Simpcast panel at MegaCon, and I was like, that would be cool if Chrissy and Brittany would come, and that's super close for Brittany. And I hit up John. I was like, hey, can we talk about doing a Simcast panel there? And he never got back to me.
He goes a while sometimes.
Yeah.
They're fucking 90 miles an hour all the time.
Well, so. I saw he asked me for photos to make a banner for, I guess we're going to have a table section. And I was like, okay, here's some. And then my Alita photos on their website. So I was like,
there you go.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. Might
Who
be.
do you know that's going? aside from us.
Well, Gary Nerderotic will be there.
Okay.
I've invited Eric July, Ryan Cannell, Jeremy, and EVS, and Attorney Tom, even though he's short. So trying to think if there's somebody. I don't know. I don't have my list. But I don't know who's confirmed. I have no idea. So I gotta find out because I want to promote it and talk about it. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be at a table.
I'll
if
be
no one
there.
else goes. But,
Camelot, are
yeah.
you going?
Yeah.
Okay, Camelot's going.
So we're gonna have a fun
We'll have
time.
fun.
It's gonna be a blast. There's gonna be a bunch of great people to go see.
And I promise I will not eat any cookies while I'm there.
That's the spirit. What about gummies? What about gummies?
No, I won't eat any of that stuff while I'm there.
Pranav Oja, Uncle Nick. First of all, congratulations on 450,000. Secondly, I successfully completed law school. Hey, awesome. Oh, thank you, by the way. Thanks for being a great inspiration. God bless you. Hey, God bless you, Pranav. Thank you. And to Bobblehead Homestead, I forgot to toast to your cocks. May your cocks be fruitful and productive. May they always be stand firm, and may you never have to choke it. David Maynard, thank you for the donation. Noir 777 rackets. If you like Hostel, you should see Marty's, the French subbed version, not the American remake. Marty's, okay. Martyrs, not Marty's. Okay, Martyrs. I'll try and check it out. Anna, as a female,
Oh God.
is it true that if you are in some sort of group online and a man from India joins the group, is it not true that you get a DM as a matter of math function, like that it happens automatically that you will get a DM as a female?
That I will or a girl will?
Well, a girl will, yeah.
I don't know. I've never had that happen.
You never got the show Bob's and Vagine text?
From an Indian person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know very many Indian people. I've known.
Oh, it's your racism is the problem. Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, what, are you gay? Like, what? How has this not happened to you? I've had Indian men think I'm a woman and send me that message.
No, I cannot think of a time an Indian person has ever messaged me asking me for boob pics.
Indian fellas.
Don't
saying,
do it. That's not an
be
invitation.
first. You could be first.
Oh my God.
Daniel, I'm kidding. Daniel I'm not kidding. Villarreal. Bill and Ted actor Alex Winter sided with Amber Heard. Totally not excellent, dude. David Maynard. Amber T can sell the latest mega pooper scoopers at flea markets. KM, I sound creepy, but he is in the sequel. Well, I mean, if it's reported on IMDb, it might be true. Once a trade publication reports that Johnny Depp has been cast in Beetlejuice, that's going to be more reliable. You know, you got like Entertainment Weekly or in Hollywood Insider or something like that, publishing a story about it. You know, then you can confirm it. For now, I would consider it rumor. Black Pawn. Hey, Nick, just asking, please share lists of good whiskeys. I'm just starting my journey in the world of whiskey. Keep up the good and independent work. Cheers and love from India.
What timing is that?
Hey, there's dude, I can't share you okay, here, a basic list for Scotch, an Isla Scotch, Lagavulin 16. Great. For a bourbon, Eagle Rare, good bourbon. For a rye, Angel's Envy finished rye is fantastic. These are all going to be between $60 and $100. For a straight whiskey, I don't even drink regular fuck. Oh, Gentleman Jack, or Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Select, and then for an Irish whiskey, go with Yellow Spot is great. For a Canadian whiskey, buy any other whiskey on earth. For Japan, a Japanese whiskey that's affordable and very good, Hibiki Suntory whiskey. There you go. There's a list of bottles all between, $60 to $100 that are all very good. Minor Zircon, did I miss Unbreaded? Yes. KM, in 2025, Beetlejuice will star Johnny Depp, Winona Ryder, and Michael Keaton. Dude, you've sent this message so many times. I was getting there. David Maynard, the photo you showed of Amber is the guy that owns the trailer park. Midnight's Edge After Dark. What a birthday gift. Johnny Depp win and Toby Emmerich fired. Who the fuck is Toby Emmerich?
I feel like
What's
I should
up,
know that
Tom, by
name.
the way?
Let's Google.
By the way, look, I'm not going to name names. But you guys know this. In our private DM group, what happened earlier today with a certain YouTuber looking at another certain YouTuber's assets and then being shown the truth about the rest of that YouTuber's unfortunate body shape was the funniest shit. I read it to my wife. I was like, look at what just happened to this poor man's penis. Oh, that
I
was
take
bad.
Full pride in doing that to him too.
C. Goody says, imagine being such a pussy that you block someone and then continue to tag them and talk shit anyway at Bacardi Batman. And C. Goody, you're in a fight again, C. Goody. Okay, I won't name names except it was Mecha Random. There you go. That's the name that you got. Someone was looking at Mecha Random's chest, and then someone showed Mecha Random the rest of Mecha Random's body. And the person who was originally enticed was less so after the fact. There you go.
So the guy, Toby Emmerich, was a producer at Warner Brothers.
Oh, okay. No idea who the fuck that is. KM in 2025, Beetlejuice 2 will star Michael Keaton, Winona Ryder, and Johnny Depp. Ryu 8210, what, if any, whiskey are you drinking? I have Joseph Magnus bourbon. It is phenomenal. It's this one. Joseph Magnus, straight bourbon whiskey finished in sherry and cognac casks. It is about a $125 bottle. So I don't, I try not to recommend 3-figure bottles to people because you got to be a truly addicted degenerate for that stuff. But no, it's a fantastic whiskey. It'd be a great celebratory whiskey. That's what I'm drinking right now. Fallout Bows 34. Nick, come on, man. We know she'll make a killing on OnlyFans just by taking dumps on cameras. No, she can upgrade the fart in a jar game by selling turds in a jar. I mean,
and the boob sweat thing too. I just saw that too. That's a thing.
Boob sweat is a thing?
Yeah. I was like, Jesus, I could have made so much money if I knew that was a thing. I'm joking, everyone. I'm joking.
She already has the experience of just squatting everywhere. Yeah, you just wear a sports bra to a workout and wring that thing out at the end of the day. Fill up a couple jars. That's good. That's a good business model. Kiwi 420 Blaze says, just started watching with the Depp herd. Love your channel and can't wait to see what's next with the content. Me too. Pedro's Cigar. Great stream as usual. Did you see the ridiculous article from The Guardian? No, I haven't really checked into all the publications. That's my job tomorrow when I have some time. Also, how about all the random actors mentioned during the trial? Gal Gadot must have been like, what the fuck? Gal Gadot, all of those actors who were mentioned as comparables to Amber Heard should have sued that bitch for defamation. I mean, all of them are far beyond Amber Heard's level of involvement in movies. I mean, well, she played Mira in Aquaman, and half of the audience goes, who the fuck is Mira? It's like, just like Gal Gadot. Wait, Wonder Woman? her career's supposed to take off like Wonder Woman? Okay. Hayden M, if you want to have nightmares, look where dolphins' nipples are located. I think you mean delphines. No, I'm not going to look at naked pictures of Belle Delphine. I thought she was better when she wasn't naked. I thought that was peak Belle Delphine. I think she sold out the goods and she should not have done so. And she went like straight. She's like, "Hey, I'm not naked. I'm a lewd but not nude content creator, and I'm gonna do a porn, and it's anal." It's like, whoa, shit, girl.
Well,
Who's
she
your
like
publicist? You should
did
roll
that
this out
video
over time.
on. Oh, sorry, I keep talking
No,
over you.
no, go ahead.
Well, no, she did that like video on Christmas where she's like, "I'm gonna do hardcore porn," and I remember that was going viral on Twitter, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't know she was British," but I think
then-
that she likes, like, I feel like she's one of those people that likes being on display. Like, she gets
Yeah.
turned on by people watching her.
Well, and I heard she just basically starfished out the entire time too.
Yep. It was so underwhelming, dude. I was ready. I had my T-shoes and I had everything, bro. And like, I was like 45 seconds in. I'm like, what is happening? Why has he got a little gut on him and his pee-pee's little? And then also, why is she just sitting there, like not making a noise and not moving? And it was just like over in 45 seconds. And I was like, yeah, I'm done with it. Going back to the normal shit.
The whole, but seriously, like, look, ladies, if you're out there, if you're a successful OnlyFans lewd, not nude creator, and you're looking to make that transition, hire me. I will help you. You go slowly. You slowly edge into the nudity. You got to tease this out, extract maximum simp bucks. Then you start to get into sort of the vanilla sexual activities. Things get a little bit rougher and exciting. You don't introduce anal for at least a year of producing full-on pornographic material. You cannot just jump into the booty. I'm talking millions and millions, literal millions of dollars left on the table by doing that. You can't do it. I don't understand how people don't get this. Fucking hell. And by the way, for everybody who's curious, women should never do OnlyFans. But if they're gonna and they need a consultant, I don't want to see your shit, but I do want to cut of the profit. X name X530. How bad do you think Amber is beating Eve right now? Not bad enough. Daniel, could I get a prayer for my mom and dad who were just diagnosed with COVID tonight? They're both in their 60s and I can't help but worry. Yeah, Daniel, I will pray for them after the stream, but I'm hoping for a very speedy recovery for them and a mild case of COVID that seems to kind of be the predominant strain right now is one that manifests with fewer symptoms and fewer complications. So from my mouth to God's ears, that's what they have. Vinny Torres. Yeah, I can definitely verify the statement about the U.S. Marine Corps not caring, but come on, guys. How can y'all not say Tarzan? What? Rohan Larange. Australia is very real. I live here.
Sounds like something a bot would say.
It's a less communist Canada with the opposite climate. Yeah, sure. You live there. Got it. I know the person paid for by the government to pretend to be Canadian insists that Canada is real. I've never been there. I've never seen it. I don't know anybody who can prove that they've been there. They think they went. They don't know if they just flew around Delaware for 2 hours, frankly. Well, 12 hours or whatever like that. I'm not buying it. It's a stupid country when you think about it. Everything kills you, but a bunch of prison rejects got sent there from England. They sailed around the entire fucking earth to send these prison rejects to Australia to found a country, and suddenly they're building opera houses while lemurs will just like kill your shit and little pygmy people live and they stab you with spears. They live through all of this and they drink Fosters. No one does that. Oh, how'd you tame the wilderness? Oh, boomerangs, mate. We just curved some wood and threw it around. Fuck off. Australia is stupid. It's fake, and you know it. God,
They have koalas.
They don't have koalas.
But they're there and they're cute.
They're not cute. They're feral monsters.
They're cute, but they have chlamydia.
Manon Hempel. Hi, big hello from Luxembourg. Love your channel. There are rumors online that Amber has already gone into appeal. She has said she will file an appeal. She has like 21 days to file her notice and even longer to file her motion. It's going to be a bit before we're looking at an Amber Heard appeal document. Minor Zircon, will Anna eat dirt?
Of course.
Dude, I almost bought you something, but then I realized like how silly it would be to mail you a bottle of soda because it'll get shaken up and
Was it like the dirt flavored soda?
yeah. I was
Somebody
gonna-
did, and it exploded, and I didn't get to try it.
Yeah. That's exactly
You could
why
just
I
like
didn't do it.
go into your backyard and get a shovel and put the dirt in a little doggy bag and send it to me, and I will try it on air. You look at me. I
Chang,
gotta know
well,
where the dirt's coming from.
we're gonna plant some. My Lady Rackets has some raspberry bushes and a snowball bush to plant, so I'll save some dirt for you. Bring it to Matsuri. Chang Hua says, "Good job, Rackets, over the last 6 months, changing the world one stream at a time. Toast to yourself." To me, my favorite person. Magician Sapphire, another great live stream as always. Nikki Ricky Timbo. Can't wait to see you and the others at Anime Matsuri. Also, so glad Johnny Depp got his justice. Dude, so many people have said can't wait to see you at Matsuri. I'm kind of nervous about how many people are going to come.
I know.
I think it's going to be fun.
It was hard. Like you couldn't even walk out of a room without people like surrounding you. You're not even going to be able to move at this one.
Well, we're going to have tables, so that'll be cool. Like people can come hang out with us, so it'll be great. We'll still be able to walk around too, which I'm definitely going to do because I like the show. Stardust says, sorry.
I was just going to say we have to hit up the hentai little section again and judge people.
You got to go. I tell that story all the time of when my wife and I walked back in the 18 plus section and we walked over to the cosplay ladies and it's like, oh, hey, what's up? And then you look down and I'm like, I'm looking into your uterus. And that was not what I was expecting. To look back up into your eyes after that is very awkward. Like I expected the pillowcases and all that stuff. Those are drawings. But here I'm looking at this lady and then suddenly I'm looking at her naked and then I'm looking back at her going, fuck, this is weird. I didn't sign up for this. That was not expected for me. So just be prepared. Stardust says, so now what? Well, I'm going to have a little bit of break and I think we're going to do the Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter trial to see if he gets the death penalty down there in Florida.
Which one was that?
He's the kid who shot up that high school a couple years ago, Nicholas Cruz. This would have been 4 years ago, something that it's the one that produced that piece of shit David Hogg. I don't know. Parkland, Florida. I don't know. He shot up his high school. Yeah. Icon of Sin says it's called cosplay. It's a lifestyle, live and die. No, it's fine. I just didn't expect to see someone's vagina and then look them in the eyes right afterwards. I was just caught off guard because I wasn't. I wasn't expecting a real vagina. I was expecting a drawn vagina somewhere. It was just weird. They were all very nice people or whatever. Chicken Lord of Hawaii says we will defer our invasion of the U.S. mainland. No, and invade India next, so we can be the first to send Anna the Bob and Vagine DM. Gabriel Lundis, I've been called into jury duty twice in Riverside County, and they never let me bring my Switch in to play video games. Why do they want to torture us with boredom? By the way, tell Camelot I love him.
Oh.
Gabriel Lundis loves you, Camelot. Wait, you said you love Camelot, huh? Oh fuck, never mind. I lost it. It's over. Valentina, Amber Heard's statement on Twitter, 150,000 likes. Johnny Depp's statement on Instagram, 15 million likes. Damn. Rora, see, this is what I'm talking about, though. She got 150,000 likes on Twitter. Her publicist, again, Amber, hire me. These people need to, I can help all of them. She needs to turn this spigot on and monetize those 150,000 people who clicked like. You know how hard it is to get 150,000 people to click like? Guys, I make a very good living on YouTube, and I cannot get 150,000 people to reliably click on a button. Like
No.
you can't, you want them to, but you can't. On Twitter, I have 115,000 followers on Twitter. It is hard to get more than 1,000 people to click like. She's got 150,000. That can sustain a career, and a very good one. But her publicist has to convince her to turn that on. I'm not talking OnlyFans, although that would be an option. She needs to capitalize on this, harness those domestic violence sob story simp bucks, and monetize it. If she wants to, she's not getting back into Hollywood. This is what she needs to do. She needs to be an independent voice on domestic violence that was wronged by the system that protects men. Look, I can do this. I'm a whore for it. I'll do it. Amber, hire me. Hire me. My cut's 25%, bitch. I'm not doing this for free. I don't actually like you. Rora Noah Zora was here. Did you see the New York Times piece by former Scalia clerk claiming U.S. got Heller wrong? I claim that U.S. got Heller wrong. I don't know if it's the same reason that they do. Scalia basically says that the AR-15 is the most popular rifle on the planet, but it's not covered as a weapon in common use. That was a dumb argument. It was weird. I normally like the man, but he makes the argument on handguns and then leaves AR-15s out to dry when it's the most popularly purchased rifle in the country. Very silly, very breaded. Jonathan Diaz, Nick is now a simp. Vinny Torres, Tarzan for the best Disney animated soundtrack. Oh, that's the Tarzan. Yeah, Phil Collins. He does rock. But wait, was Tarzan actually Disney?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Glenn Keane.
Scaries, welcome to Lawyer Status. Changhua, holding 10,000 viewers on the night stream is awesome. Welcome to the degeneracy, people. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how long people hang out. Always happy to bring new people into the night stream. Look, I will change your world. You'll start looking at other entertainment going, why aren't they making dick jokes? Why hasn't anybody said cunt in 10 minutes? What the hell's going on here?
My favorite word.
It's so good. It's on point. Because it describes everything everyone likes and doesn't like. It's the most versatile word. Jip V says, I seriously thought the rainbow bullets on the Marine helmet were crayons. Brian Law, Year of the Chud chugs along. At this rate, we might just get to see Klaus Schwab eat the bugs for our amusement. Stephen Glasker, hi, Anna. As a black man identifying as Indian for Nick's show, when do I get to see Bob's? Lol.
Never. But thanks for asking.
Don't condemn that man to a never of seeing Bob's. He didn't say yours.
Oh, that's true. I don't know. What's your access to women, I guess? Or how fat are you? I guess you can look right now if you're super fat.
Wait.
Just Google.
Oh, it's at his own, you're saying.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, I thought you were like...
like if he's fat, he can just look down.
I just went on a whirlwind of emotions with that with that like statement or series of statements. I was like, wait, she's saying fat, then he can't. Is she gonna see can't see any boobs ever? And then she's like, he can, and I'm like, oh, he can't. Wait, fat guys can see boobs. Oh, it's his boobs. Okay, it's like I'm processing at the rate of Johnny Depp right now. Almost there. Roy Rat. 24/7 confidential crisis support for veterans and their loved ones. Call the Veterans Crisis Line at 1-800-273-8255 and press 1 to chat online or text 838-255. Legitimately, guys, if you have negative thoughts about your continued existence on this planet, get some fucking help immediately, please. Roy Rat says Johnny Depp as Admiral Farragut. To hell with the torpedoes. Full speed ahead. I don't know how it sounds. Fuck. Now we got Odyssey chats. I hate Odyssey. Herman Arminius, Nick, if you're going to keep running this late, you should apply for the Uvalde Police Department. Oh my God. Aprindicon Flowers says, thank you for your words of wisdom the other night. Can I get a shout out for my channel? Aprende con Flowers. I help people learn Spanish. Available on YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey. You can. Broken Word, enjoy the imaginary money from Odyssey. Thank you for one of the higher donations, 5 Libri coin, which is worth, I think, almost a penny. Nipple Salad says, so for the first day of Pride is Narcissism Awareness Day. Sounds about right. Zalcor, Depp versus Hurt is over, but you versus Millennia is still pending. Firefucks, when will we get the promised military special Roulette of Death? Soon. I have like 6 different bottles of military special.
What is this? You're taking shots?
Yeah, so the military produces its own high quality liquors, or they contract it out.
Okay.
This 1.75 liter bottle is $8 to give you an idea of the quality. I have bourbon, vodka, gin, rum, and spiced rum. And so I'm going to do a roulette wheel and do like a, X amount of super chats equals shot with a spin of the wheel.
Oh.
And die from it.
Oh, yeah, you're going to die. Fuck that.
Look, the price is going to be high. That's what we're going to say.
You're going to get to like puke bucket level.
Real quick, I'm sure. El Gonzo says $8,500. He's giving me a lot more than that. That was great. What if we crowdfunded $3.5 million, pledged it to the ACLU on behalf of Amber, and then donated it to the Children's Hospital? That'd be good. El Gonzo says the saddest thing is that this is exactly what she testified Johnny jealously wanted to shield her from, the wall. I disagree with Barnes here. Johnny wasn't really acting during direct. I don't know that Barnes is saying he was acting. I was thinking he was saying he's using his skills of engaging people and engaging audiences to properly engage. But I don't think he was. I don't know how if Barnes is wording it this way. I was saying that wasn't him putting on anything. That was just how he interacts with people. He says, treat your own witnesses hostile and use depositions to impeach him. That'd be interesting. Red Deved, when will a cross exam be conducted entirely by super chat? We're going to make it happen at some point. It's going to happen. Firefuck says, king of the fagotolus of the Galil coined law tube, you should make admission of acceptance requirement be all applicants and current members must submit a photo in blackface. That, that'd be good. That'd be good. Malik Fox and the holdout was probably in Herd's DMs like show Bob and Vagine now. Herman Arminius, guy I was talking to throughout this trial was just a big distraction. I said that the right is stupid for surrendering culture battles and then getting angry when culture sides left. Also, tens of thousands of chickens just died in another food processing fire. Maybe he had a point. Wolf V, I have no idea who Camelot is, but I will try his 331.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There you go. Almost there. Rice Jones, you need to give prizes out to the last chat. Keep the grift going. No, I want to go to bed. Changhua, I'm glad this super chat is 70% of the US dollar. Gary Thomas, hey Nick, fan of your work. I do feel sorry for Amber's baby, though. She's going to be as good a mother as she is a sister, girlfriend, or wife.
Aw, that sucks.
That's a depressing thought. And that's the end of the chat. God, Arclight, how effective do you think the media's herd gunt guarding will be? I'm already seeing a lot of stories trying to paint Johnny's win as a blow to women's rights. It's going to fizzle out pretty quick because they're going to have something else. The Cosby trial, I think someone said it started like today or starts really soon. It's the Cosby trial is going to overshadow it pretty quickly. Look, the media is fickle. They'll run their hit pieces, they'll get their clicks, and then they'll probably move on from it. IB Shikkin Jack chats gonna be relentless in the roulette stream. Also, hi Anna.
Hi.
So, there we go. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. Do you guys want to say anything before you leave? Thanks for joining me.
I'm also gonna go to bed. because I'm excited. I got to get up at like 4 hours and clean out this room because my house is going to be shown tomorrow night.
Are you selling
Yeah.
your house?
Yeah, I bought a house and my offer got accepted yesterday, and my house goes on the market tomorrow morning.
Congratulations.
So I got to wake up and make this like presentable, and the rest of my house is completely empty, and I'm keeping my home office until closing.
Well,
Good for
good
you.
luck, brother.
Yep,
Good
and it's
luck.
gonna be awesome. And I'm 8K away from 200K. Bitches in the chat. Look,
Yay.
there's like 8,000 people, maybe, or 9 or 10.
10,000 here.
10,000? What the hell you bitches doing? Let's do this. There you go.
Guys, go
Subscribe
sub,
right now.
go sub to Camelot 331. You can watch homoerotic rave dancing
Yeah.
on stream. There you
I'll
go.
never
Go
take my
get it.
shirt off again if you don't.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, Anna, dude,
Yeah.
if we hit 200K tonight, Anna will show you Bob's.
No,
There you go. Even if you're not Indian.
I'm not that good of a friend to you yet.
So,
Show the Bobs, damn it. This is
he
live for
checks.
death.
I'm at 250K. That's amazing. No. So there you go, guys. By the way, Camelot and that Star Wars girl are linked in the description. Just click on their names. Go check out their channel and content. They're good friends of mine. We do shows every Saturday on Flashcast. It's on your channel this week.
It is.
right?
It's on my channel this week. So both of these guys will be in my domain for the first time.
I don't know how much I'll be there.
Okay, Nick
First
might
time?
not
What
be
the hell are
there.
you talking about for the first time?
I meant both of you together
Oh,
on my
okay, cool.
channel.
I'm about to say I'm on there all the time, damn it.
You are. You want to come on tomorrow? It's Jack's show.
I probably.
It's on my channel again too.
Yeah, I'll
I,
probably be there.
I'm taking my wife and kids to the water park hotel this weekend. So if I can get away, like after they go to bed, I might go find a quiet place in the hotel and pop in, but I won't be able to stay forever. So
Okay, no problem.
but yeah, send me the link. Well, I'll find I'll have
Everyone
the
in
link.
Flashcast is gonna get the link.
Yeah. So, all right. So check them out, guys. Good friends and good fun. Check us out at Anime Matsuri. What the fuck are you? Come on. Why? I'm trying to end the stream. Why would you do this?
Remember like 9 hours ago when I said I couldn't join you because I was at work? Well, I'm not at work anymore.
Oh my God. Kill me. Anyway, welcome to Legal Vices. He's in the description too. You came in at I'm literally
I
turning
know
off the stream.
you have no idea how many speeding violations I could have racked up trying to get home just to drag this out as long as possible.
You're a good bastard. I love it. I love it. By the way, Legal Vices, this is Camelot 331 up here, and Anna, that Star Wars girl, down here.
Right
I
next
have
to
been
you, dude.
watching multitasking at the office today.
Wait, multitasking at the office or in the car?
Both.
That's the spirit.
I could lose my license for years in just the 3 miles it took me to get from my office to home. Welcome.
Tom Bajik says, always know it's a good one when you're still streaming when I wake up. CH, go to sleep, Nick. Don't encourage these simps, Anna. And Aspie says, we are crashing this stream with no survivors. Also, can I join the Discord through locals, or is that kill? You can. Join on locals. You can join the Discord. If you're a masochist who hates life, you can join the awful band of terrible people who are in my Discord. The literal worst degenerates on earth, scumbags, all of them. People think I'm joking. They're like, oh, this is a funny pitch. No, they're terrible people.
Sounds like Discord.
Don't go in there. They will bully you. They will post inappropriate pictures and memes and racist jokes. They're the worst of society. And they're on Discord, which says a lot about them. The troll formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food says, waking up with rackets. What a day. And on that one, to all of my panelists, I love you all. I'm going to sleep before another super chat comes in. I will see you all soon. To the chat, see you then. Have a good night.
Good morning.
Legal Vice. Firefuck says, I'm supposed to ask you if you need an editor.
Of course. I just need one that's dumb enough to work for free.
Well, can he email you or something? How does he contact you?
Yeah, just thelegalvices at Gmail, or hit me up at the same thing for Twitter, whatever. We're there.
There you go.
We're good.
Check it out.
No.
Kalinka Pavlova says sending money to prolong your suffering. And yes, Discord is a special kind of gay if you're into that. Don't be into it. Don't be into it. All right. To everybody, good night. I love you all. Peace. Peace.
Bye.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore and Lethbrook. The spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have